Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Elite League Eastern European Closed Qualifiers. My name's Epidamnos. Joining me is Danog. We've got ourselves some cracking games coming up today. Ourselves 3 best of 3s. It's going to be juicy, Danog. How are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling good. Morning, I'm not so sure. It's 7 p.m. down under, and well, as you can see, it's a little bit warmer over here. I get to, hang out with a t-shirt, and you're all rugged up there. But certainly, this is some Eastern European Dota, so this is going to be hotly contested. And for the first time in quite a while, this is a big opportunity for some of these teams, right? Yes, there's only one qualifier spot, but you're not competing against Spirit, you're not competing against Virtus Pro, and you're not competing against BetBoom. They are all already in parts of the tournament, which I'm sure we're just about to see.
Hell yeah, and I think in that case, we're going to see some quite close games, because usually when it does turn out to be these top-tier teams going up against some of the teams that we haven't seen all too much, they can be a little bit of a bloodbath. And obviously, of course, us being Dota fanatics, we don't like bloodbaths. We like ourselves, some goodly paced, fair Dota games, not absolute stomps.
Screw that. No. We want full, head-to-head bloodbath, 5-man mid. That's exactly what I want to see, and these guys are going to deliver. You can see there are actually a few teams that have already gone through the closed qualifiers. We've finished up with China, as well as Western Europe and North America, so that's Nouns. Kev, I love that name, Kev, by the way, coming through from the China qualifiers. I believe that's Old 11 and Butterfly Effect. I'm really keen to see how Butterfly Effect does against a lot of these other international teams, because he very rarely gets the opportunity. And then you've got, of course, Entity coming through from Western Europe. That was no surprise. But the big surprise pack was actually with that second Western European qualifier spot. That was taken by the, I think they're called the Rest Farmers, which is 3 Swedes plus Xantic and Shad. So they would beat out the likes of Maus and all these sorts of other teams that were pretty highly rated. So one surprise already gotten through there, and as you can see, 2 slots for C, 1 spot for MENA, 1 spot for Eastern Europe, and 1 spot for SA. So could be anyone happy.
That's really interesting, because I know that on Rest Farmers, there's a player in there that I know of, at Xantic. He's a British player, and British players, they're not very common, I should say. And we British people are quite mocked heavily about our Dota skills, so we really have to up the performance. But he's been around quite a bit of teams, and I think he's been with Shad also, through the teams of such like ITB, being difficult to try and find a place here and there. But with the promising entry into these qualifiers, maybe perhaps we'll see a good performance within the tournament, because of course they've qualified throughout the West EU along with Entity also. Exciting stuff, but the round robin coming out. I mean,
you can see there's these are the best of the best, right? The top 8, they deserve this spot all the way through. The Swiss that we just saw is pre round robin qualifier. It's a bit weird to be able to say it, right? But you got 16 teams in the Swiss, and basically the way that Swiss works, for the people that aren't quite familiar with it, you got to win 3 series to be able to go through. You basically, there's more even matchups throughout, because everyone starts off based off of seeding, but then the winners play the winners and the losers play the losers, and then the people with 2 wins play the other people with 2 wins, 1 win, 0-2, blah 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 blah. So it's basically like a best of 5 series against different teams. It's really dynamic. You get to see a lot closer matchups, and I'm really excited to be able to see that. And then, of course, that all feeds in through to the round robin, which, pretty self-explanatory, right? I think there's 2 groups, so it's not like a 16-team round robin, but 2 8-team round robin groups should be really exciting as well, to see which 8 move on to the actual bracket at the very end of it. But speaking of brackets, I think we might have a bracket of these qualifiers in particular for Eastern Europe. All best of 3s up until the grand final, so Yellow Submarine and ASAKURA, that's who we're going to be watching first. I believe 9 Pandas and NextUp is the next one on this stream as well. And then I think at the end of the day, we take one of the first round lower bracket matches as well. So, like I said, with Virtus Pro, BetBoom, and Spirit not in this, I mean, based off of name, I guess you could say 9 Pandas, but there are some really skilled individual players across a lot of these other teams, don't you reckon, Epi?
Oh, hell yeah. We're definitely going to see some really good Dota, and I'm hoping so as well. I mean, look at the startup for East EU, of course. We've got ourselves 9 Pandas in here. Yellow Submarine. They've started to pump up a little bit. Of course, they were playing back in 2020. Now we've seen them have a recent game in the Pinnacle Cup, and Nemiga Gaming also, and Liga Team. These are some good players within the team, aren't they?
Absolutely. I mean, you look at Liga Team, like that's the Ramses team. That's what people are going to be looking for. You think of Nemiga. Yeah, they don't have him right now, but you've also got... that's where Melring came from, basically. And you can see him now obviously flourishing on that Falcons roster. Nine Pandas, they've got the likes of Kiyotaka, they've got Antares, they've got Solo. So some really good players across a lot of different teams. The one I'm most interested to see, though, is on this Yellow Submarine roster. It's Satanic, although I believe he's going by Butterfly these days. So he's just, going through the expensive items in Dota. Maybe Nullifier is going to be next. And then you've got a bunch more... we can call them unknowns, let's say unproven, at the top level, because there is such hotly contested games happening all the time. No one can qualify for everything, so we'll see if the other boys Erase, that is Pessimistic in the offlane, Rue and Asdecor are able to get the W. But of course, they got to go past ASAKURA first, and there are a few more known names on that one. That's Smiling Knight, Young G, Lies, who I believe just had a stint standing in for Tundra after they notably kicked Mind Control, 30 minutes before a draft, which was really interesting to see. And then you got Phasor and H2O, who have their little, unique hero combinations and playstyles. Phasor is a Wyvern player, so I am a stan.
And ladies and gentlemen, we don't like to mess around, because as we're just discussing the teams, a draft is well underway, and we can head ourselves straight to that quite soon, I believe, and see what is being picked up at the moment. So the first game of the day, first best of three, ASAKURA versus Yellow Submarine. And a first pick comes out here for Timbersaw, looking at the bans themselves, such as Dragon Knight. Interesting to see Lifestealer. I haven't seen Lifestealer banned in quite a while. I don't know if that's because I'm not in touch at the moment with other pro Dota, but at the moment in the Immortal bracket of Europe, I'm not seeing Lifestealer all that much. Centaur definitely, and I can understand in the pro stage as well. Centaur, he's a juicy bullet. Nonetheless, they pick him up against Timbersaw. He is absolutely terrific, especially rushing that Shiva's God and Blink Packer very early on. Lots of it.
Yeah, from him. For sure. Even just some of the magic damage coming through from the double edge, right? It's a nice way to be able to deal with a Timbersaw, even if Timber gets a Lotus Orb, which he does like to do, as a bit of protection against the likes of a Spirit Vessel, etc., etc. That's not going to stop anything like a Hoof Stomp, for example. And you mentioned the Lifestealer ban. Partially just because you're playing a Centaur, right? That's exactly what you're not wanting to lane into, being a Lifestealer. But you also need to consider that each individual region, that's what's great about Dota being this international game, has their own playstyle. Eastern Europe was playing Techies before it was popular. They were playing Dark Willow before it was popular. They were playing all these sorts of different things. And Yatoro recently came out and said Lifesteal is probably one of his top 4 carry heroes right now. So clearly just taking word from the best in the region.
I'm definitely going to have to read up on that and see what his top heroes are. Because obviously, of course, Yatoro being well known, especially throughout TI, with shaving the head of a great carry player. So definitely going to have to read up on that and trust his instincts. And as the final ban comes out for Yellow Submarine, it's...
I knew it was his top 4, but he's actually said it's number 1. I didn't realize he said it was number 1. Yeah. Lifestealer number 1. All other carry heroes except Lifestealer are trash, word for word, what he said. So,
wow.
I mean, he likes the Sven, he likes the Gyro, he likes Luna and Naga, but Lifestealer is just really good to him.
5 seconds.
I mean, to be honest, ever since they touched the BKB so that it's not as good as what it used to be, of course, with the whole spell immunity change and stuff like that. I mean, Lifestealer, he already gets that through his Q, and instead of it being a 50% magic resist, I think it's around about 80 or 90% magic resist with his Rage, which is really, really helpful when you're up against these magic spell damage heroes.
As a support, I love that they changed BKB like that.
Oh, I bet.
The fact that I could just, I was just talking with you about how I'm on a bit of a win streak with Disruptor, and a big part of it is because I just really don't care about BKB, right? I'll glimpse you when there's half a second left on that BKB. I'll still, put the Thunderstrike on you and keep vision of you. It might not be doing barely any damage, but I'm still going to see you when you're inside that fog. So it feels really good. And for Yellow Submarine, I think they're just literally trying to rely on winning the laning phase, and that's why ASAKURA have gone for this Undying pick. You know, you can get rid of the Lifestealer, but Undying pretty damn good against a Strength hero like the Centaur.
Yeah, for sure. So Undying picked up, obviously control Tombstone, very nice to kind of control these team fights here. I mean, if Centaur does indeed blink in and Tombstone is up, they're only going to have a few seconds of time at which they can perform something within the team fight, something good. And then if they prolong the team fight too long and Tombstone is still up, then it's going to be quite a bit of a problem. They pick themselves up Hoodwink as well here on Yellow Submarine.
I wonder if... Are we going to call him Satanic or Butterfly? Because he's going to be going by Butterfly in game, I'm pretty sure. But it's Satanic, the 15, 16-year-old prodigy. I think he's ranked number 2 in all of Europe as well. So man is quite good. Okay, he goes the Morphling instead. Some kind of other hard carry. And it's a little bit of a block pick as well, because you think of Smiling Knight, especially when he had his recent stint over in SA, when he was on, I want to say, Thunder Awaken, he basically only plays hard carries. That's his style. He wants to be able to just put the game on his back and say, boys, I got this. And, well, you've taken away one of the hardest carries in the game in the Morphling.
Yeah, there's been quite a bit of change with Morphling. I mean, do you ever remember the E-Blade pickup a long, long while ago? The E-Blade shotgun?
Yeah. Oh, I remember. I remember indeed. I'm just going to try and call a pick out here. I think Naga Siren might be the go, just because it's, you know, you're going up against a Centaur. It might not be amazing in the lane, but against the Morphling, feels pretty solid. You can really split up the map quite effectively. It gives you some good, consistent damage, and if you try and run away with the likes of a Stampede, the Ensnare works on you, the Song of the Siren works on you as well. So I think it could be a possibility for them.
It's only around about a minute reserve time left remaining. Will they show a carry, or will they potentially show a mid here? Timbersaw, he's most likely on the offlane here, right? Against Morphling?
Probably, yeah. I was honestly considering for Yellow Submarine that they might have gone down the Gyrocopter route. Okay, Troll Warlord instead. I mean, it's a hard carry. Razor's still in the pool, though, so you want to make sure you're getting rid of that. I know you've had your recent struggles against the Razor whenever you picked up the Troll Warlord, but I mean, what else could you really think of? Just stuff that's good at kiting. I mean, they don't have their own mid either, right? It is a fantastic OD game right now for Yellow Submarine if they wanted to pick that.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, anything that can kite this Troll Warlord, as you said, it's going to be really beneficial.
Radiant team ban.
Feels amazing. I'd be really surprised if they didn't. Yeah, Razor and OD, I think, need to be the two that are just gone. But then you might just... Could you Viper? I wouldn't hate Viper. They don't really have any good ways to get on top of you, and if Timber gets on top of you, you can just toss the Nezotoxin down on top of him. You know, BKB ultimate on Troll, just ult him, right? And then what are you supposed to do? You're just going to be walking around incredibly slowly, no catch on Rubik and Undying.
Yeah.
Great
Nevotoxin Nevotoxin is his second AoE, right? Is AoE, right?
The W. Yep.
Yeah, the W. Okay, thankfully we're on the same hotkey, so I understand that. Yeah, I think it's the ultimate that breaks now. It's no longer the Nevotoxin, so it's actually his ultimate that
I'm not a legacy
breaks
key
his
enjoyer.
passive. You're not a legacy.
No.
Okay, so they banned out Kunkka. I think that was my other. That's the other hero that I was going to mention, actually, especially with this BKB change. We've seen it a lot, actually, in pro games where someone's picked up Kunkka, they press X marks on somewhere in the last minute when this BKB is going to expire, and they've TP'd away, and then they just get X marked all the way back because you can apply X marks during BKB.
Isn't that great? Isn't that fun? Just wanting to feel like you're safe, and then, well, in actuality, you're nowhere like it.
It's not fun when you're on the receiving end, that's for sure. But when you are delivering the X marks, it is quite thrilling, to say the least, bringing back a carry and having that power. But yeah, Pangalea gets banned up here. Interesting ban. You were saying that they were looking around for this kite. OD still in the pool here. Do you think potentially they may pick it, or...?
Especially considering they've got last overall pick, that's why I'm leaning towards it a little bit more. And the other thing is, they don't exactly have great tower push right now on ASAKURA, right? So I think you might be able to get away with having a Morphling OD lineup, which is quite passive overall, right? And, I mean, against a Void Spirit, it feels pretty good too, right? Ranged against the melee, you can really look to punish him in lane, starve him of a lot of these last hits, and then, yeah, just do a ton of damage against the Timber and the Troll. Who knows? Maybe they feel like, did we come to a decision? Butterfly Satanic is going to be able to carry the game hard enough on his Morphling.
How long has he had the name Butterfly for? Do you know at least? Or do you have no idea?
A month or two, I think.
Let's call him Butterfly. I agree. Would you agree in calling him Butterfly also? Or would
sure, as soon as we get comfortable doing it, I'm sure he's going to change to like Scythe or Rapier or something like that, you know? Like something's going to change if they end up being able to make it to the tournament. Alright, they go Ember Spirit instead, maybe feeling they just needed a little bit more of that tempo on Erase. It's pretty good against the Void Spirit having notoriously low armor. You know, despite being a mid-hero, so something like the Ember is able to harass you, and it's another way to be able to kite, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Void Spirit, especially when he gets himself to level 6, he is quite a prominent hero. I mean, even though that he's not picked up within the meta all that much, he's not, obviously, of course, these common heroes that we see get picked out, like Centaur Warrunner. Maybe perhaps it's something that the team is comfortable with, and as we know, when the hero did come out, everyone was actually raising to the rooftops that, oh my gosh, his level 6, it's honestly the best ability ever once you get it. And I'd say that's true, because once he does get himself level 6, he can rotate around, of course, with the Astral Steps, has very good impact during the early stage, as long as he is not punished, and the fact that he can deliver his nukes. So it'll be intriguing to see what the build for the talents will come out to be. Whether he's going to put quite a bit into Aphant Remnant or the Resonant Pulse. I don't think they'll put much into Dissimilate unless things have changed. I don't know. We'll see whether he goes magic or physical. But the last time that I checked, back in the day, I really can't believe I'm saying back in the day for Universal Heroes. Oh my gosh, has it really been that long? But yes, Universal Heroes, physical damage, you know, Echo Saber, that used to be the thing. I mean, do you remember when Atos was like heavily stat item, and then they just
I remember
it.
When the position 5 Nature's Prophets would buy it as well. And
and that as well.
I know he's not universal, but still, it was just so obnoxious being able to have that level of damage and control as a freaking Nature's Prophet support. But thankfully, no NP this game as we get into it. I think we got some smoke on smoke action coming through. Any picks for you? Who do you think's going to take this one?
Oh, I mean, I do like the Timbersaw and the Troll Warlord here. I mean, they do have some a few things that they can latch onto the Troll to stop him from running around and being rampant, as he is well known for with the Battle Trance. But we can't put down the Morphling, the Butterfly, Satanic Morphling, whatever he's called these days now.
Let's call him whatever item he goes first out of the two. How about that? And he's going by King as well in-game. So, like, what are we going to do here, man?
The man of many aliases. Oh, maybe perhaps they just scared him out? No?
Yeah, no, they saw him just with the ward that they placed down. So, looks like they might be anxious of some rotations potentially coming through from the side lanes, or looking to make some of their own on ASAKURA. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, if you're a troll enjoyer, if you were a troll this game, would you be happy playing this draft?
The battle begins.
You know what? I think I would, I mean, the Battle Trans route between Ember Spirit and Morphling is going to be really, really nice. But obviously, of course, they do have... They do, I mean, they do have a little bit of Dispel, but of course, the Battle Trance now going through BKB, and the fact that you can buy Basher as well is going to be a really annoyance for these heroes. I don't know whether the Troll will decide to pick up a Diffusal Blade, because of course, burning the mana is Morphling's biggest weakness during around about the early middle stage of the game, but we'll see. It's a very situational item, I feel, to pick up on Troll, because usually you want to go either a Maelstrom or a Battle Fury, whatever kind of farming item that you want to go. And I think Diffusal Blade is, you want to put money towards something like a BKB or a Blink Dagger, something that enables you within these fights. And Diffusal Blade, even though it has quite a little bit of an impact against Morphling. Sometimes it can be a downfall with the fact that, oh god, I didn't buy BKB when I had around about 2,500 gold. I regret buying this Diffusal Blade. You know, it's stuff like that.
I mean, Eastern Europe are notorious non-BKB buyers. Ramses is by far the worst culprit of that. So, you know, just wanting to get a little bit greedier every stage of the game. I like the idea behind what you said with the Diffusal Blade, but I think just for this game in particular, you're lacking so much control, right? You need to get really lucky with those roots coming through from the Berserker's Rage. And other than that, what have you got, right? Like an Aether Remnant, Void Spirit's probably not going to go yours, or a Rubik Lift. There's basically nothing else, right? So in terms of control, it's Yellow Submarine that have the advantage.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe if they had themselves some more lockdown and more control here on ASAKURA, then maybe perhaps Troll could actually prolong this BKB and not get it till a little bit later. But seeing the fact that they don't have very much control, then I feel like he will most definitely go the BKB here, because if he's running at them with no control against the enemy team to help him, you know, get these ensnares with his Berserker's Rage, then he's definitely going to need a BKB to stop, you know, the things like Frostbite, Hoof Stomp, anything that can stop him from outputting his damage. Because as you said, OD being a great hero to kite him with the Astral Imprisonment, he hates being kited, and he hates being disrupted during his battle trance. So if he's not getting off his damage, then he's a weak one.
Yep. Oh, CM might be in a little bit of trouble here. I was thinking they might not be able to get this kill, but that chase still going on. Ooh,
one more attack! Oh, there it is. The Whirling Death gets the kill to the Timbersaw.
That's actually a much bigger deal than it even seems, right? Obviously, First Blood, it's a really key thing to be able to pick up. But not only that, they also get the Wisdom Rune, and they did it while Lies actually had the Reactive Armor skilled up at level 2. So a lot of Timbersaws in the offlane, if they're trying to get a little bit more aggressive, they skip Reactive Armor unless you're going against the likes of, you know, a Luna or a Gyrocopter, you know, these heroes that have some magic way to be able to, you know, keep you away. So the fact that they were able to get First Blood onto the core while having Whirling Death just rank 1 and no points in Timber Chain is a really big deal.
Quite surprised that Timber is looking relatively healthy here. I mean, on the early levels, like, you should be able to punish him during this stage, but I do have to hand it to them. It is a Morphling and a CM, though CM, very strong support during the early stages of the game. But once we see this Timbersaw reach level 6, it is going to be another thing for this Crystal Maiden. I mean, Morphling will be fine. I was just about to call him King then, known by many aliases, Butterfly, Satanic, whatever he's named. But yeah, he is perfectly fine against this Timbersaw, even when he reaches level 6. You know, of course, just got to be careful with the pure damage in the Timber Chain, not to be too low to get nuked out of his mind, but of course has that attribute shift. So can stay on lane, even with all the damage he receives, he can just shift it back.
Yeah, Morphling's picking up a decent amount of farm, so it's not too bad for King. But I've been really impressed with how Lies has played this lane as well, right? You just had Rubik leave the lane for the past 40 seconds or so, and he was being able to make up some stacks. He took away the bounty rune, he helped to protect the bottom water rune as well, and wasn't under danger at any stage of that, just because of how he was positioning himself away from the Crystal Maiden, never giving himself up for free. I say that, they're starting to make a bit of a move onto him, but there you go. Now that you've given him that good start, you gave him that extra XP, he's almost already level 5 and basically soloing this lane without any cares in the world.
Meanwhile, both mid laners too, soon to be reaching level 6. Power runes will spawn up in about a minute, so maybe perhaps we'll see some rotations. As it's looking pretty even between both mid laners. I mean, same last hits almost, same denies almost here. No change at the moment, so we may see the action start to spike up once the power runes spawn, and maybe possibly a rotation from the supports. But at the moment, Crystal Maiden is pinned down to this bottom lane here, trying to protect Butterfly on the Morphling.
Yeah. And it's really good that they've gotten quite aggressive against the CM at this point, because they want to prevent him from leaving this lane on the CM, right? You're one of the strongest laners in the game, and you really wanted to try and keep this siege creep up for as long as possible to keep that tower pressure there, because level 4 Morphling can't really contest a level 5 Timbersaw on his own. But the fact that they were forced to leave, you can see him trying to make this move here on ASAKURA, and I think he just got spotted by that ward. This is going to be a battle of the power runes, and well, looks like the Ember's got it.
You got the regen pursuing the chase now onto the Rubik. TP attempt. No searing chains. Did not level the searing chains. Only put 2 into the Flame Guard and 4 into the Sleight of Fist. So the Rubik will survive. TP's away fine.
Race doing his best to try and keep that wave away from the tower, but now it's going to be pushed into a little bit of an unsafer place. I wonder if Young G is going to go straight back to the mid lane or make a rotation towards top. Looks like he just doesn't feel like he's got the strength to do it just yet. Just the Bracer and a couple of Iron Branches. But while that wave is pushed underneath his tower, he feels so much safer against the Sleight of Fist spam that the race has been pushing onto.
Oh, commit the Blood Grenade on the waveform 2. Quite a bit of nuke damage. Lysa was taking there on the Timbersaw. Got to be careful with that adaptive strike from Morphling. He's starting to scale up a bit, as we know. We've seen quite a lot of Morphlings now starting to level this early on, as it's starting to turn out to be a great spell in order to nuke a hero off the lane during the early stage. They did commit the Blood Grenade there, also quite close, so maybe perhaps they can start to turn things around here on Yellow Submarine on the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's not even just that, right? You also get the extra bonus agility or strength just for leveling it up, so in a way that you're increasing your farming potential as well. You can see Ly's trying to put as much pressure on as he can with the Chakram freshly leveled up, but yeah, I feel like I'm just going to go back to Satanic. My brain defaults there. Satanic is just going to be incredibly happy with how the start of the game has gone.
And that's a big stack there for Lysa. Farming that up, that will help nicely there. The net worth. Got to be careful though, a little bit low. I mean, Frostbite able to apply, but no follow-up, that's all that the CM can do. And that's a triple stack now for the Ancient Camp, which will be nice to farm up there on the Troll. Whatever farming item he's going. What is Troll, actually?
Battle
going here. He's going the Battle Fury.
Double damage empowers me.
Makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, you really need to be the hard carry this game. I think both teams are significantly... Hold on, Young G getting dived a little bit here, but looks like he does have some backup.
Yeah. The Bushwhack, however, a second Astral Step upon him. They will find the kill onto the Ember. Pushed that a little bit too close for comfort there, and of course with the second charge of Astral Step, able to jump upon the Ember, slow him down. They get the kill, especially with the fact that Erase had himself not a lot of mana on the Ember Spirit, further helped in obtaining that kill underneath that middle tier 1.
Looks like there's a bit of a sound issue going on, but hopefully it'll be resolved pretty soon. I mean, that's a pretty big deal, right? The Ember had a bit of a lead over the Void Spirit. It wasn't huge, but just with that, now you've opened up, time for you to be able to farm. 18 seconds unopposed means that the Timbersaw can again go back to the side lane. Jeffrix might be in a little bit of trouble on this bottom side, considering you've now got level 5 CM, 3 points in the Frostbite, Blood Grenade available. I think this Rubik's dead.
I think so too. I mean, what's the level on waveform for Rubik? Level 1. Okay. I mean, it's still a little bit to close the distance. Let's see if Rubik will fall here. No, he's all right actually.
Those boots of speed really helping him out there.
Yeah, he's fine.
Another stack. I feel like Jeffrix has built up like 7 stacks this game already. It's only 9 minutes in. He's doing a great job.
Oh, I've just seen that only level 1 on the Crystal Nova, so it's 20% slow, so not that much.
No, it's pretty standard though, right? Like, oh, hold on. Look at that explosion on the bottom side. They died within like half a second.
Meanwhile, action on the top as well. Aether Remnant trying to catch the Centaur. Will use the Stampede, but being slowed down here by one zombie from Tombstone. Attempting to run away now with the Phase Boots. Gets caught there by the Whirling Axes. Trying to hide within the trees. Astral Step will miss. Aether Remnant misses too. Not a lot of mana remaining here on Young G, as the Hoodwink will try and push away the Void Spirit, but in comes Ember with the Remnant coming forward here with full mana. They find the kill there onto the Undying. Will be found here within the jungle. And they get a quite nice kill there with thanks to that
Radiant's
rotation.
bottom tower is under
Nice little
attack.
stack as well to be able to get for their troubles. Looks like the power rune is on the top side as well. So if they keep wanting to make these moves on Yellow Submarine, they have the potential to. I feel a lot more confident in their ganking strength relative to what ASAKURA have. Looks like they're just banking on the fact that they're not getting this power rune on ASAKURA. Getting a bottle refill though from the TP there.
That's nice. I mean, especially the invisibility as well may come out to be handy. As, oh my gosh. Lysa taking that triple stack there. That's a lot of damage from the neutrals, especially with the fact that you're... Oh, okay. Level 1 reactive armor. I mean, we're starting to see that now, aren't we, on Timbersaw? We don't usually see people start to max out the reactive armor anymore. They want to go the nuke damage. They want to go the Timber Chain and the Whirling Death.
Sometimes you even get 0 points. You know, I think it was XXS that really started that one.
Radiant's
And
middle tower is under
it's such a... You need to consider the Timbersaw so much more, right? Like, he becomes the main objective that you need to take down if you go down this greedy sort of route. Erase just looking for someone a little bit higher priority than the Undying. Knows that he doesn't have the potential to be able to take him out before he drops the tombstone, so just look to all in onto him.
Oh, nice pushback there. Stunned up there by the Who Stomp. Stampede will come out. Frostbite locking in place that Undying. Still survives through it all, and the turnaround there from Lysa. Coming in with the Whirling Death. Finds the kill onto Hoodwink.
Really surprised that they just committed so heavily for that, right? Behind a tower when the Emperor had gone back and just trying to escape now.
Stolen Stampede. Attempt there with the Hoof Stomp. Will be found slowed down there by the Chakram. They get themselves a second kill here on ASAKURA.
Yeah, for now it seems really like Yellow Submarine. They've got a bunch of really high individual skill players, but the teamwork just isn't quite there, right? Like, imagine if the Ember was there, then the Undying dies, and then, you know, you're not getting absolutely nothing from that rotation if you're having everyone come back for it. Maybe you wait for the Hoodwink to get level 6, you know, build up a bunch of stacks for him, make sure that the Ember or the Centaur can quickly take them. So that, you know, you've got that sharpshooter to be able to confirm kills. I mean, Searing Chains is a pretty reliable way to keep someone held in place. Seems like that might be the case. Rue just taking all of that mid farm for now, while the race goes to the jungle, picks up a little bit, and well, another stack being taken. Yeah. Here we go.
He is a farming machine. He is some piece of agricultural equipment. Look at him go.
And this is all after that first blood, right? Where he really shouldn't have been able to get that kill, and it just starts this snowball and keeps it going. I really want Rue to just go a little bit closer to that creep wave so that he gets his level 6. He's about one creep away from it. I don't think you want to just get a Rubik, though, off the back of this rotation. Like, you might be able to get a double stack of Ancients, but it's like you're losing a whole lot more. Young G basically almost solo taking the mid-tier 1 tower, and both teams, I think, are lacking in the abilities to take towers. So the fact that a Void Spirit solo has been able to nearly do it, that's a big deal.
Actually pushing some impact on the map also, especially on this Void Spirit, because he's not been having the great time. I mean, you can tell by the net worth. And he's actually going to attempt to run away now here with the Astral Step. Will get away fine. Doesn't have a lot of mana. It is indeed going that physical build. That what we see quite a lot here on the Void Spirit. So going that Yasha.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They realize that Erase doesn't have much mana.
Well, they catch the Ember. Has himself a Remnant. He gets away.
And this is what I was talking about before with, you know, the Troll Warlord not wanting to go the Diffusal. It's because they don't have much lockdown. They were very close to being able to take him out there. Jeffrix looking to try and get a free kill here onto Rue, but again, I just don't think they've got the chase potential. Myers just takes the Wisdomer as well, as if he needs it. He's level 12 already.
I mean, net worth wise, we've got ourselves Butterfly, who's quite a little bit ahead here on the Morphling at the moment, looking to be finishing this Manta style soon, which is going to be very nice. Hopefully we'll join these team fights, but they are smoked up, and they do commit a scan here, so King, well, Butterfly, Satanic, whatever you want to call him, he's aware. He's going to hide underneath this tier 1 tower, but the question is, are they going to find him? Because they're on the right path. They're on the right war path. get underneath this tier 1. He's just revealed himself. They jump forward. The Aether
miss.
Remnant, it will miss. He's going to try and attempt to waveform away. Brought back there by the telekinetic of the Rubik. And now the TP's come out.
Oh, wow.
The
Nice
Hoodwink
hit.
trying to protect, but they're jumping onto the Morphling once again. They will find the kill. Aether Remnant locking him in place. But with the rest of the rotations here from Yellow Submarine, will it be their
Good freezing
downfall?
field.
That's a lot of damage taken out there onto the Ember. And look at that, as we say that, 2 cores down, double kill for the Timbersaw. As they'll look
Rise
to
is
try and
taken
find
over.
more. Crystal Maiden gone too. That's 3 dead only for this Troll Warlord. They may find potentially 4, but they will lose themselves the Rubik here near that tier 1 tower. So it will be a 3 for 2, but very nice pickoffs on the cores. That fight actually works out better in the favor here for ASAKURA.
Yeah, and it's really surprising, right? Because you made such a heavy rotation coming through, and they saw it, right? They smoked underneath this observer ward that ASAKURA had placed inside of the triangle. So that plus the scan, and you still just let the Morphling die at the very start. It really just goes back to that teamwork point that I was talking about before. It doesn't seem like everyone's on the same page. TPs were a little slow.
Really, what is the next step here for Yellow Submarine? They do not want to fight like that again.
Well, the map is shrinking. I mean, you just have to look at some of the observer wards placed down as well, right? Just a big line of observer wards across the Radiant jungle side. So they want to make sure that if you're going to be taking farm, you've got to do it in slightly more dangerous areas. You can see Satanic up here on the top side. He's pushing out a wave. He's doing it relatively safety next to his tier 1 tower. But the second that equilibrium goes a little bit off and it's closer towards the ASAKURA tier 1 tower, then is the point where you might be able to take him out. I've seen before that he can just get popped in about half a second.
Pessimist as well, still a while away here from completing a Shiva's God. I mean, has the blink, but currently quite a low level. Oh, Crystal Maiden on the high ground here. They've caught themselves on Undying, whose Stomp comes out too. That is a clean kill here for Yellow Submarine.
Pretty big deal as well. I wonder if they want to convert this into a push into the mid-tier 1 tower. I mean, you've got a lot of your items that enable you to fight effectively, right? The Blink Dagger, the Maelstrom, even the Manta Style now on Satanic as he's pushing up towards this top side. Not wanting to overcommit, but I think without the threat of the Tombstone, they're feeling relatively safe here.
And they look like they'll just find Morphling. Gotta be careful. I mean, not a lot of lockdown there, so just able to use the attribute shift. They will find this middle tier 1 tower. An interesting blink there from the Centaur, attempting to try and find the Void Spirit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
True as well. Also all of these chase downs, but again, the vision game. This is the big thing, right? They see exactly where they're moving. They know where the gank squad is. Luckily, they've got a sentry ward placed down, so they're going to be able to remove at least some of it, keep the jungle relatively safe. Might not be expecting that lower ward as well, so Titanic is forced to go back there. Might be in a little bit of trouble. Another death maybe for Undying?
Most possibly. I mean, stunned in place and found there by the sharpshooter from the Hoodwink. Killing spree for Rue. These bushwhacks really coming in handy with the acorn shots as they'll attempt to look for more here. Have themselves a nice observer ward, but not able to deal enough damage here to the Timbersaw. I mean, he's already a problem, and he gets himself a Eternal Shroud too, as if he wasn't a problem already. But they are picking him. Maybe perhaps they will dive him underneath this tier 1 tower. They'll come forward, rooting up with the Searing Chain, along with the Bushwhack too. He's going to attempt to Timber Chain away, but
it's pretty tanky.
Hot on his trail. Rooted in place there with the Freezing Field, and look at that ultimate come out there, helping to secure 2 kills. With thanks to the Crystal Maiden ultimate, as Morphling coming for more, as actually morphing up as the Timbersaw with the Timber Chain, but not a lot of mana remains. So Troll will be fine, but they have caught themselves Rubik once again, who stomped down, locking him in place. Double kill. They find themselves 3 kills.
And there's that individual skill difference that I was talking about, right? Like you get the Morphling, he's able to get Just the combination to be able to take out that Timber and the Undying, right? They needed to be perfect with their chainstun combinations and just a huge wave of damage coming through. And then you morph into the one thing that's able to just rip through the Timber Saw. It's pure damage, and he's doing it to himself with that morph, right? So, very nicely done by Satanic there. I do want to say, I wish that Undying could be just a little bit faster with his button presses. It's a couple of times now that he's had a full magic stick, he hasn't gotten off the Soul Rip, and he hasn't gotten off the mech. Maybe if he did that, it would have meant, you know, survival for the Timber Saw. It would have meant that the Tombstone lives for a little bit longer. These team fights, they just come down to a matter of a couple of seconds, honestly.
Speaking of team fights, it looks like Yellow Submarine are looking for another one here. They're smoked up.
They want Roche,
and
though.
will come into the smoke. Yeah, I mean, they are taking Roche right at this minute, but Yellow Submarine hot on their trail. Have a feeling that something is going on with no one showing on the map here at the moment.
They've got 2 scans, but they haven't used any. Yeah, there we go. They do it the last second, but it's way too late.
Oh, Rubik will take the fall here in return for them getting the Aegis here on ASAKURA.
Trying to get out of dodge right now. Love to be able to get away scot-free. Looks like they will be able to. Is anyone going to get greedy enough to use that Lotus Ball? I would hope not, because you could still see that going on. Maybe they might be looking to get a free Tormentor at the same time. Which makes a lot of sense, right? You got all the heroes on this side of the map. May as well yoink it up and give a free shard over to Undying. Imagine if you've got that.
Free shard on a note. What does he get? Oh, okay, the Tombstone. Yeah, the Tombstone protects. Oh, and Void Spirit. Well, that's quite interesting. Was rooted up there, but going for the aggressive play straight up. But he's okay. He won't get punished for that. As meanwhile, ASAKURA on the aggressive, attempting to try and find the Crystal Maiden here, has been caught out. Is found there by the Whirling Death. Another kill for the Timber.
Really good spell to steal as well in that Frostbite, right? Like, the big weakness of that is obviously it being single target, but also the range is quite small. Rubik doesn't have any of those issues, so you might be able to find a quick catch onto the likes of Ember Spirit if you're really on point. Obviously, Ember, no BKB just yet. He's going into the Glypnir. Manta style on the Morphling, so not quite as worried if he's the one that gets caught out.
Oh, they don't get themselves the Bushwhacker on the mid lane. They wanted to go for the Void Spirit, but just able to dodge it there with the Dissimulate.
Might have been able to get out. We do end up getting the Tormentor, so there you go. Grab Ally. Everyone's favorite shard ability gets picked up. Had to use the Battle Trance for it though, but no biggie. 3 minutes still left on that Aegis, and I would have to imagine that ASAKURA, with some of their items that they've got in their quick buy, they want to quickly try and get, maybe in the next 2 minutes or so, this BKB on the Troll Warlord, and then while they've still got a minute left on that Aegis, look to try and make a play, get one of these tier 2 towers.
They're going to go for Centaur here with the stolen Frostbite. There's another kill there for the Timber, especially strong against these strength heroes, especially with that Whirling Death. As we know, just deletes their HP.
Something both of these teams have done quite well is instantly punishing anyone that's out of position, right? Like we saw it with the mid-tier 1 tower before when Undying died. Now we're seeing it with the Centaur. As soon as he goes down, you're just like, all right, let's try and take control over this jungle area, right? Free tier 1 tower. They use the glyph as well, so they won't have a glyph refresh. Oof. Dies there on Knight with the Phylactery. Oh, he's actually got the Kanda fully completed. Very nice.
So having a great time here on net worth. I mean, 1,000 gold ahead of the Troll, but Timbersaw not too far behind. I mean, Timbersaw has been having a great time at the moment. All these pickoffs, 7 and 1 currently on Lysa. Oh, they will smoke up
was called to stand in, right? A team like Tundra.
Oh, smoke's broken. Hoof stomp there onto the Void, catching him off guard perfectly there with all of their stuns combined and lockdown. They get the kill onto the Void. Very, very nice pick off there with the smoke. That's what they wanted. Get themselves some momentum now to try and find themselves more, but ASAKURA have had to back themselves away beyond their tier 2 towers.
one thing is they didn't overcommit with too many spells, right? They basically only used the sharpshooter in terms of longish cooldowns. So by the time he's back up, you would imagine that ASAKURA probably want to make some kind of play right now. You've got the BKB coming out to them. Void Spirit's going to be alive, but they're still going to be at full strength on Yellow Submarine. It's just a question of, can they read how they're looking to move around the map and adjust accordingly? If they want to fight, they've got the tools to do it. It's just a question of, do you want to just wait a minute and make sure that there's no Aegis?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they only just got this Aegis a while ago, but I tell you what, it's going to expire in about 40 seconds already. It's almost gone here, but we do have ourselves a BKB on Troll, but he's not here to join the fight. He is going to attempt to
nice
TP, as the Tombstone will come down. Dying will have to heal himself there, taking a lot of nuke damage. Oh, the Aether Remnant not able to catch the Hoodwink. The Stampede comes out too. I think Hoodwink may fall here. I mean, a nice bushwhack as Aether Remnant coming in. They really want this squirrel. They severely want this squirrel. They will not get the squirrel. The squirrel will scatter on underneath this tier 2.
Oh, Jeffrix.
So annoying when you're up against heroes like this. I mean, the Glimmer Cape there as well. Aegis is going to expire. The squirrel still able to get away and be an absolute menace. They catch absolutely no one here on ASAKURA, breaking their ankles, not even able to get one hero.
That was such a good retreat, right? They commit in with the Centaur, the tankiest hero on their team. They know they've got the stuff to be able to back him up in like the Glimmer Cape, the Stampede, if he really needed to. And they saw the Tombstone get dropped, so they know that ASAKURA want to take the fight. They saw the Troll Warlord there, and then they just full on get the hell out, and through great individual skill coming through from Rue, they're able to escape without any harm at all. This is really good play coming through. And, well, you talk about that scaling potential off just one item. Well, you've got a Hoodwink now that's got that potential. Already picking up the Maelstrom, going into the Glipnir for herself. So, it should be really nice for both team fight effectiveness as well as just lane shove.
Yeah, I've noticed this quite a bit with the Hoodwink. A lot of players seemingly to pick up this Maelstrom, even though, you know, you're a support Hoodwink, and then you're actually able to scale quite well if the game does indeed go late. And I've seen Hoodwinks before, which are playing support, where they've actually had more impact than their cause.
Say their names, no. But you can even get into stuff like a Daedalus later on, right? Like if you really want to go into this more right-click style build, you're not really caring about the Bushwhack plus 60 damage at the later stages of the game. Just go the extra 2 Aegon shot bounces, right? It's another way to guarantee some Maelstrom hits. You guarantee a little bit more damage coming through from the likes of the Daedalus. So I'm keen to see what the next item is queued up after the Glipnir. Certainly not a stomp though. That's what we wanted. Wanted an even contest between the two teams, and we're getting it. 11
We
to 11,
did.
1K net worth.
Oh, though, they may have caught themselves a big kill here. They will do indeed. A lot of damage coming out there, and it was with thanks to the Rubik with the stolen hoof stomp. They obtained the kill there onto the Morphling. Maybe perhaps they can try and find more. Crystal Maiden will retreat there with the Glimmer Cape. It's now Aether Remnant not able to catch the Ember Spirit. He will back off also. They'll only get a kill on the Morphling, but nonetheless a very juicy pickup here. What can they do with it though? That's the question.
2 lanes are in a pretty decent spot. Looks like they want to just try and push in this bottom one. They would have had a look at Ember Spirit's mana pool as well, and it's not exactly the healthiest. Putting the one Flame Remnant down on the bottom side if he does need to escape, but he really wants to have this BKB before they commit to any sort of fight. And he's right underneath an Observer Ward that's been freshly placed down, so can they get the jump? They need to rely on Young G for it.
Yeah, you couldn't give Rubik a more annoying spell. I mean, especially with the spell amp, 26% on Hoof Stomp. What is that actually?
Yeah.
That's quite a while.
Pretty good.
Well, almost a 3-second stun, and the damage is quite nuts. Or maybe perhaps they can go for round 2. They're very close. Who will start the initiation? Missing there with the Slide of Fist. They will get the root. Sharpshooter comes out. It will miss. No longer having Sharpshooter anymore.
One fewer break for the Timbersaw feels pretty nice. Do they have a smoke available? Yes, they do. They end up popping it. BKB now available on the Ember Spirit. Some of this comes down to luck as well, right? They've got a great ward just scouting out Knight, but ever since that BKB is no longer the safety net against the Troll Warlord route from the right clicks. He's going to need to be very careful with how he positions himself. This is a full-on wraparound.
Scanning.
Yeah, they're just checking Roche real quick. It's not up yet, though.
Ooh.
It's not even going to respawn yet.
Very
Did they think that was real?
Briefly, like he cancelled the hoof stomp mid-cast.
Oh.
Here we go, though.
May break
About to
here,
pop.
though.
They know they're there. Do they make the blind jump? Oh, the second time.
Oh, they've made it on the... Oh, on the Ember illusion.
You didn't have the smoke anymore. It's understandable, right?
Yeah.
And now it's kind of like, feels like King of the Hill, right? You just want to make sure that you've got Roche control. Obviously, it's going to be favoring Yellow Submarine a little bit in terms of the buyback situation. They're right next to their outpost, but they've also got a little bit of this high ground control.
They smoked on top of this ward. They know. Yellow Submarine, they know something's coming for them, and they're going to prep ready. Here we go. Nice damage there done to the Undying as Stampede comes through, but they're going to turn it right around here onto the Centaur, but able to use that Yules there in the nick of time. Ember taking quite a lot of damage, rooted in place there by the Battle Trance. Look at that, they've been able to find themselves 2 kills, as now they're attempting to take down the Morphling, rooted in place even with this BKB. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The Morphling is going to be found, and that is 3 dead for just the Void. As now they may find 4 here. Crystal Maiden in some trouble, going to attempt to hide in the trees. Slowed down there by the stolen ability of the Crystal Nova. Triple kill there for the Troll Warlord, is now acquiring himself a Basher 2. He is going to be one nasty boy to fight. As I said during the early game, you know, the Berserker's Rage, the Ensnare, even going through this BKB, it's a menace, and he just does that against the Ember, and he does it against the Morphling. Nowhere to run.
Damage. Look at that damage. It's basically all Troll Warlord, where it's so much of a more even spread coming through on Yellow Submarine. I mean, Centaur just got completely crushed with damage in that fight.
Yeah, he had to Yules himself straight away. I'd say that's a pretty good item for Centaur to actually pick up, because without that Yules, he'd be dead a lot sooner.
Mm-hmm. Considering, like, you just compare what they're offering, though, in terms of that frontline potential. You've got the Ember Spirit, of course, that's able to go in, but like you said, you know, against a Troll Warlord, you don't feel incredibly safe in being able to do that. You need to be so accurate with your positioning and for where you are. Like, you can be next to a Void Spirit, you can be next to a Timbersaw, Undying, Rubik, you don't care, but stay the hell away from that Troll Warlord. Hide it out. It's a battle of, like, who can bait whose spells first, and you know, sometimes even who can get a little bit lucky.
It's quite a scenario for Knight too, because if you actually use your Battle Trance incorrectly, you could push yourself way out of position, because sometimes, even though it's a great ability to keep you alive, sometimes it can have such a negative effect and they can lure you away, but in that instance, it actually worked out really nice there for ASAKURA.
And they're realizing that they're lacking a little bit of that control, right? A pretty early Skull Basher, I would say, on him. You know, not going for some sort of, like, extra lifesteal, obviously, maybe even the Paladin Sword, making him feel like he doesn't really need it all that much. But the Basher obviously providing that little bit of extra control. And he's even got the Aghanim Shard, right? So you've got a little bit of pseudo control off onto the sides when you launch out the occasional axe. Sometimes is able to hit in onto them and hit a bash onto someone else.
Yeah. I mean, I, for one, love this Basher pickup here on the Troll. It's so impactful, especially against heroes like Ember Spirit and the Morph. Oh, and speaking of Ember Spirit as well, caught BKB just in the nick of time. Is going to TP away here on top of the cliff. That was very close for comfort there for the Ember.
I think that was a Scythe of Ice reveal as well from Lies, who was trying to use it to be able to take him out just in time, but turns out the Kyron Sanj ends up saving him. That status resistance is incredibly useful. Once again, feels like it is another battle of let's try and kite out this Aegis for as long as we can. Obviously doing a pretty good job on that top side, but without the BKB, I wonder how cautious Erase does need to be. I mean, they really just need to be the ones that get the jump on Yellow Submarine. changes so much if they're able to do that. If they can force ASAKURA to be the ones to drop the tombstone early.
Move stomp there. Bushwhack 2, sharpshooter. Oh, that's a lot of nuke damage, especially with the Gardit. They do take him down. He will spawn back again. Rooted in place there with the Searing Chains, but the rest of his team on ASAKURA is there to back him up in case they go for a round 2. So they will lose the Aegis, just showing there that, yeah, Submarine, it's not over yet. They're still able to hold their ground and push some power against them. But
it's all about getting that jump, right? Like,
yeah, it's all about getting that jump.
He's very squishy if you are able to do that. You've got the damage potential, you've got that scaling coming through again, remember, from the Hoodwink, right? Level 15 now, so extra couple of Akon shot bounces. Also has the Hunter's Boomerangs for even more of that damage output increase.
Do you think that's a good ability? I'm kind of like, I think about like the impacts of like buying shards, like for some heroes, it's like amazing, but Hoodwink, I don't know if I'd ever really buy it unless you think it's good.
I love it personally. Like I think it's just like, it's so cheap for what it does. Like 20% incoming spell damage increase is good at all stages of the game. Early on, people don't have high HP, so it's obviously going to be very effective. But later on, it's still percentage, right? It's not a flat figure. So, you know, once you start to really scale yourselves, it's going to get even stronger and stronger. And remember, it's spell damage, not magic damage. So even things like the Sleight of Fist and your own Q on the Hoodwink are still going to be incredibly effective against it.
One Abyssal Blade completed. Double damage on the Troll. Did scout out the Ember there, but the thing is, they need themselves a catch here, and ASAKURA. Speaking of catch, they may find it. Oh!
Little slow there
Timber
from Lies.
attempting to blink in. Oh, nice telekinesis. Hexing up the Ember. They'll attempt to try and find the damage now. BKB along with the Stampede as well. Ember actually able to survive through
He's
it.
Back in.
Oh, never mind. He actually will be found. Taken down. Ember down for 80 seconds.
Oh, Satanic nearly died to the Tormentor as well while all of this was going on.
So we'll find the Crystal Maiden too. That will be 2 kills there. Interestingly, the Ember did decide to actually go back in. That was
yeah, he had a Remnant. He just chose to go in further as opposed to going back towards the safety of his base, giving up his life as well as the CMs, and they don't even get the Tormentor out of it. Would it have been going to anyway? CM or Centaur, it looks like. CM's is pretty good, honestly, but certainly not what you want a Morphling to be just away from the team from at this stage.
So now with 2 heroes down, they'll attempt to siege the high ground. Try and find this tier 3. They should be able to get it. I mean, Ember down for 30. No buyback available. Nice item pickup here, though, especially against the Troll Warlord, a Butterfly. But committing that in order for no buyback, a little bit risky. We'll see if it plays off as they're laying into the melee racks right now.
It's decided. he picked it first before the Satanic, so he's committed to it. You're not King, you're not Satanic, you're Butterfly.
We were committed to calling him Butterfly as well, so it works out. Oh, catching Rubik. Goof Stomp. Where's the follow-up? Coming forward with the Carder. Oh, Remnants away.
Oh, even the
dodges.
Blink.
Oh, the Mantis. Wait, what? Oh, slowed down. Destroyed. Ember Spirit coming in there with the Sleight of Fist. They find 1 kill. Actually stop a TP secondly there onto the Undying. Trying to attempt to flee. Rooted in place there with the Gleipnir. That will be a 2nd kill for sure. Double kill for the Ember Spirit. There it is.
Man, he was nearly able to get away, though, on the Rubik. Just a little bit slow to use the Fate Bolt onto the Illusions. Might have been able to have that Blink Dagger available once again, but whew, that was certainly a close one. And, well, despite being 11k behind, looks like Yellow Submarine, they're going to be the ones on the front foot. Want to try and force a glyph out here from ASAKURA, and finally they will be able to do so. Really is pretty damn even, right? Like, you're down 1 melee racks. Not the worst. Definitely recoverable. It's just a matter of using this time where you find a couple of pickoffs to either prioritize Roshan, which has the potential of being up in 1 minute. It's going to be during the daytime, so it's on your side of the map, which you're absolutely loving. But you also need to consider, do we have map control in terms of vision? And looking at the map right now, I see one observer ward outside of like the top power rune that Yellow Submarine have placed down. Not near any main objectives. So I think that's the big thing they need to be prioritizing right now. Just a little bit more understanding of where they can play and how they can make the right jump happen.
I was just looking back on that fight too, especially when they picked themselves off both the supports here on Yellow Submarine, and when they caught themselves the Rubik, they committed the Stampede. The two Manta-style illusions here on the Morphling actually trampled over him and slowed him down. That's why Rubik was slowed down for so long there. That was really beneficial. I gotta say, big impact on the Manta-style illusions. Oh, usually the case.
Dire are
Here we go. How quick will Roshan respawn? That is the million-dollar question. 2
Oh.
minutes. All right. So still going to be on the Radiant side. So it's still giving them a little bit of an advantage here, but this is the downside to being down one melee racks, right? Mid lane is going to be passively pushing in, and you don't have your Ember Spirit right now. Of course, he can get back to them at any time. Got to be very careful of how long he sticks around. Just wants to clear out those siege creeps, I guess.
I mean, Ember not here, but does have a Remnant to come back. Should
He
choose.
does. Yeah. It only had about a quarter duration left on it, so he had to. And they instantly go into the smoke as well. But again, neither team has vision, really.
It's just broke. They've got all nice Hex. Can they make any use of it? Ember able to live through it. BKB is there. They'll attempt to turn it around, but the Tombstone comes out. ASAKURA. They will take down the Tombstone there, indeed, from Butterfly. Crystal Maiden will fall. Meanwhile, though, they've caught themselves the Ember Spirit with the Abyssal Blade and the Root. Now attempting to try and find Butterfly. This BKB will expire soon as Knight laying in the damage there. The bash coming out onto Morphling. Will try and attempt to use the Manta-style illusions, but will be found. That is 3 dead. A buyback here from Crystal Maiden also. Looks like they're going to find 4 kills on ASAKURA, and they will do so indeed. Killing spree for Young G. They find themselves all 3 cores here on Yellow Submarine, as now they will look to go forward and try and find themselves possibly the bottom set of racks.
No, I mean, you bought back on just the one support, the Undying. Obviously, CM had to do it as well, so the main priority, if she ends up showing herself, it's a lot of control that you're removing if you're able to take her out, but looks like CM's absolutely nowhere near the rest of the team. She even TP'd to? She TP'd to the outpost, and now she's having to run across the top side? It kind of feels like it. She's not there. This is a one squirrel defense, and well, it looks like Rue doesn't even want that.
Yeah, they'll take themselves an easy bottom set of racks. The melee racks mid lane is also gone, so really no need to stay there any longer. They'll just bat themselves off, try and check themselves the Roshan, because it is indeed up. They can get themselves at Aegis now for the 2nd time, which will really benefit Knight here. Actually going for a 6 item here. I hadn't seen this, but he's got himself an MKB. So I wonder what he's going to swap out. Maybe perhaps his power treads for the Aegis?
Probably. Yeah, I would imagine so. I mean, I wonder what point you even want to consider going like a Blink Dagger on the Troll, just to really get in onto those backlines, right? Get them rooted really early on. Take out the supports, especially like incredibly squish, especially the Hoodwink. So if they're able to do that, that would be pretty amazing. But you got to say he feels pretty much unbeatable at this point. Right? Level 25, almost level 26. He's got a strong dispel as well. So just not really as kiteable as you wanted him to be.
Yeah. I mean, Satanic soon to come out here for the Morphling, but do you think that'll be enough? Because I'm seeing these roots and ensnares from the Troll here, from the Berserker's Rage, and it really is difficult to actually combat the amount of damage being outputted here by the Troll.
No, it certainly is. It really just... I sound like a bit of a broken record, but it comes down to who can get the jump, right? Like, they didn't that time around. They placed their Observer Wards, 1 inside of the Lotus Pool and 2 next to the Twin Gate, but then they were the ones that moved away from those and tried to make a kill attempt happen, and the initiation wasn't ideal.
Dire are scared.
They can get a real backstab here. This would be
I mean,
big.
that was a good scan. That was a good scan from ASAKURA. They know that they're going to wrap around here eventually. There it is. They will find the kill on
Dieback.
dying, though, there nonetheless. Down for 80 seconds. Is that they catch themselves the Ember. BKB will be activated.
Kill what's
Attempting to try
killable.
and find the Rubik. The Yules is there. As now here comes the Battle Trance laying into the Centaur. Warrunner attempting to run away there with a Stampede, but will be rooted down. There'll be a 2-for-1 here, attempting to find the Squirrel. Jumping forward there with the Astral Steps, finds the kill. That's 3 dead now on Yellow Submarine. None of these heroes having buyback. It's only the Ember Spirit and the Morphling. What can they do here to stop their base falling? I don't think they can do much here, though.
No, they can't. I mean, maybe Ember goes forward and Sleight of Fist the mid-wave to get his buyback and then goes in to try and stall things out a little bit, but it seemed like he'll be able to. Gets the buyback at least, but can you withstand this 4-man push in a 2v4 situation? I don't think so. Still has the
Tier
Aegis.
1. Satanic on the way for Knight 2 on the Troll. Now the Ancient exposed. Well, actually going to get away is meanwhile they catch themselves the Ember Spirit. Look at that! Finding a kill, but the buyback from Hoodwink now. Buyback available for the Ember also. Sharpshooter will miss.
Nearly nailed Knight at the very back there, but was able to sidestep just at the very end. Just popping a Satanic to make sure he's at full HP for this push on forward. I think the fact that Ember didn't buy back is leaving them relatively weaker. Again, it's a matter of baiting, right? You've got to make sure that you try and push them in. Here we go.
Well, there's the buyback. Yeah, they'll attempt to try and find Rubik, but Rubik able to survive through it all again. It's now they'll attempt to turn it around. The Centaur dead. They will maybe perhaps find the Rubik is still living through it.
How's
Oh,
he
the
alive?
Tombstone actually saves him. They will root in place the Troll here too. With that Battle Trance coming off, he still has himself that Aegis on the aggressive hit. They've lost themselves too. They root in place. The Abyssal Blade is there. 2 onto the Morphling. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The Berserker's Rage risking in place, but the buyback there. Trying to come back in. Trying to lay into this Ancient right now, but GG will be called as the Morphling taken out there too by a Dagon. As game 1 will go to ASAKURA.
Yes, it will indeed. MVP, I don't think I have any confusions as to who there is. It was Lies all throughout, right? Like, dominated the laning phase. Yes, he was supported quite heavily by Jeffrix in terms of building up a lot of those stacks to be able to enable him to get so heavy on the farm early on, get that big XP and gold lead, but at the end of the day, you have to deliver. I thought his itemization was perfect in terms of his survivability. I thought he probably wouldn't have even died that one time if Undying had been able to get off some of the soul rips and mechs and all that sort of thing. But yeah, Scythe of Ice, perfect for this game. It was a pretty good draft overall, and, well, this time around, Smiling Knight showing why he is a TI veteran.
For sure. I mean, I think Fezor did a great job as well on the Rubik. I mean, the amount of times that they tried to take him out during the team fights, and he was able to get away, whether it would be stolen spells or the Yule Scepter or blinking away. He did a superb job at attracting all the attention to him, which then led the rest of his team to just follow up on that and actually punish Yellow Submarine for actually attempting to take down this Rubik, because they committed, I feel like they committed quite a lot for him.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, he was the only one that was killable. Him and Undying, right? So at the very end, you've got to kill something to try and weaken them, to try and remove a lot of these, like, you know, Force Staffs, the Tombstone, the amp damage from the Flesh Golem, all these sorts of things. But at the end of the day, it was just too much. They were too far behind in net worth. There were a couple of fights that I think they just didn't take in an advantageous position for themselves. And, yeah, I think ASAKURA really punished them accordingly. So game 1 going their way.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will be indeed taking a break, so stay tuned, because just in a couple of minutes we'll be back with Game 2 shortly. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see the outcome for Game 2 shortly. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Elite League Eastern Europe Close Qualifier. My name's Epidamnos, joining me is Danog. We just had ourselves game 1 out of the best of 3 between Yellow, Submarine and ASAKURA. And of course, ASAKURA, if you were watching game 1, they were able to take themselves a comfortable game 1 out of the best of 3 as we're proceeding to go into a game 2. Danog, how are you feeling for game 2, man? And what do you think the outcome's going to be, especially with what we saw from game 1? Do you think ASAKURA will be able to take a 2-0 here, or do you think Yellow Submarine, they still have some wiggle room here to push back and get themselves an equalization game?
Felt pretty evenly matched, to be honest, right? I feel like it was just a matter of they played the map a little bit better on ASAKURA. We saw, we highlighted, the observer wards that were placed down after a single solid team fight that they had at like the 15 or so minute mark, and that basically gave them another 6 minutes of just complete understanding of exactly where Yellow Submarine were moving. We already commended the itemization from Smiling Knight, going that pretty early basher just to make sure that they can make up for their relative lack of control that they had, and also just doubled down on that with Lies with the Scythe of Vice as well on his Timber Saw that had an amazing game. So I think it was more ASAKURA doing good things as opposed to Yellow Submarine doing poor things, although I did mention a couple of times that I really felt like some of the fight selection, or at least where exactly the fights took place by Yellow Submarine, could have been a little bit better.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
It definitely could, but as of course we did see the troll, as you mentioned, with the Skull Basher having absolute havoc. It was kind of hard for Ember Spirit and Morphling to try and counteract against that. So maybe perhaps we'll see the picks turn out to be a little bit different within game 2, so they're not heavily favored, because I felt when we were speaking about the draft, you asked me about the troll, whether I liked it here, and I said I liked it a lot, and it turned out to be quite a good pick. I mean, especially against Ember and Morphling. So if they change around the carries and it doesn't have that significant impact, then maybe perhaps we will see a different game, because as we were speaking about, not that the chat could hear, but it's something that we spoke about personally when we were having a look at each other's games. You know, you pick Troll Warlord and you're up against a Razor, and then that can just turn around differently.
Just don't run it down. Never do that, but just resign yourself to something else, you know? And I feel like it was kind of that way with ASAKURA, right? Where you had Phasor basically playing a mini game of his own, which was just try and stay away from the rest of the team. That was what he was doing the entire time, right? Like, he just had to try and dodge, and he was doing a pretty good job at it. Still, of course, died the 7 times, but that really isn't the full representation of what's happening. You look at all the cause, 4 deaths between all of them, and I think you're very happy if that's the case.
Remaining.
Yeah, and a first pick Bat Rider. A little bit different, but a lovely pick nonetheless. We do see it from time to time, a Bat Rider. Is this a position 4 or position 5? Because I know it can be potentially either. It could be potentially flex as well, but it's a very rare case that we do usually see this hero core anymore. It's quite often a support role, but 4 or 5 I'm very uncertain of.
Can be either in this game, and I think it's also a bit of a block pick as well. You have ASAKURA who went for the first pick overall, I think partially because they wanted to try and take this one away from Yellow Submarine. It's one of their most hotly contested heroes, so it was banned in Phase 1 last game. This time around, they've got the first pick overall, so they're going to look to try and yoink it.
And Centaur picked up once again here for Yellow Submarine. I mean, they felt comfortable with the Centaur. I mean, I didn't think it was a Centaur fault from game 1. If anything, I think Centaur did help them, so they're comfortable with picking this hero up again.
And they didn't even need to be the ones to ban the Lifestealer either. It was actually ASAKURA that did it. So, yeah, they're like, sure, we'll take one for free, have a nice little laning phase for ourselves.
10 seconds remaining.
I have to wonder, like, should they have gotten more out of the laning phase with a Centaur Hoodwink combination? That's a pretty strong lane. Like, as soon as you're level 2, anything can die. So it must have just been some really solid positioning coming through from ASAKURA. Obviously, Troll has the advantage of being a ranged hero effectively. But yeah, certainly Undying didn't give his life away too many times in the laning stage either.
No, he's quite an annoyance during the early stage, I think, when you're a melee offlaner. I mean, especially strength as well, like Centaur Warrunner. If he keeps on applying the decay to you to the point where you only have around about, what, 500, 600 HP as a Centaur, it's kind of like, well,
remaining.
And you're like,
I don't
should
wanna
I double
initiate.
edge? Should I? I don't know.
Radiant
So yeah, it's
team
kind of difficult. But they will ban up the troll, realizing that it had itself quite a big impact, and they don't want to follow that step again. So they'll ban it out. So we'll see Troll Warlord gone, and we'll see what they will pick up now for Yellow
10
Submarine. Do
seconds
they want to
remaining.
pick something here that will synergize with the Centaur once again? Will they be
5
comfortable with
seconds
picking up
remaining.
Hoodwink like they did in Game 1, or will it be something different?
Dire team pick.
Techies.
Okay, yeah. I'm totally on board with the techies. I still think he's got one of the most busted Aghanim shards in the entire game. Just the amount of damage that you're able to deal with the reactive taser being buffed up, being able to cast it on allies. It really
10 seconds
tears illusions a
remaining.
new one as well. I quite like it. And of course, you just have a
5
really
seconds
solid laning
remaining.
stage. You're one of these freaking universal heroes that are able to just benefit from whatever item you choose to go down. And it gives you a lot of map control, right? Like, you really hinder the impact of a lot of smokes if you're just clever with your proximity mines placement inside your own jungle. It means that they can't invade into you without you knowing.
Yeah, they pick up the
10
Rubik
seconds
again, though,
remaining.
here for ASAKURA.
Admiral
So it'll be
Conquer.
very nice here to steal the Stampede and Conquer. Oh, Conquer being picked up. Most likely a offlaner could go the mid lane. There is a possibility of that. Do you think it's more of an offlane here, Danog?
10 seconds.
Don't know
remaining.
yet. I mean, you're probably not laning into either of the heroes revealed by Yellow Submarine,
5
so
seconds remaining.
you've got the potential to just say, you know what, we'll wait it out. We'll wait for them to reveal these next two picks. They feel, I guess, that this is what was the most flexible that they were comfortable with at the time, and as well, it's a pretty good counter to the Centaur, right? In terms of the Stampede, just X mark, and well, you're not actually getting away.
Yeah.
Radiant team pick.
And for the third pick here, Enchantress.
Okay, I like it. I mean, it's a lot more aggression, which I do want from Yellow Submarine.
Dire team pick.
I wonder if they're going to go down a different sort of route with both of their like position 1 and 2, because that was very much a solo call. Like, it was a hard carry, 4 protect 1 style draft where they put everything onto the back of Butterfly, and unfortunately he wasn't able to deliver. You know, there were a couple of times where he died where he probably
10
shouldn't have, you know,
seconds
just giving his life up for free, full agi morphing, being agi treads, and just getting
5
blown up by a
seconds
timber saw.
remaining.
You don't have as much of that potential this time, especially being a Sven. You're just generally a little bit beefier, but
Dire team
you do
back.
still have the risk of getting kited around a little bit. And, well, it looks like ASAKURA are doubling down on that a little bit further. So what have you got now? You've got X marks, you've got the tidal wave, you've got lasso, you've got flame break. Life isn't easy for this Sven, and they do not have a lot of reliable stun
10
catch for this
seconds
puck.
remaining.
Oh, I mean, this is a little bit of the same scenario that happened in Game 1, Danog. I mean, Morphling able to get the farm here and have some impact, but getting
Radiant
locked in
team
place
back.
and not able to move around like the hero is meant to. And now we've got another kind of similar scenario where it actually affects the impact of the carry here. So as you're saying, Sven, how the heck is he going to be able to deal off his damage? I don't know. It's going to be some miracle
10 seconds
that comes
remaining.
out here to try and help Sven.
So
Get his
what
damage
I
up.
want to see here is a little bit of flex in terms of the overall strategy that Yellow Submarine have, right? Like, yes, Butterfly, Satanic, he is an incredible player. You know, one of the real prodigies of Dota. Probably the first real one that we've had ever since Sumail, right? But you gotta try and give the reins over to your mid laner if it's a good game for it. And I feel like this is the sort of game where a TA could really
10
pop off,
seconds
right? Like, you're
remaining.
against a puck in lane, TA wins that every single time. It's also a hero
5
that's able
seconds
to
remaining.
really hit a really early item spike timing, and you're playing alongside of an Enchantress who's going to be upping the tempo as well. So I think if you could get into like this draft that has some minus armor, techies can go into something like a Solar Crest, Enchantress goes
Dire
drums,
team back.
you know, makes a lot of this push happen, and then you're able to get, you know, early towers, early Roshan, you take away a lot of the map that ASAKURA have to play around with, and then what are they supposed to do, right? They have to rely on their team fight, and if you've just got that much of a lead, maybe that team fight advantage isn't really going to
10
be
seconds
worth that much.
remaining.
Okay,
Doesn't
yeah,
help them in terms of
I
locking
do
down
see
the
that.
puck.
5 seconds remaining.
So I actually think that the Templar Assassin, with what you've mentioned here, actually, just hearing you speak about the advantages of that, I'd say it's pretty good. You know, you just said that it will have a great time against Puck on the mid lane. I feel that Kunkka does not have himself a lot of armor during the early stages of the game. So with the
There's
meld,
not really a lot of damage
especially
over
with
time
Sven.
as well, right? For the refraction.
Yeah.
Like, yes, Batrider, and I guess Torrent, and if Puck goes into a Witchblade, sure. But outside of that, nothing really at this point. And the only thing that I'm concerned about then is if they go into TA, they still don't have enough lockdown for this Puck. Like, Puck is still going to have a completely free game. So what is the strat for them? They're going to actually yoink it away. This is a really solid strat, right? Like, depending on your positioning against the Sven, you can get some pure damage, so you're not worrying about the Warcry if you're able to land those side blades. You're providing... Like, Sven can't just two-hit you if you're a TA, if you've got that
10
refraction up.
seconds remaining.
And, well, speaking of very little damage over time,
5
that is Yellow
seconds
Submarine.
remaining.
They have effectively 0 damage over time. They might have been able to make this work if Ember Spirit was still in the pool, but ASAKURA have banned it out. So this is some really solid drafting by them.
So what will they pick now that Templar Assassin has been stolen?
Can
Got
you
15
invoke her or
seconds.
something? Like, it's okay against the Puck. You can get a little bit of lockdown. You can, provide the stuns. You're a vessel builder, so that's good against a beefy Kunkka. You can give Alacrity over to the Sven. I'm not sure I love it, though. Strong
I feel like they need some more lockdown.
Sure, I'm fine with this.
I mean, Pangolier, Rolling Thunder. I mean, how the heck are you going to catch this puck? That's what I'm wondering. Maybe like with a hoof stomp or techies jumping out of the trees with a blast off.
Yeah,
that's the only thing that I can think of.
This is going to be a little bit of a slower paced game than I was thinking for Yellow Submarine, so they're still going to go into the whole 4 Protect 1 style strat. You've got an Enchantress to be able to make things happen, but I really feel like these team fights aren't going to pop off until a race has like 3rd item, maybe? I mean, I think you need the Diffusal Blade, obviously, just to be able to scale. It's still a great item for the Pango. Blink Dagger, absolute necessity if you're going to look to try and lock down either Young G or Knight. But you also need a Basher as well, just so that you're not completely relying on that ultimate to be able to make a lot of these team fights happen. So, relative to that, ASAKURA, they aren't anywhere near as cooldown reliant, right? TA is ready to go at all stages of the game. Sven needs the God Strength. Puck, pretty ready to go a lot of the time. Like, the Dream Coil doesn't exactly have the longest cooldown. Kunkka, pretty tanky at all stages, right? So, I think we're going to have, like, a lot of skirmishing on the laning phase, then this period of, like, not much happening from, like, 10 to 20 minutes, and then after that, it's going to become a bloodbath once again.
Yeah, I mean, even with the Sven pick, though, actually, looking back on it, when we mentioned about this, the Templar Assassin, Templar Assassin really is only the mega damage dealer against the Sven. Obviously, of course, he has the Warcry. I feel that the other heroes are not going to have a massive impact upon the Sven if Sven is able to get a lot of farm, but we will see. We will see. I mean, maybe, perhaps, they can get themselves a cheeky lasso off here onto Sakura, catch themselves a butterfly, and bring him into the midst where Knight can just lay in the damage with the meld.
Yeah, I mean, eventually you might get on Young G a Parasma for the Puck as well, which, a bunch of magic damage, that'll be able to deal with the Sven relatively well. And again, it might just be another one of these games that they did pretty well in game number 1 of just kite it out, right? If he pops his God Strength in BKB, try and run away as best you can. You've got a Blink Dagger buyer on the Templar Assassin. Puck, obviously, great mobility. You've got Firefly on the Batrider to be able to get away. It's basically only the Kunkka that's going to be a little bit vulnerable in that sort of situation. And even then, if, whatever we want to call him... Jeffrix he's going by now, but obviously it's Phasor, can just go into the Aghanim Shard, right? And then you just lift someone up onto some high ground, and what's a Sven going to do about that?
Absolutely nothing.
The battle begins.
Well, maybe perhaps something, but still, it's going to be impactful. But yeah, bounty runes spawn up 2 and 2 between both teams, so no change there. No early fights from what we're usually used to. But Puck versus the Pangolier on the mid. Now, I have not seen this matchup in a while. We'll see how it goes. I think Puck maybe perhaps will come out on top, especially being range, and you've got yourself 2 abilities here with Nuke, and the Dream Coil is going to be big, especially at level 6, which will stop the Pangolier from committing Rolling Thunder. So I don't think it's going to be an exciting mid. I just think it's just going to be leaned quite a bit towards the Puck. I think the side lanes might give us.
I don't think there's going to be any kill threat in the mid lane.
Yeah.
But it's a good. I'm going to keep my eyes on it just because I really want to see the laning mechanics of these 2 players. I really feel like Pango is actually a pretty good answer to the Puck in terms of high physical damage against Puck, who's a very low armor hero, but they've just really nerfed that swashbuckle over the months, right? So it becomes a lot harder to be able to land it. It's just got such short range right now, and Puck, like you said, being a ranged hero, very rarely needs to be in a sort of position to get hit by it.
Yeah. So what I was speaking about here, it is indeed the Batrider position 5, with Rubik being the 4, of course, Bezor on the Rubik. What lane's most interesting here, Danog? Out of the lanes we're presented here, what piques your interest? This bottom lane?
In terms of where the kills are going to come from?
Yeah.
Probably bot. I mean, anytime I see an Enchantress, you know that there's going to be some sort of aggression coming up against it. It's level 2 now. Doesn't have any creeps yoinked just yet. Obviously using the slow to try and out-trade against the Rubik, which should be pretty successful at that. I want to see him just put 1 point into the impetus. I feel like it's really important just to be able to survive that, and I don't think he's really under too much threat of dying in this lane early on. Pretty good positioning of the lane so far by ASAKURA. Both lanes really push quite close to their tower. Yeah, there was a creep pull happening though. Looks like Phasor has been able to interrupt most of it though, so not going to be the absolute worst.
I think this matchup is going to go to around about 20 minutes in, because obviously, of course, both teams have themselves a carry that kind of wants to migrate to the jungle for around about 10 or 15 minutes to get the items that they need to have impact. So we're just going to see a 4v4 scenario for like the first 20 minutes and just let the carries farm.
Pretty much. Oh, sorry, top side. They're making a bit of a play here on Tonight. Doesn't have any points in the refraction, so it was under a little bit of danger of dying. It's really going to depend on who wants to make that early aggressive move, right? With an Enchantress, you generally want to be pushing in general. So I feel like ASAKURA might force a little bit of action towards the top side, and that might result in, maybe an overcommittal. Maybe they lose a team fight. And if that happens around the 15-minute mark and TA lives, there's Roshan right there. It's opened up right for you. You can use some of that minus armor to look to take it out and get a real early one. So you'd imagine that you really want to make sure that you're making that aggression happen before that point. Around maybe the 5-minute mark is where you want to see Ench start to make a little bit of a rotation.
Yeah.
5:30 is generally ideal, just because, you can get some power runes potentially. You can look to see if there's any stacks been built up. You can still play with the siege creep by the time it gets to the lane. Makes a lot of sense.
Is under attack.
Finally is able to de-ward the hard camp that was blocked up, so obviously wants a strong creep to be able to play around with. Has the Alpha Wolf at the moment on that bottom side.
Yeah, this top lane's looking all not that entertaining at the moment in regards to value, which is pretty much felt. Maybe perhaps we'll see a turnaround here once Techies gets a few more levels. At mid lane, however, it's going to be 5 minutes soon. Still not level 6 as of yet. Will still be, I think, another 2 minutes before that happens.
No stacks
Bottom
being
lane.
built up just yet.
Yeah.
Nothing for either Sven or TA, two of the great stack takers, to be able to benefit from.
Ooh. I mean, Techie's on the run now. Batrider hot on the trail. The meld damage is there. First blood will go to the Templar Assassin here. Knight gets the kill.
I'm surprised that they haven't tried to commit a little bit further onto the Centaur himself. And yeah, here we go. Looking to make a bit of a play. Just the one ring of protection that he's playing with, but going underneath the tier 1 tower provides him a little bit of an armor buff. Also, it doesn't have a stick as well, so you could probably get away with, leveling up at least 1 point in the sticky napalm.
Yeah.
Scouting out a few of these stacks is the core. So this could be potentially where the next few fights start to happen. Actually going to stack for the enemy team. Okay, maybe feeling confident, but oh, Young G, that was a really short use of the jaunt there. Try and maybe go for a dive, and well, it looks like top side is where the triple damage rune spawns. So oh, nicely done by Rune.
Nice steal. Now they'll attempt to try and find the Batrider. They will do so indeed. They're being heavily slowed by the shield crash. And a lovely jump there from the tech. Chung G attempting to
Nicely done.
flee there from the damage. Able to dodge the sticky bomb there with the phase shift.
This is the perfect rotation coming through from the Ench, right? And probably the best creep that you could possibly get. The Wild Wing Ripper, it's one of the tankiest of all the creeps. You've got that armor buff as well. You can tank up a bunch of these hits for the tower. You keep the siege creep alive, and you end up getting the first blood over to your mid. So this is just some really solid play coming from ASAKURA. And wouldn't you know it, he's already got a Warpine Raider to be able to play around with too. So this is a tower gone just off the back of basically only an Enchantress.
Yeah, the power of an Enchantress, as you see, starting to flow through this early game, taking that middle tier 1 tower at 7 minutes, opening up quite a lot of potential here now for Yellow Submarine to pressure on further against the ASAKURA. What will they do with it? I mean, we already see Pangolier already pressing further on near this tier 2, still keeping up the pressure against the puck at this moment in time. The techies with these rotations now looking to move bottom here. I mean, still no God Strength available on the Sven, so doesn't look like they're able to actually get any kills here on the bottom lane as of yet. Though meanwhile,
Away.
I think they could get a kill here onto Enchantress. Dream Coil, it will be committed. Trying to live through it now with the Nature's Attendants. The TP's there, and there's no cancel. Gets away fine. The nuke damage not enough to take down this level 4 Enchantress. Will survive through all of it.
And all the while they took a double stack. It might have even been a triple that ASAKURA had built up inside of their own triangle. So for them to be able to get that all while not even losing a single hero, it's a really good sign for them. This is a game where
X-Mark.
deep.
Flame breaks back. TP. No cancel there. Already used the X-Marks in the Torrent. There's no lasso either, so got away fine. That's the second time now that Yellow Submarine have done that.
And this is also having the coolness, the calmness, the ice in the veins to not just spam that TP double click to be able to go back to base. He just goes down to the outpost, making sure that he's not going to lose out too much on farming time. Keeps himself down there, keeps himself very survivable, instantly delivering out a fresh TP scroll if he needs it. It's a very nice play by the king, Mr. Butterfly. I was just saying before with the race, I really want to commend just his individual skill play, right? He's hitting a lot of his skill shots here, and that's why he's been able to open up this big lead against the puck. A lot of harass against the puck. Looks like he might be in a little bit of trouble here on the Centaur, though.
Doesn't
Saving
have
the
himself
stomp.
the Stampede. Nice stomp usage there, but will still fall from the damage of the puck. Just had enough mana to use that illusory orb. They will find the kill onto the Centaur. Meanwhile, though, Mask of Madness picked up for the Sven. I think should have level 4 or level 3 cleave And with this Mask of Madness, we'll start to be able to farm up, yeah, level 4 cleave.
Yep, triple stacks
Start
inside
farming
the
that
ancient
stuff.
camp as well. So, oh, actually, they are able to get a bit of a jump here onto ASAKURA. Nice stomp there. It's so scary to go against a good Ench player, man. They just cut off so many areas of the map, and there's literally nothing that you can do. It's just one of the strongest possible heroes in a 1v1 situation early on.
And that is a Diffusal Blade rush on Pangolier here. No boots at all.
Sure. I mean, if you're just looking to try and farm and dominate, I guess he's made a few movements, but most of them have been like to around his general area, so doesn't need it.
They might go for bat here again. Pangolier ready, coming forward there with the swashbuckle.
A little late
Though.
there on the diffusal.
X marks. Actually cancelling there, the Rolling Thunder. Boat comes in, the Dream Coil there, latched onto the Pangolier. Will he be able to survive through it all? Shield
yes,
crash
he will.
there onto 2. Rolling Thunder now, turning it back around. Stunning up Batrider a second time, a third time. Gets the kill. Killing spree for the Pangolier. Will live through all of that there, with thanks to the level 3 shield crash. Just reducing the amount of damage that he takes there within that Dream Coil that was utilized upon him. Very nice attempt there from ASAKURA, but they will not get the kill. And this tech is really laying it in for them on Yellow Submarine.
He is, and like, Erase just played that incredibly well, right? He knew his limitations. He probably wouldn't have been in that area if he didn't have that power rune drop down. So they even got them to expend a sentry ward as well. That's more gold lost, and yeah, gets away scot-free with a kill. So he is just playing an incredibly good game on this Pangolier right now, and he's even got his arcane boots to be able to play around with the rest of his team. So I wonder if he's going to look to try and connect with ASAKURA in the not too distant future, who is going that drums of endurance that I was talking about. So
I really like the fact, I know it's a while ago in the patch, but I really like the fact that you can now do something with the drums now, instead of it, you know, just buying it and then that's it.
Sell it
you
at the
have
end.
no charges.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I have a soft spot as well in my heart for teams that are, or other players that use every single drum charge before they upgrade it to the Boots of Bearing. Just you want to get that efficiency, you know, that max value.
I think I still remember when that used to be the case very long ago with Diffusal Blade, if you remember that.
Mm-hmm. There were two
when
ranks
you
to
only had when you only had limited charges, but then you had to save like the recipe to get yourself a second pair of charges.
Mm-hmm. This is that quietish period that I was talking about, though, right? 10 to 20 minutes, not a ton happening. Just wanting to get up into, you know, your ultimates, build up into that item, whether it be the drums or, you know, something else that's going to buff up, the diffusal. Looks like they're looking to try and make a play up towards this top side, maybe feeling quite confident in the ability to make a play. I mean, yeah, you've got the Blink Dagger coming out to the Centaur, but it's not quite there yet, so maybe they'll get there a little bit too soon. End up just waiting around here as opposed to going for a kill.
Yeah, Rue's going to take the lead here with the smoke, try and
doesn't have a ward,
scout
though.
out some vision.
So yeah, this is that's the whole thing, right? Probably the communication would have been, yeah, let's go make a gank, but just 10 seconds too soon they made that rotation. Could have potentially shoved the lane in one more time, prevented the puck from being able to fight as effectively. Oops, speaking of puck.
Yeah, nice blast off. Dream Coil there, Waning Rift, trying to escape phase shift. Not able to dodge the Rolling Thunder, will be found. Opening in now. Connect there onto 2, along with the Torrent there, and the Lasso also actually turning it around and getting a mid lane of their own. They will find the Pangolier there. Very nice uses, but they will pay the price for indeed catching the Pangolier, as Kunkka will fall there also.
Man, I've been complimenting Erase all throughout that. He stuffed up like 4 different times in that one fight. His Rolling Thunder was facing the wrong way, then he uses the bounce a little bit too early. He falls ass first into the perfect lock coming out of the phase shift, and then, yeah, just commits a little bit too far underneath that tier 2 tower. Really solid game so far, but yeah, I guess it still works out for him, so we'll take it.
I was quite surprised to see Sven rotating in here at 14 minutes as well. I mean, especially with a Mask of Madness and the cleave, usually you don't see that guy for, like, beyond 20 minutes, but actually rotated in on the mid lane to help obtain a kill on the mid laner.
Radiant's middle
Yeah,
tower
and
is
I
under
love the
attack.
fact that he's going a Blink Dagger as well. You know, we've been saying, like, how are they actually going to be able to confirm kills onto this lineup? And it's Blink, right? You got to get onto the back lines. It's what I was honestly hoping for with the TA as well. Like, let TA take the reins if you had it on your team, and have Sven be a tiny bit more towards that utility route, right? Go the Blink Dagger, but it seems like they're saying, you know what, TA or no TA on our team, we still need this Blink on the
Dire's
Sven.
top tower has fallen.
Yeah, they do. But
But
both
this
teams
is good.
quite close to each other here. I mean, apart from Kunkka. Kunkka is on the bottom lane here trying to pressure this tier 1. They're actually looking for a solo pick-off here. They want to go for the Sven. Sven revealing himself right now on the lane, but will get back very quickly with thanks to the increased movement speed there of Warcry. They will not get themselves a pick-off here, so this smoke actually...
They can't
coming
see
in
Rue at the
handy, though.
moment. There's a handy little ward that he's just placed down here. They clearly want to fight. They feel like they're fight ready.
Oh yeah, they got themselves the X marks. Oh, a nice stomp there onto 2. The boat will connect. Rolling Thunder.
Nice roll.
Coming out. Blast off there too. As Techie's very close to death, will be found. Taken out, but in return, look at the stun damage coming out and the physical damage from the Sven. Finding the puck, but in return, they lose 3 for 2, however, with Sven getting himself a double kill there. Has to be careful. Does not have himself the God Strength to raise. Nice shield crash there. Gets the kill onto Rubik.
Oh, there's the side blades cleaved in onto him.
TA, just giant damage dealer here. I mean, maybe perhaps if they had themselves the God Strength, things would have turned out differently for the side of Yellow Submarine. But it will be a 3 for 2, well, a 4 for 2 here, actually. It'll only be Sven who survived through that, so... Funnily enough, ASAKURA, the ones that didn't look like that they were in a great advantage here with them being within the bed of the river. Actually, coming out on
Radiant's
top of that
bottom
team
tower
fight.
is under attack.
Yeah, but they took that fight all the while. Like, they had good vision on the Dire side, right? But they were also fighting right underneath an Observer Ward that's just getting dewarded right now by Rue. So I'm sure they're going to be like, man, why do we do this? Why do we give them every little bit of information that they could have possibly been hoping for? Another big thing is Phasor just absolutely went bonkers that fight. Instant steal of the Rolling Thunder, interrupted a little bit of the damage coming through, enabling the TA to just go to work, and he basically solo killed the Centaur.
Oh my gosh, and speaking of solo kill, Enchantress moving in there with the Satyr and getting a solo kill on the Batrider. No way to escape that, especially with the Enchant. The slow on Enchant is insane during the early stage of the game. It is so impactful, and God Strength being committed here. Lovely telekinesis, but it will not be enough to save Young G, who will fall here. They lose 2, potentially 3 now. They'll attempt to try and find the Rubik. They will do so there indeed. Hands off Pangolier, and with that, look at that! They get themselves 3 kills, and Sven's like, don't mind if I take this triple stack, not only on the big ancient stack, but on the large camp too. He helps get 2 kills there, and then he just cleans up their farm, and he is out of there.
And with one team fight, it's now a 4K net worth lead. So, like, this is what happens, right? You've got to be so careful of where exactly you're taking a lot of these fights. Freaking Enchantress still trying to just get some solo kills. No, not solo kills, but easy kills off onto the likes of the Batrider, and, well, the boys show up to be able to make it so.
Oh my gosh, and Centaur blinked away as well. Did not hit him. Blink Dagger was available. Got away there as they attempted to try and take down this Centaur, especially with the fact that he was on his own. Now Rubik may be dead here. There's Rolling Thunder being committed. Stun up the Rubik.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Perhaps Enchantress will clean it up. No, never mind. A raise coming in with the blink. We'll TP away now.
Feels to me like they're just waiting for Pessimist on his Centaur to get this halberd up, right? Because it's no BKB yet for Smiling Knight. So that's a big deal. That's a huge portion of your damage coming through. And I know you mentioned earlier on that, like, who's going to be the one killing the Sven? Sven hasn't been the first one into any of these fights. So you've even got that to be able to lean your hat on if you're Yellow Submarine, right? You're saying, look, we have even stronger potential to be able to start these fights and just pick off a couple of heroes.
Yeah. As net worth wise, look at this Sven. I mean, increased heavily there during that one fight, which we said he took all of those stacks and helped in obtaining 2 kills. They're going to go again. God Strength is ready. He's going to commit it, jump forward, right onto the Rubik. Goodbye, Rubik. A lot of damage being committed.
Oh, they actually find the TA?
The Sven, as now they'll attempt to try and find more. Yeah, Rolling Thunder connecting there onto the Templar Assassin.
Haste Rune just running out now.
Attempting to flee.
Ooh.
Will they be able to catch? Nice blink, but in return a blink there from Sven, along with the blast off too. The detection is there, taking down the Templar Assassin. You Luke stunned, TA stunned indeed. They will now rotate and even take themselves a Tormentor here too, getting themselves not only 2 kills but a shard on the Technics.
Come on, Asdecor, stick around. 10 seconds until that Wisdom Rune comes up. You got to yoink that away from them as well. Looks like they might leave that to... Maybe the race wants it. Pot already filled for free. Why not? They even stand inside of the Ancient Camp to make sure that there's fewer places for them to be able to farm. And they get a kill? A solo kill?
They did, yeah. Techies and Sven moving around on the top. Conquer 40 was alright, but even without the God Strength, Sven was still able to lay in the damage onto the Conquer. Surprisingly enough, no ship was committed there. Just took the death.
Going to Bloodthorn as well. I mean, that's another way to be able to combat the puck, right? Especially if you're going a little bit more of a greedy route. No Yules, not exactly Yules being common for the puck either, but yeah, no real defensive tools that they have right now.
Level 19 on this Sven. He is getting out of control here, Danog. He is having a lovely time here on the Sven. It is changed around for Butterfly now. What was once a kind of 50-50 on the Morphling. Didn't know whether it was been advantageous for him. He has just climbed in net worth here, and he is having significant impact within this game too.
Feels nice when you just get an inbuilt Battle Fury, doesn't it? You know, it's just, you can farm at any stage of the game. He's going to be level 20 as well, so... I wonder what he's going to go for. Extra 10 Warcry armor, probably. They don't exactly have a ton of slows on the ASAKURA side, and just the ability to make your team just that much more survivable is so significant.
I mean, big item coming out though now for ASAKURA, which is indeed this Agnim's on the Conquer, so able to obtain a Torrent Storm. They're actually going to smoke in here, Yellow Submarine. They're going to try and get themselves an initiation. They get the stun there onto the T8 in return. A lasso, lovely there onto the Pangolier, but able to live through it all. They will take down the Templar Assassin. The Torrent Storm coming out there, but the Rolling Thunder still having work here. They find themselves the Bat Rider here, locking in place the Conquer also. Conquer in some trouble, being stunned up time and time again with the God Strength from Butterfly, laying into him. They lose 3 here on the side of ASAKURA. And with that, what can they find? They could potentially just push this tier 2 also.
Yeah, probably going to choose, I would say, mid-tier 2 if they were going towards it, but clearly feeling that it's still that early on that... the res timers are going to be a significant factor. Could be Roche that they're leaning towards. No God Strength, but like you were saying before, even without that ultimate, it feels like King can take on anyone. Really shows the impact of no BKBs against this lineup, right? Don't exactly have a ton of stuns, but the ones that you do have, Erase is performing pretty damn well with it, right? TA was basically completely mana burned by the time she got back and was able to do anything. And, you know, at that point, you just put a Bloodthorn onto her, and without a BKB, what are you meant to do? No BKB means you're getting halberded. No BKB means you're getting double stunned. There's even the potential for Ench to be throwing out some impetus.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, Knight really is trying to obtain a BKB. As you said, what can you do when you don't have yourself a BKB? Around about 1,500 gold away. Yeah, they're going to go Roche here. Are they aware? I mean, they're heading in the wrong direction here on Yellow Submarine. Perhaps they can go through the Twin Gate.
He's walking up there in about 10 seconds, so do you have the damage to be able to do it just yet? You got the Desolator, you got the Mithril Hammer, but only half. This could be a big fight coming through. Eyes will be on that Twin Gate.
He's going to head through. The switch, can they get the Roshan? Oh, yes they can. They got it. Yep, able to take that just in time. They're expecting that Roshan to come through the Twin Gate, but
they weren't even able to get anything in response to that, so just trying to push in that top lane. Make sure that ASAKURA are losing these creeps. Some tower damage as well, of course.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Looks like they might be able to get a decent amount. I mean, they still have a glyph available, haven't lost a tier 2 as of yet. And it's the siege creep wave as well.
Yeah, they're not letting this fall to them on Yellow Submarine. They're still laying in the pressure even without an Aegis. Not a care here at the moment. They'll force out a glyph. A raise? So they have vision here of Rubik. Well, they definitely do now. That's a kill. Easy kill onto the Rubik. Nowhere to run.
Radiant are scanning.
King. Butterfly. Forward. Finds a quick kill onto the Batrider there. Also, silencing up the Bat. Not able to escape the grasp of the Sven.
8-0 and 4. Now for Butterfly, working into his Satanic. Not going the Butterfly first this time, but he does have the Bloodthorn completed. And no, he's going to walk under vision. I was about to say, if he stays hidden, might be able to make that a complete surprise.
Radiant's
We'll have to wait and see. Doesn't seem like there's too many ways for him to connect through to the rest of his team.
Yeah, has himself a TP, but the closest thing he can TP to is the tier 1 tower on the mid, and Conquer is going to move back with his team. It may look like they want to try and find themselves something here. Rolling Thunder coming in, stunning up the Puck. Puck's still okay though. Phase Shift and Illusory Orb away. They will find the Rubik in return. Mega kill for a raise. The ship comes in. Will only connect there onto the Centaur, but Array's still trying to lay out the damage, and gets the kill onto Batrider there. That was something lingering. I'm not sure what that was actually that lingered, but Bat had survived that onslaught, but was on about 10 HP.
Dragon Scale.
Died.
Neutral.
Oh! Dragon Scale. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine being killed by Dragon Scale.
I was killed by too many Naga Sirens that went Dragon Scale and just like ripped my towers to shreds. Like once it got to 30 minutes, you're like, all right, this game's over. There's nothing I can do. It was pretty obnoxious. It was still allowed to be there at TI. Arteezy didn't. It was disgusting. But at least you got the BKB now for Knight. Wasn't that effective. Like, it felt like he needed to pop it just to make sure that he didn't die. But, I mean, you got the Aegis, right? You got to make sure that they expend a lot so that then your BKB feels completely free.
Yeah.
Doing a great job of using the Satyr as well, just to be able to give Vision a roaming Observer Ward, it's feeling like. And
blink forward.
A jump, yeah.
Yeah, but with thanks to that refraction, able to blink away. That blink will not be disrupted. Oh, nice basher there with the shield crash. That's an easy kill there onto the bat. The buyback. With Rubik instantaneously taken out. Not able to get back there in the nick of time, but the X-Moths will bring back the Sven. But it will actually blink out of it. Will not be stunned there by the boat. The lasso being committed onto a raise. He's trying to live through it all with the shield crash. He's still living through the dream coils. Now they'll attempt to take down Knight. They will do so indeed. TA down, coming back for a second time. Though we have ourselves Butterfly in the background here, silencing up the Conquer. Will be found there by the Bloodforge. God Strength will expire. They will find themselves the Pangolier though nonetheless there on the side of ASAKURA. But with that Aegis, it doesn't work out well for them. And that was a fight, we have to remember, with this Aegis. And without the Aegis, it does look to be difficult for them.
It took so long for them to be able to get killed that Pango, man. I think he even one of the the shield crashes got interrupted by a torrent when he was mid-air, so he could have potentially had more barrier coming through. It's just that the fight lasted long enough that he was able to get off, I want to say 2, maybe even 3 uses of it, so that, yeah, it was just so incredibly effective.
Yeah, I remember when the shield crash used to be absolutely broken. You remember when it would reduce the incoming like damage you would take from just everything?
Yep. Against a Meepo, it was godly. You just have like 200% damage reduction. But at least Knight got the killing spree there, right? From killing the Pangolier. So, I mean, despite that, he's still behind the Pango in net worth. But it's something. You know, it means that you're able to start building into a little bit more of this damage so that you don't have these heroes that are just able to stick themselves out on the front line and survive through you being the main source of a lot of this damage. I was mentioning the Parasma potential coming through from Young G. He's picked it up and he's actually gone full glass cannon build. Running that extra 8% more, sorry, 12% more damage. And he's building into an Aghanim Scepter for himself as well, but he's going to need to start building up a few of the components as well. See you later, Batrider. Doing what he should. He's a support, right? Like, this is where you want the fights to be taking place. You know there's no potential for Roshan. It's as far away from the ASAKURA base as possible. So, just give up your life. You still cleared a creep wave.
Oh, Young G! Oh, hoof stomp. Not able to cancel that TP. Yeah, was scouted out there by Pessimist on the Centaur. I was very close to cancelling that TP.
I think they'll just have to give up this last tier 2 tower for free, though. Doesn't feel great to do that, or even popping the gob strength for it. Wow. So, and that's what's being pinged right now. Maybe just saying, look, around the time that Batrider's coming back up, sure, we won't be able to get a Tormentor, sure we won't. Is ASAKURA gonna live? Oh, yeah, you better wait for him to get away. But they will be able to take a full-on fight, right? No Aegis, no God Strength. It's a winnable fight, so I'm really expecting to see them, after taking this camp, just book it completely to their side of the map.
It's nice seeing a team care about each other. If that was a pub game, and you know, that was my son on my team, I would have died there 100% as that Enchantress.
Oh, for sure.
No.
You're slowing down his
care.
efficiency, dude. Get the hell out of there. That has to be... What's going on with these mines next to the power runes? They're so perfectly placed, like equally placed between each other.
That actually makes me very happy to see that, actually,
yeah.
now that you mentioned it.
It looks like a freaking grid all throughout the river on the minimap. Oh, just getting away on both heroes, actually.
Young G, interestingly,
was littered with
he's going for an Aghanims on Puck.
Yep. I mean, they need some extra damage coming through, right? And if you've got that Parasma, you are wanting to be this damage-dealing source, I think that needs to be the case. I'm surprised he hasn't bought at least one component of it. He buys the point booster now, but that's not really going to help him in terms of keeping it a little bit hidden. Like, I could understand going the Ograx first, maybe they'll think, and Puck buying a BKB, it's relatively unknown, but against a Bloodthorn, pretty important. Or if he went the Staff first, they might have thought, okay, he's going to Yules, but doing neither. He was spending a lot of time, effectively 3k less net worth than he actually is, but he's been able to complete it up now, and level 20.
Yeah. But in return, BKB obtained on the Centaur, an Octarine core on the Pangolier. Array's having a great time here on Pango. 3,200 HP on the Pangolier. That's pretty impressive. Especially
Epi, I have one wish. I want them to go through every single one of these mines as a group. I really want to see just a full-on explosion.
Not the group, but Rubik might fall into this. No, it's okay.
Just once, I want to see a full-on explosion.
He also passed No Man's Zone.
Where does he put in this ward? Phasor. He's really deep behind enemy lines.
Oh.
Well, that's a big deal.
Yeah, I was
doesn't have that.
Did you see that on the top lane? He just came in with the God's Strength. Meanwhile, there may be something happening on the mid. BKB committed here onto Lysit.
Pretty huge. I mean, now you know TA's not fight ready. Now you know that Kunkka's not fight ready, and you also know that Roshan had the potential to already be spawned. It's going to spawn topside, so you would think, you know, ASAKURA going to be more advantaged by that, but that's not really the case. They just don't have BKB, so they can't properly fight.
Yeah.
This is where they kind of came undone last game, though, on Yellow Submarine. They didn't have the vision properly set up for where they wanted to be the ones taking the fight. You've got a sentry here on the Enchantress, but, I mean, they're walking right on top of TA traps with no sentry placed down, so they know exactly where they are if they did want to make a move. Eventually, they will be able to take it out. They got a gem on the Centaur, that's why.
Yeah, so he's going to be up in 10 seconds.
Pretty common for a TA to have a trap inside the Roche pit, so I'm a little surprised that they didn't quickly scout that one out. But with this delay, I mean, BKB's up in 5 seconds on TA and Kunkka's in 15, so he might just look to quickly shove this lane out. Do they all have TPs available? Yes, they do. So if they did want to, maybe not. Roshan's already kind of dead.
There it is.
Right,
Aegis
so is
in the
Centaur.
hands of Punkka. The cheese! You forgot the cheese! The cheese! You've left the cheese!
Not good.
Oh,
Radiant are scanning.
how can you forget the cheese?
So tasty. Maybe they're on a diet. Oh, the bombs! Ah, he cleared them out.
Radiant's
Refraction.
middle tower is under attack.
Not a care in the world for these mines here, Danog. TA is just a #1 certified bomb clearer at this point with the refraction. But I have to say, looking at the TA's items, I mean, we like got a Daedalus around about 2 or 3 minutes ago. I mean, when you compare it up against the Sven, it's more like a glass cannon at the moment here for the Templar, so just has to make sure to lay in the damage before death and despair here on the TA. Meanwhile, Sven could just live through it all. I mean,
I feel like they're just going to go for a really deep dive in here. They're going to commit just far away. Okay, that's a good jump.
Bringing back the Sven. That's a lot of damage there committed onto the
Pango's
Sven.
the one
And look
with
at
the
that, they
Aegis.
actually be able to take him out. Not able to use that BKB. Now the Rolling Thunder there. I mean, it will have a big effect upon the Rubik. They will lose 2.
Oh, they're Xing him back.
Xbox. Will that bring him back? It will do indeed.
Oh!
Erase.
He's doing pretty nice, though.
Now. Yeah, I mean, he does have himself this Aegis. Blast off, not connecting there onto the bat, but the swashbuckle definitely will. He walked into that one. No one to blame there, put himself on the bat rider.
No, definitely not. Our race is playing pretty damn well, though, on this Pango, right? Just so much consistent damage coming out. A little odd that they did choose to not give the Aegis over to the Sven. I guess feeling that he was unkillable. I mean, he hadn't died a single time up until that point, but really ends up breaking them down, but they're still able to get a couple of consolation kills. It was basically all Pango that got those 2 kills in that previous fight.
Yeah, but nonetheless, even though Batrider died there, that was a lovely lasso bringing back the Sven.
Oh,
In
yeah.
conjunction with the boat on the torrent. Not able to allow Sven
Did
to
he
get
catch Pango?
off that BKB and heal up there at the same time. But another Rolling Thunder coming in. And the blast off there as well. Look at all of those bashes. Enough to stop the puck from even using 1 spell. And escaping there, taking down the puck. Maybe perhaps they can look for more here if they found themselves. TA, never mind. Nice. Blinking away.
Ooh. They might be looking to try and test this buyback on the puck. Does she have it? Just taking away the outpost, giving Sven a spot to be able to TP out too.
Tower is under attack.
Wouldn't really deal with that mid lane all that much, though. I'm wondering, yeah, he does end up TPing, and do you just look to try and push up onto this high ground? I mean, they
Radiant are
don't have a
scanning.
creep wave for another 5 or so seconds. I think they see him underneath this observer ward, even though it's nighttime. Are they really wanting to care about defend? I don't think they want to give up this buyback anytime soon. Might be forced to, though.
Yeah, they're gonna push it. I mean, Lasso is ready once again. Want to use it? There it is. Oh,
Good
lovely
yours.
counter initiation there, stopping the lasso from having any effect. Meanwhile, it will stun up the Batrider. Batrider soon to fall. There we go. Will be found. There's another glyph coming out again. Satanic available here for King, but the God Strength has expired. Now they'll try and lay into the bottom set of racks. Lovely blades there from Sven. Fly blinking away. They find themselves the bottom range racks. And with that, they will escape. Still this Aegis intact. It will expire in about 40 seconds though, so by the time they may potentially reset, they will not be able to use this Aegis to its full potential.
Yeah. By the time Batrider's up, you'll have the lasso available, but I don't think they're going to be sticking around for that. Just way too dangerous to be able to engage inside of the base. Perfect bait though, with the Yule Scepter just being spam clicked on top of where Sven was looking to farm. So kind of forces Batrider to go into a BKB now, even as a support, right? Just to make sure that
Those are really nice heals there. So the Aegis now expired on the Pangolier. No more Aegis. And a Yule Scepter coming in for the Pangolier now. So I like this. Something that you can do with the Pangolier, if you're a pro, is you commit your Rolling Thunder, and then you blink in with the first stun, and then you turn it around with your roll up to get a second stun. But then as you roll into them, you use your Yule Scepter to spin up in the air whilst you're Rolling Thunder. You can stun them another 2 times, and then once it's finished, you can use your Shield Crash to stay in place and then stun them for a 5th time with Rolling Thunder. So that is about, what, like almost 8 seconds of stun time, which is a bit nuts. But if you can all get it off, it's really worth it, especially if Sven wants to maybe perhaps, you know, lay in some damage against Puck. If they can do it against Puck, it can be big. But he may use it defensively here on the Yules. I'm not sure what Erase's intentions are, but he can definitely use it aggressive.
Sure. Then the argument for me is, what do you do against that, right? And I feel like they've got tools for it. You know, you're going into a 4-staff on the Rubik. Alternatively, he could just buy his Aghanim Shard and look to, you know, move people away from it. Batrider already has his own 4-staff, so can look to try and counter it in that way. He's got a Psychic Headband, so maybe the Lasso is going to come into effect on the Pango if he is in that sort of situation. No Lincolns yet for Pango, so that could be a factor. Slowly edging themselves forward here. Yellow Submarine just looking to see if someone's going to come forward, try and take out this creep wave.
There it is, a blink and a hoof stomp, along with a stun there onto 2. With the God Strength, they do find themselves 2 kills.
Oh, Puck's nearly dead.
Remaining on the Batrider. Batrider will indeed buy back. They find themselves the Puck there too. Puck's gonna have to buy back.
No Dream Coil either, so it's not like this is even going to be all that impactful. The buyback, Lasso is, but they just completely stay away, grouped up as a team, knowing that there's no real downside to it.
God Strand, 5 more seconds. As Butterfly laying into this middle set of racks. It will now expire. Still hanging around here for the time being. Is still pretty good. Even without the God Strength. I thought I'd never say that about a Sven, but he has himself almost 300 damage here with a Bloodthorn, Swift Blink, Satanic, and an AC. This Sven is 6 slotted and is going for more Danog. He has just sold himself his boots. He's going for a Skull Basher now on the set.
Don't need boots when you got it, and the Swift Blink, and he's even got Aviana's Feather on top of everything as well, so plenty fast.
Hoof Stomp, it will just miss its target there onto the Rubik. Nonetheless, they will find the kill.
Getting very lucky with these swashbuckle bashes.
Oh! Bat tried to blink in and lasso the Pangolier into the fountain, but got stunned by the Skull Basher from the shield crash.
He was able to land it onto someone. Yeah.
A buyback here from Rubik. Lasso
Found
there,
someone.
bringing back the Centaur, but oh my gosh, King blinking in straight away. That Bat Rider's dead, down for 90. As maybe perhaps they'll look to reset here, blinking 3 more seconds for Butterfly. As yet coming forward there, onto the Rubik, but was hexed up. The BKB is there. Goodbye, Rubik. Rubik down now.
See you, TA. Oh, maybe not.
Seconds with no buyback. As the Rolling Thunder being committed there onto 2, as Butterfly finding a 3rd.
Oh, the bash!
Possibly a 4th. Triple kill there with the bash. Diving in.
Perfect voice slide usage.
GG is called. Game 2 will go to Yellow Submarines. We are going for a 3rd game here, Dan. They switch it around here. Butterfly gets himself a much better game here as the carry and helps to secure that victory for his team. He had a superb time here as the Sven. But would you say he deserves the MVP? Because I feel like you were quite impressed by Erase's gameplay. Is that, yeah, I see a nod.
Yeah. Erase and Asdecor, they're the two that I think were the real standouts this game. I think the amount of tempo that this Enchantress provided in the first 10 or so minutes was insane. Only died the one time for 29 assists, which is kind of nutty. You know, just being, again, that roaming ward that allowed them to just slowly push the map to be further and further in Yellow Submarine's favor. So, you know, Butterfly definitely scored the goal, but everything up to that point was, you know, set up by the rest of his team.
But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end it fast here. We're going to go for a break because we got ourselves a rolling schedule. Game 3 will be starting quite soon, so be back in around about 5 or 10 minutes because we'll be back with Game 3. Who will be able to take this victory? Will it be Yellow Submarines or will it be ASAKURA? Find out shortly because we'll be back with Game 3. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to these closed qualifiers of the Elite League. With myself, Epidamnos, joining me is Dano. We got ourselves a third game underway of Yellow Submarines versus ASAKURA. Now, Yellow Submarines, they were able to take themselves game 2 and switch it around, which now lead us to a final game. Who is going to stay within this upper bracket and who is going to be going to the lower bracket? Danog, what are your thoughts on this? Are you undecided, or do you feel like one team is going to come out from the other, unless it's, you know, you need to see what the draft turns out to be?
Undecided for now. I was just about to say, like, I love how
5 seconds
draft meta changes throughout a series, you know, because first game it was the Timbersaw, second game it was the Enchantress, and, well, now both of them are banned out. So what are teams going to go back to the well for? Are we going to see another Centaur? Are we going to see another Rubik come out? These are both heroes that are in the pool. Obviously, ASAKURA are feeling like the Bat Rider was the least of their worries. Wouldn't you know it, a Centaur. There's nothing in my eyes stopping them from just picking Rubik with their next overall pick, right? Just because, well, they're my techies, but Centaur, Rubik, solid enough combination for mine. Gives you good control, gives you a solid lane combination. Also is a bit of a block pick against what ASAKURA might be looking to pick up, just get the comfort for Phasor. So, yeah, that's really where my mind is at right now. In terms of what cores are going to be available, who knows, basically. I just want to see a little bit more of that control for the Centaur, because it felt like that game, the Stampede, was a lot more impactful, you know? Like, you just need something to completely lock him in place.
Yeah. I feel like they had a lot more to rely on, though, as well. I mean, especially, I didn't think Rolling Thunder would be that impactful on a race, but it turned out that it was, and then along with the fact that they had themselves Stormhammer, too, which you kind of think to yourself, oh, it's only Sven stun, it doesn't matter all that much, but it did actually have really great impact. I mean, especially when Centaur came in with a double stomp, and then able to follow up on that, because of course Stormhammer, that being an AoE stun, able to have effect on 2 also, just turned out to be very good synergy for the team, and hopefully they can achieve that again and may perhaps get themselves a victory, but who knows within this final game.
I'm thinking as well, like, what other... I feel like a big reason why Yellow Submarine were able to win that game is because they were on the front foot a whole lot more. And I feel like they need something that's going to enable themselves to do that, right? Like, the reason that Erase had a good game, like, he crushed the laning stage, don't get me wrong, but, again, Ench rotated mid, Ench got that early tower, Ench secured the towers for him, Ench got him the first blood. And then beyond that, they were the ones that are able to make a lot of the initiations happen because they had the map control, because they had the Ench creeps scouting around, being able to find out, you know, which hero is slightly out of position so that you could then make the jump, or you could then place the observer wards so that you were in a more advantageous position to be able to take a lot of these fights. Chen's gone, Ench is gone, so my real question is, who is that hero? Is it something like the Pugner that excels at taking towers? Is it something that excels in teamfight, like a Jakiro who also has some tower taking potential? Or do they go down a different route altogether? But I think that worked really well for Yellow Submarine, so why go away from it?
Yeah, I agree. I think they could go something like a Pugner. I feel like the taking of this middle tower actually did open up many pathways for Yellow Submarine here to just try and have an advantageous time before hitting the 20-minute mark, which I feel like they did quite well. So maybe perhaps they can go something which can push the towers. I mean, they've got themselves Crystal Maiden. They had this in game 1, and ASAKURA have gone pretty much the same lineup as they did in game 2. Maybe perhaps they won't go Puck again, but we will see. I'm quite intrigued there was what support Yellow Submarine are going to pick up now with this Crystal Maiden.
I just, like, I don't feel like that they have to have something in mind, right, with this CM. It's basically just lets you have a lot of uptime on the map. You know, just with your QW, same sort of thing with the Centaur, right? You don't have to spend too much time on the back foot. But then you just pick tanky-ish heroes like the Kunkka, and then what does a CM really do, you know? Like, you're not all that worried about standing and tanking. 3 seconds of a frostbite. Like, that's not what CM excels at. CM is all about pickoffs. CM is all about control, and it doesn't feel like that's the main weakness right now. So I want to see more heroes in that same vein for Yellow Submarine to really make this CM pick worth it. High damage, low cooldown. That's what I want to see. And just something that needs a little bit of that mana to be consistently moving on forward. But no vessel buyers right now. Obviously, Kunkka, not the worst one to be able to face up into it, but it felt like they were able to dodge out a lot of Kunkka's threat in that game quite effectively. Don't hate it. I mean, again, this is some good kill threat.
I mean, Lifestealer picked up, though. This was a hero that was banned in Game 1 and in Game 2. It slips out the ban pool between both teams, and Yellow Submarine have picked it up here. So Butterfly going to be able to play this Lifestealer. I wonder how this is going to turn out with the words that you said, Danog, from Yatoro, being that it is the #1 carry hero for him. And especially against...
all other heroes are trash, is what he said.
All the other heroes are trash, yeah.
So, just quickly, before you make that point, I just want to highlight the Shadow Demon pick as well. It's really good to me, right? Because, A, it's a good counter to the Lifestealer with the Demonic Purge, but also, if you're looking to Razor into it, you also get Demonic Purge, right? So it makes things a whole lot less manageable if you're going to go down that route. Maybe they go for a Viper on ASAKURA where it's not quite as big of a deal as, getting disrupted or getting purged or, something along those lines. But yeah, that's really where my mind is at right now. And what I want to see from ASAKURA is them pick their position 1, because I still want them to be able to say, you know what, maybe we can make this Kunkka offlane work. Maybe we'll throw it mid, but I don't want them to reveal it yet, because if you guarantee that the Kunkka's going to be mid, then you can just, pick accordingly for that on Yellow Submarine. But if it's still, a little bit of a maybe, there is some of that question left in your mind.
Yeah.
So is it something like a PA? PA is notoriously good against a Lifestealer. It's great at jumping on heroes like the CM and the Shadow Demon that just explode at the slightest amount of damage. There's certainly possibilities. Of course, we've mentioned the Razor, but we've also mentioned the downsides to that in the Centaur and the Shadow Demon. They're still going to do it, though.
Oh, wow.
I don't know how I feel about this. Like, is it going to be the only time that they go on the Lifestealer is when you find the lasso, and then you're trying to bait out, like, a Centaur ulti or something like that? Because, yeah, you got Disruption, Demonic Purge, Demonic Cleanse even, to some extent, and Stampede as well, to be able to provide some safety. So, I'm not so sure about this Razor pick.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I see what you mean, but maybe perhaps it could be kind of like you have a second option that Shadow Demon will now have to choose, whether you want to save someone from the grasp of Razor or save someone from Lasso. So it might give, the Batrider a little bit more of an opening to kind of go out with this
I feel
Lasso.
Like you can still do both, don't you think? Well, like, because you disrupt the Lasso, and then you Demonic Purge the Razor just trying to run at you, right? And then what are you supposed to do against that? And you've still got Stampede. So
okay, I see what you mean now, actually.
Yeah, I'm seeing with Yellow Submarine as well. Like, I kind of like the fact that they're not getting baited into thinking that this Razor is a 1. It could very well be a 3, and it's just really solid still to lane into the Lifestealer. Obviously, the disruption is quite good at being able to stop the Razor from just running at you with a static link, but it certainly doesn't make Lifestealer's life very easy at all, and there's very little kill threat, I would say, from it's a CM that's probably going to be laning with it anyway, but still, point stands, right? Like, there is a lot of threat from just having this Razor there. It could still be a 1, but it doesn't really feel like a Smiling Knight style of hero. He's all about those hard carries, so I still wouldn't be surprised to see something like a PA come out here.
Okay. So I'll be very intrigued then to see what ASAKURA will pick up for their mid lane here. So it could be potentially Kunkka or Razor, or they could potentially move Kunkka to the off lane, Razor maybe perhaps on a safe lane and pick themselves up a mid. So it can go all ways here. So they only have around about 7 seconds reserve time
Radiant team
for them to make this decision. What's it going to be? It's a faceless void, Danog. It's a faceless void. That means either Conquer or Razor is going to be on the mid, but I'm still not sure which.
I'd say Conquer, probably, and just put Razor in the lane with the Lifestealer. Why not? You don't want to Conquer facing up against a Lifestealer, melee hero, melee strength hero. Just doesn't feel like it'll end all that well. It's another thing, though, that Shadow Demon really needs to be considering, right? The save for the Chronosphere. It is something, like, the reason I'm suggesting PA is that A, it's a really good Lifestealer matchup, but B, just another way to quickly get back onto the supports as, well, we see a Huskar, so maybe it is Razor mid now. Who knows? Are they going to be able to flex this around a little bit? Looks like they will. Yeah, Young G, he is going to be playing mid against the Erase Huskar.
I wonder how that will turn it. Yeah, it was Conquer on the mid lane. I don't think they would be... yeah, that would be definitely rough here. So with this Huskar last pick, usually when we see teams actually pick up this Huskar, it's like, oh my gosh, this is going to be an absolute stomp here. But from looking at the heroes, is it that way? Do you think, or is it maybe
I don't
perhaps?
think so. I mean, it's gonna do well in the early-ish game, I still think. And again, like, you've got a CM who's going to have the Arcane Aura, so you're going to be able to, spam out that Inner Fire perhaps a little bit more frequently than you usually would. But until you get that Aghanim Scepter, I still feel like this Faceless Void is too big of an issue, right? Like, you need that taunt to be able to truly lock these heroes in place, because, they don't exactly have a ton of control themselves, right? Like, you need a way to deal with Razor and the Faceless Void, and I feel like they've got answers to some, but not all of it.
Yeah, I see what you mean. But, ladies and gentlemen, we will be going into Game 3 of this upper bracket of Yellow Submarine versus ASAKURA, as it is currently 1-1. The loser will be going to the lower bracket of this game, so neither teams will be eliminated within these close qualifiers. There is still indeed a chance to qualify, as it's only, of course, day 1 of the close qualifiers, and both teams got to smoke up here. So, yep, interesting last pick here for the Huskar. I mean, damage output-wise, looking at ASAKURA, I do feel it's a little bit difficult to take down this Conquer. I feel like he will be able to have the ability to armlet toggle unless he has some kind of damage proc to him over time, like something from Batrider, but we will see. We will see how this game turns out. I still feel like Huskar is going to do great, but it as we said, it's not kind of like a stomping kind of level, because when we expect a kind of stomp level, it's when we see, oh yeah, Huskar's going to 100% win the mid lane, no contest there whatsoever.
They just see the Centaur here, by the way, with this Observer Ward that they've placed down. I was a little confused, to be honest, with the double wards placed down by Yellow Submarine. They basically do the exact same thing. This Observer Ward maybe just really banking on their understanding of how ASAKURA like to play, and looking to go all in for the first blood. Hasn't worked out too well for them, though. I see a fight happening down here, though. Rue is dead, I'd say.
Yeah, they revealed themselves there. They'll actually be okay.
They even get a D-ward off up on that high ground, making sure on ASAKURA not to reveal the fact that they have it warded, at least on that very spot. Satanic? Butterfly? No, he's still being kept away, but nice TP.
Yeah,
still
we'll
miss a little bit of that first wave, though. It'll just get pushed in.
Young G already utilizing that static link here at level 1. Huskar, the greatest hero starting at level 1, but once the levels start coming in, he'll be a lot better.
Do you ever watch, like, pro replays in terms of, like, how does X do this and how can I use that to get better?
Yeah, I do actually. When we, of course, especially when commentating as well. When I look back, I always think like, oh wow, so it's done this way. I might actually try and follow suit of exactly what they did and try and make it work out for me. So I do try and kind of replicate what people do quite a lot. I mean, that is the meta, isn't it? Following the pros.
Look at this on the bottom side. I mean, this is what we were coming to expect. The nice little torrent, though, to be able to stop King from chasing him down. But yeah, this is not going to be an easy time at all for Lies. He is, thankfully, an experienced player, so hopefully he won't... The mental will still be there to be able to help him out a little bit, but this is a juicy wave that is going close enough to the tower that Fly is going to be able to just pick up some nice little bit of farm. He's making his own lane, basically, just dragging it near the Roche pit. Bit of a conga line going on here. And on top side, there's not too much happening either.
Yeah, but all the lanes at the moment look to be quite dead in terms of entertainment aspect and value. So I don't think we'll be getting some interesting side lanes as of this moment in time, but once the game starts kicking off, then we'll start to see some real action here. At the moment, they'll just be tracking the progress of last hits at the moment. I'm not going to think there's much than that.
No, I mean, maybe once this creep wave dies, I mean, you can just hit up onto level 3 on Butterfly. Want to see if he puts 1 point into the Rage, just to make sure that if he does want to commit to continuously dive onto Lies, he's able to actually secure that kill. Looks like he's still holding on to the point for now, as well as getting a boots of speed coming out to him. Is ASAKURA going to be okay? Maybe. Just misses with a torrent. That probably would have been the first blood if they were able to land that one. But yeah, Orb of Venom already on the Lifestealer. Boots of speed coming out to him now. A bunch of fresh consumables as well from the CM. So don't secure a kill off the back of this. I would honestly consider that a huge victory for ASAKURA. You've committed very heavily for it. There we go, already levels the Rage up, so clear that they want to make this sort of play happen, but Lies as well just keep that wave as close to the tower as possible. That's his safety net. Oh, they even get the boots. This is really, really well done there by Phasor.
So not able to use that extra aggression now with obtaining movement speed on the Lifestealer. I presume you still go into putting a lot of points into the Ghost Frenzy, right?
Yeah, for sure. But it's just like, you just need that 1 point in the range. Early on, 3 seconds is plenty. Uses it to be able to yoink away the Wisdom Rune. Not the Wisdom Rune, the Lotus for himself.
Yeah, nice rotation.
Any action? Not really. It's a little bit quiet right now, as expected. It's kind of like what you do against an Undying lane if you're a melee hero, right? Just don't lane. That's where the classic pull the wave started. And, well, they're effectively doing that incredibly well right now on Yellow Submarine. Might almost be level 3 on the CM as well, yeah. So, 1 point in the Frostbite. Lies has to be very careful. He's making sure to get plenty of body blocks off, trying to pull the wave, trying to kill that range creep so that it quickly dies and makes it so that the lane pushes in. They're even potentially looking to dive underneath the tower, but...
They are, yeah. The flame break there. But a lovely disruption there. Disrupting the Batrider from actually having an effect on the Huskar. So it's actually quite intriguing that even though they picked this Huskar last pick, that they are still able to play around with what heroes they have and actually disrupt Huskar from having a great game.
Yeah, that's why we were talking about, you know, wanting that flexibility with picks, right? The fact that they picked a Razor, you didn't know where it was going to be going. Could be mid, could be position 1, could have even been in the off lane. That's where the real value comes with not revealing too much of your draft. Especially, yeah, I mean, they had the last overall pick, right? No,
they did.
I think the Huskar was the last pick, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Huskar was the last pick, yeah. But Rubik may fall here, and first blood going to the hands of Butterfly here on the Lifesteal.
Honestly, that's about 4 minutes later than I expected, so that's a really big
Radiant's
plus
bottom
for
tower is under
ASAKURA.
attack.
I have to say that is an interesting place for the carry to get a first blood, that's for sure. In the enemy triangle at 6 minutes, that's quite a unique
Needed
instance.
something. Yeah.
Centaur doing okay though, not being punished heavily here. I mean, of course you're not going to be punished hard from a Faceless Void and a Bat Rider here. Pretty mediocre lane.
Radiant are
Oh,
scanning.
look at ASAKURA, Bat Rider, trying to perhaps yoink away that Wisdom Rune, but looks like actually, you know, CM's going to TP to make sure that doesn't happen.
And we had Rue here as well. Rue was trying to snatch the Wisdom Rune, but it's actually going to be brought back here by an X-Mark, so Torrent, and they find the kill. It will go to Lance.
I mean, it's a kill, but
Dire's middle tower
you've also
is under
got
attack.
3 heroes committed to making sure that he doesn't yoink that away, right? So I would say you're relatively happy as long as you get a little bit of time for yourself on Husker. You can see he's farming right underneath a Observer Ward, though, and during the nighttime, you have to be very careful with that relative lack of vision.
Yeah. This young G is he's kind of mixed as to who to go for here. Do I go for the Large Stealer? Do I go for the Husker? Yeah, both.
I think he's just
both
being... He's being very conscious of the night vision, right? Like, that's the big thing. He knows that he's got so much more vision than the Huskar does, so he's not wanting to go ahead and reveal his positioning just yet unless the Huskar steps into a really bad spot, which, you know, to Eraser's credit, he didn't. He made sure to keep quite safe even when he was farming, quote-unquote, safely inside the jungle. A devastating amplified damage for the Shadow Demon coming through here. So scary.
Some big stacks now that Lysa is attempting to try and farm here too. What's coming in on the courier for Kunkka?
Radiant
I mean,
are
Armor
scanning.
almost finished here on Butterfly.
Dire's middle
That's just
tower
another
is under
bracer.
attack.
Sure. Why not? Just tank it up. Again, if you don't like the lane, don't lane. And I feel like they've done that very, very well on ASAKURA. Might be able to build up another ancient stack here on Jeffrix. Nope. Feels like 50 million is enough that he's been able to build up, or perhaps he thought that people had been missing off the map for long enough that he really needed to provide some backup to his Kunkka, who does have a safety bubble as well, so he is a beefy boy. I'm actually going to go for a smoke.
They are. The smoke will break. It'll actually be on the Crystal Maiden, who is running the opposite way.
Oh.
Or maybe perhaps they can wrap around Huskar, though.
Nah. They revealed they had that Watcher picked up, so that won't be the case. There we go. They think that they've got vision there. They're close enough. They almost did.
I mean, vision is really everything, isn't it? I mean, especially that tree line and the middle lane, just behind that tier 1 tower, just obscuring the vision onto the Huskar, which kind of makes it a little bit more difficult for ASAKURA to determine whether they can get this Huskar or not.
Nice little ward, that one. Gives up the potential to actually see where the power rune is, but gives you a lot of valuable information to see where Huskar is actually walking up those stairs. But right now, I mean, did we expect anything else with the lane that this Lifestealer was given? He has opened up a big advantage for him. I was not expecting that, though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What just happened?
I think it was, I think Centaur has maxed his stun. Yep. So basically what he does here is he tries to do as much damage as he can. Faceless Void cannot time walk back his HP because the stun lasts longer than the actual, you know, the HP that he gets back from time walk, because it's 2 seconds on time walk.
It's 2.2.
He may get some vengeance here. They're going to lasso him, try and bring him back towards this tier 1, slow him down here with a sticky napalm. They will commit the chrono, but is the chrono enough to take down the Centaur? I mean, the disruption's there. They're going to turn it around. This could be a kill onto the Faceless. Never mind. He has the time walk. He gets himself away. He is fine.
Didn't have the time dilation up. I think Centaur probably would have been able to land another one of those stuns in onto him, so very dangerous. And oh, speaking of the dilation, he's going to need it again just to avoid getting dived underneath his own tier 1 tower.
Is under attack.
See a lot of this action coming up towards him.
He's got to abandon this tier 1 tower. I mean, Huskar's here, and Butterfly's rotated in through the Twin Gate too. They are actually going to commit the glyph, but I definitely think they will have this tier 1 tower for sure.
Yep. Siege creeps there as well, so that's going to, of course, help things. Gave Conquer a wave uncontested, and he is actually ahead in XP relative to this Lifestealer, so Wise has done a fantastic job. Looks like he will be able to just continue picking up a lot of that cheeky little farm as well. Obviously, Lifestealer feels like he needs to continuously go for the chase in onto him, but you haven't been able to take him out once in the laning phase, so just go back to doing what you do. Pick up that early farm, get that Radiance.
Ooh, Centaur, is he able to get away? Stampede slowed down though by the sticky napalm. They will commit the lasso, bringing it back to Faceless Point. Another stomp there. Ooh, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Don't diss the Centaur. I mean, they still get the kill, but that was quite close there for Knight. That would have been quite embarrassing if he died there.
And once again, it's just a lot of heroes committed for. To be fair, saving the Faceless Void pretty damn important there, right? So you can't let him go uncontested. But there were a lot of creeps hitting into that mid tower. You had 4 heroes just to be able to take out one, and all the while you're just slowly getting into that next little item for Erase. He's nearly got the Sange after already having finished up the armlet. So slowly making his way there. Of course, in probably a couple of minutes, he's going to want to try and contest Roshan up top, I would imagine, considering they've already taken the tier 1 tower up there. Might go a little bit sooner though, try and catch him off guard.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, we do have ourselves a Mask of Madness now onto the Faceless. Chronosphere about to come off cooldown, so maybe perhaps he can get himself a solo kill. We just have to be careful now, because we do indeed have ourselves this Blink on Centaur, along with the Infest as well. I'm kind of thinking in my head, though, do they have themselves enough damage to take down the Faceless Void with what they have? Like a Lifestealer and a Centaur combo. What do you think? At this stage, do you think Faceless would be able to live through it, or do you think he'd fall?
I don't think they have enough. I think CM needs to be there as well for them to be successful with it. She already has 3 points in the Frostbite, so that absolutely would be enough. But yeah, I think just without her and without a Radiance picked up, just that extra little bit of damage output from the Lifestealer, it's not going to be quite enough. So he needs to just still focus on at least picking up the Sacred Relic component for that damage output.
Yeah.
Going into what feels like a Halberd next on the Huskar. Not bad. I mean, it's a good little response to if someone gets caught inside the Chrono that isn't you. Same sort of thing with the Razor, with the old static link.
And Lysa...
It feels like they're taking each other's farm right now, don't you think?
Yeah, it feels like that is the case. The game's slightly going... I mean, you can see here now Butterfly having to go all the way towards this ancient camp on the side of the map, which really is not ideal if you're trying to farm what this carry here.
There's not too much else there, so I'm sure he's saying, look, let me have this, let me have the triangle, he's made his own stack, and, you know, if Erase needs to get farmed, move to the right-hand side as opposed to the left. You got plenty of farm for yourself, I've made some space for you, I've made some rotations when I probably should have just been getting up my Radiance, but for now, seems like they're just in farm mode, and well, you got to be very careful about how much you do that, because ASAKURA, as soon as they get this BKB on the Razor, they're going to be the ones wanting to make that extra move. Centaur, I don't know, man.
They're actually going to go for Centaur, actually. Static link there also. The Stampede will come out. Razor are able to keep that static link online. They get the kill, but in return, here comes the Demonic Purge onto the Razor as Huskar jumping forward. They find the kill. Butterfly rotating in, but Chrono onto both of the supports here on Yellow Submarine. They will find the Shadow Demon in return. Huskar armlet toggling. They will find the Batrider here as now they attempt to look for more as Faceless Void running around here within the trees. That Frostbite is ready. TP is there. Where's the TP cancel? Mid-cast.
The moments that you hate to see as a support, as we see a stolen free sync field trying to kill a raged Lifestealer and a Huskar. Not gonna happen.
Yeah, that's not happening.
What's gonna happen though is this Roshan take even helped out a little bit here by the CM. Maybe saying, look, let it hit me for a little bit, try and take it a little bit quicker, make sure that they don't have any TPs come in to disrupt it. Batrider is that one though, and he's got a Blink Dagger. Oof, trying to get a bit lucky.
Roshan has fallen.
Gotta risk it for the biscuit epi. Tried.
But yeah, Aegis now on the Huskar. And a Radiance being queued up here for the Lifestealer. Are you a fan of this Radiance on Lifestealer, or do you think Faceless? Oh wow, okay. Did he already use his Time Walk there? He got taken out fairly quickly.
Very quick. Yeah, I'm a fan. I mean, I think it just speeds up your farming so much, and especially against this team. It's a huge portion of the damage is coming from right clicks, right? So any chance that you get to cause that miss and get the extra evasion, it's a...
Yeah, they do get themselves the lasso there onto Shadow Demon as well. Quick kill here for ASAKURA. There's now the boat coming in along with the X-Marks as well. Though, Butterfly is in a killing spree here. Taking down the Rubik, the Stampede, yeah. Forward there with the life break, slowing down. Conquer. And I gotta say, that open wounds ability, one of the best Aghanim shards you can get.
I love it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think it's still underappreciated, honestly. Like, for what it does, just it gives even Lifestealer a level of control in a lot of these fights, just from the slow aspect, right? Like, that's not really what you expect from a Lifestealer coming through.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, they were waiting for Batrider to come through there. This is time walking away. Just not able to get any farm here at the moment. I mean, look at the comparison between the cores here on Yellow Submarine and ASAKURA. I mean, the Faceless Void particularly, the poorest core out of them all at this moment. So now they jump on Batrider, get themselves an easy kill there with the Blink, Hoof Stomp, and Infest combination. There's everywhere it seems. Look, every time that Knight tries to farm somewhere, it always seems like Centaur is one step ahead and just following him.
They just really are desperate to try and get into this big team fight enabling item in the Aghanim Scepter on the Conquer. All of the rough lane that he should have had, Lies is still top of his team, so I think that's a big plus. You also need this BKB coming out for Young G. Not too much is going to come in the near future for Knight, right? He's certainly had the roughest time of all the cores on ASAKURA, but I think eventually it's going to reach a point where once the Aegis is gone, once you've got those items, he needs to join regardless.
Well, they jump on Faceless there again. Oops. No lockdown available. Pushing him off the lane, not allowing him to farm on these lane creeps.
Yeah, just trying to slow him down. Jeffries, he's just being annoying. He's been hanging around this area for so long, just trying to, get a Fade Bolt into a creep wave, put down an Observer Ward kind of deep. At least he's been able to pick up that Force Staff, so maybe he can look to make those sorts of plays.
Yeah, but just gets taken up by Butterfly.
By Pessimist. It's going to be decent. I mean, if you can build it into a Wind Waker as well, it's a nice little save against the Batrider Lasso, against the Razor, if he's looking to try and get that big static link onto you.
Now, your Admiral is on board.
Already pushing a tier 2 tower. We said it during the draft, right? This is where Yellow Submarine feel at their best. We want to see them playing on the front foot. No back foot, no responses. They are a proactive team as opposed to a reactive team.
Yeah. Still has this Aegis in hand. I mean, it will expire in about a minute, and BKB is starting to be.
Are they even going to be able
now.
to kill a Tormentor? Lai's almost griefing his team. I mean, he's holding on to that Philosopher's Stone as a kunker, so if that doesn't give you an indication of do they want to fight or not, I don't know what will. Like, that minus 30 damage is pretty significant, not just for taking Tormentors, but for team fights as well.
As a second Philosopher's Stone comes out, as you mentioned that.
Mm-hmm.
Fezor.
CM's got one as well, but yeah. She's in a space where she's like, great, loving life. 0 deaths on a CM, kind of surprising.
Yeah, it seems at this stage now, yeah, Submarine is starting to take a lot of control away from ASAKURA, as you can see here. They've just taken themselves a tier 2 tower around about a minute ago. And now they are going for a second one here. It could be most likely that they'll move themselves bottom, take the bottom set of towers to the point where ASAKURA don't have anywhere to move. Also, Lasso, bringing back the Centaur. I mean, Stampede is available, but will be nuked out before he even has the chance to use the Stampede and run away.
Use the wand. Doubt he probably would have gotten away anyway, but just little cheeky sorts of plays. He blinked in to yoink away the Arcane Rune and end up giving up his own life for it, so that doesn't feel great. Also got some deep vision that they've been able to place down. You gonna be okay here on Lifestealer?
I mean, the Enrage is ready. There we go. We'll just run away. I mean, what can you do? Can't catch
Without
that.
Lasso, nothing. Cheeky. He was even inside of the creep camp at the time, so the creep's gonna spawn after TPing away there.
I can see
but it
why,
does
yeah.
show the importance of needing that extra layer of lockdown, right? I'm a little surprised. Like, where was the Chronosphere on the attempt there, or was Knight not with the other four?
Yeah, it was the other four. I don't think Knight was with them. Well, are they searching for Knight here, or are they just trying to wrap around the middle?
They're just trying to
wait.
take the map away.
They've pinged where they think they know that the Faceless Void is. He's Yuled up. There's the Stomp. Will they have enough damage to nuke you? Yes, they will with the Stampede. There it is. Wicked sick for the Lifestealer. Butterfly is having a great time here.
Not even needing the CM's extra little bit of damage, and that's what happens when you wait for the Lifestealer to actually get that extra damage needed to be able to take him out, right? He had the SNY, he had the Radiance available. That is a lot of damage that you're able to come out very quickly.
Oh, there. That's the core. Might be met with a boat here. Oscar trying to armlet toggle, will not be able to. Actually found there by Young G, but Young G will trade his life there in return. So it will be there a 2-for-1.
Lifestealer actually run all the way back from this bottom part of the map. There's that open wounds. Just a little bit slow, but there's the shard as well. You know, Rubik can be very, very hard to be able to catch if you choose to itemize towards it. And you know, this is definitely the game for it, right? You just don't want to get caught out inside the stun. You want to be able to kite the Lifestealer for as long as possible. That's why Razor is such a good hero against it.
I mean, we learned that in game 2. How Razor was just... Oh, what was it? Game 1, actually. Game 1 or game 2, where the Rubik was being jumped upon.
Both
time
games,
and time
honestly.
again.
He was doing great job regardless. It was game 1 that was the real big showing, but game 2 I thought he was pretty impressive as well on Phasor.
But it's looking kind of difficult for ASAKURA to try and come back to a level where they will be dominant here at the moment, because really I haven't seen a 5v5 fight yet, but I've got a feeling that if it's going to happen, Yellow Submarine are going to come out on top, obviously, with, of course, they have themselves an amazing save ability, along with the Demonic Purge that is. It's from Shadow Demon. Along with the fact that Lifestealer is pretty farmed, but we just haven't seen him go to work yet.
True, but I will never discount a late game Faceless Void. Like, it is so scary to have to go up against that. And, you know, we're nowhere near the late game yet, but we also haven't really seen a true big team fight that Knight's been able to be a part of, right? He's 600 or so gold away from being able to pick up his BKB, so then at least you're not going to be concerned about frostbite or slows or stuns. It's really just going to be the life break and the demonic purge that you're worried about.
Yeah, because eventually if we do get to the late game where Faceless Void is absolutely stonking, then there is a possibility that Faceless will come out on top here, because Chronosphering the Lifestealer and just taking him out before he even has an impact on the fight. And with the fact that as Faceless Void scales, he starts to become much better against Lifestealer, especially with applying the bashes through his Enrage. It's very impactful.
They were nearly able to take out the Bat Rider, but just slightly off the mark. Obviously, the Flame Trail kind of giving his position away a little bit, but this is, again, the advantage of a support Bat Rider. You just are able to kite. We'll take a little bit of damage, unfortunately. Yeah, but again, 4 heroes needed to be able to do that, and it's a position 5 Bat Rider that you're giving up for it. So, you know, that does give a little bit of time for you to get towards these next items. Now, Young G has a Sanj coming out to him. Now, Rubik, yeah, it's just a couple of wards, but you're working towards a BKB on Lice as well. You know, Faceless Void, he's been able to pick up his BKB as well. So, you know, there's a lot of big items coming out for him, and I really feel like they're wanting to contest this next Roshan if possible. Great vision down there, though. I'm talking for ASAKURA. Yellow Submarine have good vision. One really deep inside the base so they could potentially couch out any sort of smokes. One right next to the outpost, not in the obvious position on top of the twin gate. Might be able to... This is kind of where they came unstuck before, though, right? Fighting away from where they had set up vision. Oh, that's strong.
The smoke's going to break. Hoof stomp there onto 2. Chrono comes out. It connects onto 3. The counter initiation now with the torrent storm along with the boats. Also, will they find themselves 2 kills on both the supports? Yes, they will. They take down the Huskar 2. That's 3. That's 4. Only the Lifestealer remains, who's been controlled here within the torrent. As look at this, they find it, turn it around. They don't lose 1 hero on ASAKURA, and with that absolutely beautiful Chrono coming out there, just allowing ASAKURA to lay in what they need to do with the combination of the boat and the torrent, and with that, they head themselves into the Roshan pit now to get themselves a team.
They do, and, well, we kind of called it, right? Like they just fought away from their vision once again, and they just didn't have that advantage. They're fighting into the nighttime. I think they've got, like, vampire fangs, so that's a little bit more vision, but certainly not the sort that you want when you can see the power of a Faceless Void. Teamfight is what ASAKURA wants, right? Like, it's a much more pick-off focus for Yellow Submarine, so you can't just run as 5 into a Faceless Void. And just like that, we're right back in.
You know, they're
going to be at 50. Okay. It'll probably be about a 50-50 win probability once it updates with that Roshan being taken. Big deal, being able to just delay that game that little bit further. Everyone on ASAKURA is probably going to be holding their TPs. Knight's going to be farming close-ish to somewhere that he can TP to, just in case there is a team fight that breaks out. He wants the boys to be able to save him from life number 2. Yeah.
I feel once Huskar does get himself this Ags, though, I mean, I don't think it'll be like, oh my gosh, the game will turn around, but it's going to be very impactful because it's almost as if it's like a ranged Berserker's call.
It's so much more lockdown as well, right? Like that's the big thing that I'm looking at here. Like a 3-second taunt plus the Centaur Stomp off the back of that. You can have all the BKBs in the world, they're not going to save you.
Scott, saved there by the disruption, will not be brought back into a torrent. They did have the lasso ready as well, so if he was brought back, that could have been a definitely dead Huskar.
He's almost finished up a Mjolnir as well on Knight, so looking pretty good for him. One of the remnants of the time that they were forced to delay was his level 15 talent choice, going into the time dilation slow as opposed to the time lock damage. Obviously, time lock damage is very good considering how fast he's hitting.
This Lifestealer just soloed the Tormentor as well.
Very balanced. I'm assuming he used open move.
He did use open.
So, level 20, wanting a little bit of that extra movement speed as well from the Infest with his talent, and looking to go into an Assault Cuirass. So, again, this just feels quite all in, to be honest. Like they're going to go all in onto one target and hope that it dies before they're able to get, you know, some of that turnaround potential coming from the Faceless. That is a illusion.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And a little chat message there. Just to kind of rub into the wounds that they used the lasso there on an illusion here, but they still had themselves the chrono and lasso. It will be back up soon. I don't think it's as long as a cooldown as it used to be anymore.
Support's a very mental game, Epi. You gotta get into their minds as much as possible. Knight, he's feeling pretty confident. He ends up breaking the smoke. Are they gonna jump in onto him though?
They are with the stomp. Is that enough? It is. They'll take him down. Aegis will bring him back though. They may want to turn it around here with the chrono. Is he gonna time walk forward? He will not commit the chrono. He has been used up. They're going to try and turn it around, but the BKB being committed there, but able to get off the line break, so he's not able to get off the chrono. Will actually be found down for 70, as now they're on the aggressive now. Yeah, Submarine want to try and find more. They find themselves the Rubik there. Are they able to get the Razor? No, they are not. But as we see, when I was speaking about this Aghanims, I thought, you know, maybe it'll have a big impact, but I didn't think it'd have an impact as much as that. Going through that BKB there, stopping Faceless from having any action whatsoever, and they win that team fight.
I think a bit of that comes to perhaps some of the inexperience coming through from Butterfly, because the rest of his team had completely set up for him to be able to Chronosphere the Lifestealer, right? But I think he was just a little bit more concerned about who he was chasing. Maybe he was worried about the Shadow Demon just saving him in case he did Chrono the Lifestealer. Didn't want to waste his ultimate, but he was completely on his own on the left-hand side when there was the enemy's position one set up for your big ultimate.
I mean, once he's back up there in about 10 seconds, they still do have a Chronosphere. They have to be respectful of this, because even though they did win that team fight there, they only took out 2 Faceless Void, and they could still get themselves a very nice Chrono. I mean, back trying to scout forward here, did not have the vision there to try and snatch himself a hero with the lasso.
Nice to be able to have the Demonic Cleanse as well when you're going up against things like the Time Dilation, when you're going up against the Flame Break, when you're going up against the Sticky Napalm. Lots of good stuff that you're able to remove with that Time Dilation, especially for heroes that do end up getting kited around like the Lifestealer. I guess that's one way to be able to avoid them getting away. You just infest inside of the Faceless Void. It's going into the Ags next on Lifestealer.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a Lifestealer on an Aghanims very much. So he can fest inside another hero, right? Like the enemy hero.
Enemy hero. And you can bash them from inside of them as well, which I think he's got coming out right now.
Oh, okay. That was definitely an interesting one.
This game is a lot more even than it had any right to be, though. All off the back of that Roshan fight. Like, yes, it's still favoring Yellow Submarine, but it really felt like they had the opportunity to slam the door shut, which isn't quite there anymore. It's a little bit more tense.
Yeah.
So what have they got coming up soon? Wind Waker, it looks like, potentially for the Centaur. Maybe wants to get into the BKB first, or even purchased up the Ogre Axe, and well, looks like they want to make another fight happen. They're going to have to go up against the Cheese, of course, but A lot going in their favor. Pick up this haste on the Centaur.
Coming forward now with this. Maybe perhaps they can cut off the Bat and the Faceless if they're in the right direction.
They know.
Radiant are scanning.
Good presence of mind there. They'll be able to get the Bat Rider, but again, it's a Bat Rider.
Yeah.
No cares. The rest of the team just say, alright, we'll take top. We know Roshan's going to be here in about a minute's time, so let's get control over there. They would love to be able to take out that tier 1 tower top, but I'm guessing that they can assume that they're probably going to TP to defend it shortly, as Huskar just does. All of them do, actually. Centaur, he was looking to hang around to try and yoink away the old wisdom, but looks like he's smart that he didn't end up sticking around because Young G was right there alongside Lights. See, that is the big objective, right? Roshan. Will they make the same mistake again in just going a little bit too far outside of their own territory? What's the Observer Ward status? I see 1 Observer Ward, so where is Shadow going to get placed is the big question. Bottom side. So, to me, you either fight perfectly around the Twin Gate, or you fight on the bottom side if you assume that that's where they're going to make the jump onto you. You do not dive into their territory.
Yeah, have you actually ever experienced that personally, Dano?
People going where we have no vision? Yes, I've certainly experienced that, despite me telling them many times otherwise.
It's like, especially through the Twin Gate, right? When you have no vision on there, and it just reveals to anyone on the other side that someone's coming through, and then they just decimate you.
Yep. Nothing like seeing someone walk into half of the map that's completely blank and getting ganked when the other side is lit up like a freaking Christmas tree.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, but Roshan back up in around about 10 seconds time. So now an opportunity here for Yellow Submarine to get themselves a roach.
They're just keeping their illusions down here on the bottom side to try and, you know, give them a little bit of an understanding to not have to TP anyone back to be able to defend this tower. Could have gone disastrously, actually, if Knight was there, up on the high ground and saw them TP in. He certainly has the damage to be able to take people out at this point.
Yeah.
I think they'll be giving this one up.
Yeah, it's only like they're going to be contesting this, so Aegis going into the hands here of Huskar and an Agnim's Blessing. Yeah, he picked up the Agnim's Blessing.
Radiant's middle tower
Raven
is under
field.
attack.
No smoke, I'm guessing? Otherwise they probably would have popped it. Yeah.
Some big items though. We got a Hex on the Conquer. I think Young G is also attempting to go for a Hex on the Razor. I'm not sure if he's got it yet or he decided to change his mind, because that's the last thing that I saw him going for. Yeah, he changed his mind.
AC Manta. Yeah. Maybe they feel they just needed one. Try and catch the Huskar before he pops that BKB.
Yeah.
Maybe when he's mid-air or something. Although he does have a Satanic coming out to him, I believe. Yeah. And it is Huskar as well with the Aegis, so he's going to be the one in on the front lines. I feel like this lifesteal is plenty survivable, but he has not been increasing his net worth as a result of being inside of the Centaur. Not that he needs it, but, well, again, the power of vision, they somehow avoid scouting out this this ward. So they'll see that the lifesteal is on the bottom side. They're going to try and find a straggler. Not in time, though. Yeah,
they won't get the CM. No, they still want, they really, really want something down. They're heading into their triangle.
They just feel confident knowing that there's no lifestealer, right? Like, he wisely immediately ran back towards the rest of his team rather than stick around on that bottom side. But are they going to be able to find, to use this lifestealer again, excuse me, as a little bit of bait? Don't think so. They're not going to be taken out. Love me some cat and mouse, Dota Epi. It becomes more of a mental game than just me click button, you die.
Yeah, because at this rate, it's ASAKURA trying to at least find a pick-off here to further prolong the game, and then on the other side, Yellow Submarine trying to find the right way to Actually, either pick off someone here on the opposing team, or try and find a way in which they can siege the high ground safely here. Because they have to be careful of not only the lasso, the chronosphere and the torrent storm as well. There's so much to take into account when sieging this high ground.
Oof, they've got an abyssal now as well on the live stealer, so they really just want to find some sort of pick-off. But despite the fact that they have the 10k net worth lead, despite the fact that they have the Aegis, they have no vision across the map. That is something that I'm quite surprised about, to be honest. I don't think they're going up against a gem on ASAKURA, so it's maybe a little bit too predictable with the ward placements. I'm not sure, but good job needs to be said to the ASAKURA supports to be able to scout that one out.
2 minutes remaining now on this Aegis. Also for the Huskar, not utilizing it as of yet.
I'm sure ASAKURA right now is saying, please, I have one ward up. Protect it. You're fighting on the other side of the map, but I don't think he's going to be able to keep it. Like, they're just going to walk up, they're going to use the Bat Rider to sentry, sticky, ward's gone. CM might be gone as well if she commits a little bit. They're afraid of CM. Huh.
I mean, the ward still survives.
Yeah. As a ballsy Crystal Maiden. Not too many teams would run away from a CM who's the only one that's revealed way out of position. How long left on that Aegis? Minute 15. Looks like they're trying to make one go of this high ground before it.
Oh, nice force staff. Yep, lasso underneath the tier 4s. Stampede comes out now. Chronosphere, it will connect there onto 2, onto 3 actually there, trying to take down the support. Meanwhile, they bash there, along with the stomp, onto the Faceless. Will he be able to survive through it all? Yes, he will. He'll time walk away. The Aegis bringing Huskar back alive, but the life break there onto that Faceless. Faceless will fall down for 90 seconds there with no buyback, but in return, the Huskar still attempting to live through it. He will finally fall there by the hands of Young G, but King Butterfly living through it all, pushing forward here with the Enrage, trying to get himself this Razor, slowing him down there with the Infest. Gets himself a double kill, possibly a triple kill here as well. As look at this, the buyback there from Razor, the TP along with the Enrage as well, but it's going to be potentially brought back there by the Xbox. No! The Rage will last long enough there for Lifestealer to escape. Will not be brought back there by the Xbox. But that was 2 buybacks also committed there, and they took down the Faceless Void also after the Chronosphere. Still
Epi, I see a lot of players, even pro players, who in the middle of a hectic team fight, they'll hit level 25 and they won't allocate that extra skill point. He did on Butterfly. It's like, well, they're going to get a free kill. And because of that, hold on, going to be able to get another one onto the Bat Rider, perhaps?
Oh, no.
Just off the mark.
Okay.
Because of that, that was the extra 1.5 seconds on that rage duration that he needed to not get pulled back by that X mark. So that's just like, that's those Zoomer reactions right there.
Yeah.
So there were, what, 2 buybacks? Young G and Bat Rider?
That is correct. We've got a siege high ground now. Once again, no Chronosphere. Down for 20 seconds. Though Arrays definitely has to be careful because he has utilized the Aegis more than twice here. And we've seen that in most cases he does need it.
Really nice Wind Waker usage as well, by the way, by Pessimist onto the Shadow Demon, making sure that he didn't die inside of the Chronosphere.
Okay, Chronosphere ready on Knight.
Oh, they've got that timer down to the second, instantly bailing out.
Wow. Did they back off there because they took a Rags, or did they definitely? Do you think they definitely timed that that Chronosphere usage?
Can be both.
Both. They're gonna go for the Tormentor now.
Gotta get something on the map. Feels like quite some time until we've got that significant spike or that significant timing on ASAKURA to be able to truly make something happen for themselves. Like, yeah, the Scythe of Ice was something, yeah, the Halberd is something, but it's not that, like, that wow. Like, if it was 2 Scythe of Ice or something, like, okay, you know, maybe you are able to take out this Lifestealer off the back of a jump in by the Batrider, you know?
Yeah.
Here we go. Looking to try and make something happen. Smoke up inside the base. Just about as it's to turn to nighttime. So I think they really want to use this daytime advantage for being able to get that initial jump. Batrider as well has the debuff duration bonus coming through from the Timeless Relic. So if he's able to quickly drag the Lifestealer away from the rest of the team, that's going to be huge for them. But once again, he's not going to just put himself out there to potentially die. Inside the Centaur a lot of the time.
Radiant are scanning.
Full 3 seconds on the stun as well now. The Centaur's 25.
Yeah, and it's another 2 minutes before the next Roshan spawns, so a possibility that we're just going to get either teams just wait it out until the next Roshan here. That seems plausible.
They're all going to go up to that top side, though. It's all about get that... Third time, you think, is the charm? In terms of where they take the fight on the top side? See his Centaur first. They probably see his HP. And he is a little bit too beefy.
Yes, they have revealed themselves, though, here.
CM wants to place this ward up here. Desperately. Just fight away from where they can just bring reinforcements to, where they can just TP in. Is it a bit more an unorthodox ward? Okay, on the right-hand side there. But how do you bait a fight into that sort of area? I don't think anyone's going to be just coming up here and farming away from the rest of the team when they know it's Roshan time.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay, so still hanging around the Roche pit at the moment here. On yellow submarine. Oh gosh, I couldn't even say the name then. Yellow submarine. I always mess up. I always mess up that word.
It's a Beatles classic. How are you messing this up? Batrider.
Life break. Yeah, Batrider. That's a dead Batrider.
So they know that this is a dieback. I think they go away from Roshan and they just go high ground.
I mean, they've got themselves Conquer though as well.
Okay, they definitely go high ground. Can they fix the lanes? Not really. This bottom one is already pushing in with a Siege Creep as well.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. They were a little bit late on the glyph there. They still will get it refreshed, but 2-2 tower is gone as a result.
Middle tower is under attack.
They're going to need to be pretty much perfect with their glyph usage here just to not lose too much of anything. But I really don't see a way that they can fight. As long as all of Yellow Submarine don't clump up right next to each other, they should just be able to get another lane and probably that melee racks as well.
They're just going to let them take the racks here and let the Batrider spawn up?
You have to. Like, there's nothing that you can do against this.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
The third one, though, that's when you're really pushing it.
Okay, so Knight has actually thrown away his buyback here in return for a nullifier on the Faceless Void. Chronosphere's ready. Knight just trying to alleviate some time right now for this Batrider to come back without the Conquer having to utilize the buyback here. This tier 3 tower still alive, will finally fall. 10 more seconds. Oh, they're losing the range racks. The Abyssal Blade there, the Life Break as well. The BKB comes out. Is Faceless Blade able to live through it? No, he's not! He falls down for 90. Now it's a disaster. As now the lasso is there. It will connect onto 2. Is the follow-up damage enough? I mean, they take down the Shadow Demon. They're actually holding here. Never mind as Butterfly jumps out here of the Infest. Attempts to take down Razor. Razor down for 120 seconds. Conquer dead too. And it is a team wipe. The only ones remaining possibly are Rubik and Conquer. There we go. GG is called. And game 3 will be going here to the Yellow Submarines.
「 Radiant are scanning.
2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. 2 1 Radiant are scanning. Well played to them, but it's not over for the guys at ASAKURA, because they will get pushed below to the lower bracket, but Yellow Submarine, they press on within the upper bracket.
They do indeed, and I love seeing growth from young squads, right? Like, obviously, Butterfly, Satanic, he's the one that we know the most about. 15, 16-year-old, lots of individual skill coming through. You have to be number 2 in all of the European rankings. But it really felt like the team grew off the back of this. I mean, the last official that they've played was over 2 months ago, so it's clear that this is something that they've been working on. And you got to remember, like, the first big tournament that the majority of the team that became Team Spirit, they were under the Yellow Submarine banner back in 2020, I think. It was like an online cup that was going on, and they beat some pretty significant teams. They had some big scalps. This, not quite big just yet, but we certainly saw big improvements from Game 1 to what we saw in Game 2 and 3 in terms of individual play, team play, communication that was very obvious in terms of how, together they were playing. And then even at the very end there, we saw that fight selection. It was just a cut above what they had shown even in Game 2, which they also won.
Yeah, even with the performance of Game 3, because we did see Yellow Submarines were struggling to actually go beyond the high ground here. They eventually were able to prevail, taking down that Faceless Void there, who actually committed his buyback for a nullifier. Wasn't actually able to use it because of the life break. So I'm going to ask you here, who would you say would be the MVP for you for this Game 3? I personally feel like it would be a race here on the Huskar. I feel like this life break completely won it. I feel like if they did not have this life break, it would be so difficult to lock down this Faceless Void. I
agree. It's so hard to go away from Butterfly, man. Like, we gave it to a race in Game 2 for a good reason. Like, his Panga was amazing. But 15-1-8 on him. He wasn't getting too greedy around the map. We saw with his Morphling performance that he was getting picked off a fair few too many times, and this time it felt like he struck that right balance between, being a little bit too passive and, staying inside the Centaur permanently, but he also managed to keep himself well ahead in farm at all stages of the game. He finished at, 42k net worth? The highest, the one closest to him was 28k, and that was on his own team. 24, 25k was the closest on the enemy team, so a comprehensive victory, I would say, and a comprehensive carry performance coming through from the young man.
Yeah, very well played. I mean, especially at a young age as well, being second within the EU leaderboards. That is an achievement. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to conclude it here for this first Game 1. Well, Series 1. Of course, Yellow Submarines taking that victory. We have 2 more best of 3s coming for you today, so stay tuned. I'm not sure how long of a break we have. I think with it being a rolling schedule, we'll have a 10-minute break, but do not hold me account to that because I am really not sure. But stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because we'll be back with Game 2 coming soon. Well, technically Series 2, not a game. Series 2 is coming soon. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you for that series. Hello everybody, welcome back to the closed qualifiers of course, the Elite League. With myself, Epidamnos, joining me is Danog. We've got ourselves Series 2 underway, which is, of course, 9 Pandas versus NextUp. If you're just joining us today, we did indeed have ourselves Yellow Submarine versus ASAKURA, and Yellow Submarine were able to take the victory, which then pushes ASAKURA down to the lower bracket. But this is our next game up. 9 Pandas versus NextUp. Literally NextUp. How are you feeling for this series, Danog?
I'm interested to see how it goes, because obviously 9 Pandas, they've got the names there, right? Like Kiyotaka and Tara Solo, they're the main 3 that have attended many lands and had good levels of success. Alberca, obviously a known quantity, changing his role a little bit. I always, when I think of Alberca, I think of more of like a position 1 sort of style, but he's moved to the off lane. Dark Lord, though, he's a bit of a newer one. He was playing in Division 2 when the DPC was a thing. He was playing on Storm for some of the time, and he was doing okay with it. He's been playing with 9 Pandas for the past couple of months or so, but certainly like he wants to be molded, I guess, by, you know, probably one of the most respected people within the Eastern European scene, like Solo, for example.
Yeah. But with that, I think we will hop into the draft very soon, as it's well underway. But NextUp, on the other hand, are you able to tell us a little bit more about NextUp here? Are they...
Well, like they're the remnants of like Team Sexy that used to be a thing in Eastern Europe as well, where Nefrit,
okay,
their offlaner, actually went and joined the new Na'Vi. You know, the one with Uragi in it. So I'm interested to see how Nefrit does with that one, because that certainly seems like a good solid mix. But certainly Seven Jesu and Mirage, they're the 2 most prominent of them from Team Sexy fame. So I would say previous series was a lot more evenly matched, I would say. 9 Pandas certainly have the experience to be able to say, you know, relatively confidently that they will probably be able to take this one. But who knows? You know, we've seen 9 Pandas lose unlosable games before. And they are certainly that team that I feel like has probably some of the highest variance between their best and worst. Their best is like,
10 seconds
you know,
remaining.
LAN potential. Their worst, knocked out in qualifiers, you know?
Remaining.
So it's all on the line then, because their worst is lost on qualifiers. So hopefully they won't repeat the same steps. I mean, they are in the upper bracket though, so obviously, of course, they have enough chance to come back at this.
Interested to see where this Terrorblade goes as well. Are we going to see the old support Terrorblade come out early on? It's really good. I mean, I don't know why more teams haven't been doing it over the years. I think it was not this most recent TI, but the one prior to it. It was an SA team that was really trying to make it work. I want to say it was Thunder Awaken that were making it happen. And yeah, it stomped that game, and then they just stopped picking it. And I'm like, hold on. Reflection's just busted, you know, like 30, 40 mana that you could just spam and win the lane. I don't know. It just seems a little bit too strong for mine.
10 seconds
Is that
remaining.
the only advantage of Terrorblade support, or is it the
5
main
seconds
advantage?
remaining.
It's the main one, but you can also use it kind of like Enchantress, where you just be really annoying with your conjure images. You just like send them out around the map, use them as a little bit of information, block up camps if teams are trying to like jungle a little bit, cut waves to, you know, create a double wave. It just depends on how good your micro is. I would be terrible playing it because my micro is horrible. I'm all about that macro gameplay, you know?
So you're not a Meepo enjoyer then?
No. Bro, I'm not even an Enchantress player. Like, I can't handle 1 extra unit. Just give me my 1.
So anything like Arc Warden, Lone Druid, that's a no-no.
No. I mean, maybe Lone Druid if I can just right-click the enemy and go, you know? But, nah, certainly not. But, Mirana, I mean, we've seen it start to come a little bit more in recent times. I don't know how I feel about Mirana. I always thought that it had a lot of potential as that position 4, position 5 around the time that Tundra were using it to win the Singapore TI. But I feel like ever since then, you need to have something like flashy in your kit, you know? And I feel like Mirana does a lot of things well, but she does fall off a little bit in terms of, like, her farming capabilities or her damage output. Like, Skywrath Mage never falls off in his damage output. Undying crushes lanes, right? So those are two heroes that you can just say, right, we know what these guys' role are. With Mirana, it's kind of like, I'm annoying and I provide an ultimate, and I guess you've got X marks into the arrow stuns. So clearly it's something that's comfort, and against a team like Nine Pandas who are wanting to just outplay you and put you out of your comfort zone, maybe that is the best way to go.
Oh, and Medusa 4th pick, okay. So definitely know that Medusa is superb against Skywrath Mage at the late game with the amount of dispels that she has. We've seen Medusa from time to time pick up a disperser along with a manta style also, so 2 ways to dispel anything that comes at you, like the ancient seal, and able to definitely avoid the mystic flare. This gyrocopter, on the other hand, though, for Nine Pandas, I wanted to speak a little bit about. Is this looking to be a core gyrocopter, or?
With these two support picks coming out, I would have to assume so. I mean, Antares, to me, is synonymous with the Skywrath Mage. Like, he is an amazing Skywrath Mage player, so I wouldn't be putting that on anyone else. Undying, I guess, has the potential to be a core, and I actually don't mind the Gyro as a Medusa answer, right? You're able to outrange her a lot of the time just off the back of the flak cannon, right? You're very rarely going to use that rocket barrage for any kind of, like, damage output. So just let the flak cannon do the work, fight around areas where Undying either has wards placed up or he can place a tombstone up on some high ground just so that you always have vision of all of these heroes. And yeah, flak cannon's going to do a lot of work if that's the case. A lot of spells, though, for Deuce to get value out of with a magic wand, right? Like, Undying, you really don't care at all about the decay, just because you're mostly a mana user in terms of your HP. Skywrath Mage, obviously a little bit more, but certainly some value to be got there.
I really don't know if Centaur is going to have a fun time with Skywrath, because Medusa, as she scales, I think is around about level 4 or level 5, where she's got level 2 or 3 on Mystic Snake. You get those bounces off, right, and it is very damaging for you as a melee offlaner.
So, another area that I'm feeling a little worried if I'm Nine Pandas is that you're playing against a Medusa and a Terrorblade. And honestly, Conqueror and Mirana aren't bad at shoving waves either. Skywrath and Undying are kind of terrible at dealing with, lanes being pushed out. And I really like this Storm Spirit pick as just a way to be able to find that initiation onto one of these heroes before they can get their full kit off. Obviously, it goes back the other way and can be very scary with, Ancient Seal being used on the Storm Spirit. You feel very squishy. But where's the lockdown actually coming from? The Void Spirit's gone, Invoker's gone, Puck's gone, Wind Ranger's gone. Standard answers to the Storm Spirit are like the Quap and obviously the Invoker. You could potentially Ember Spirit, but I don't feel amazing about it.
But they did go Ember Spirit.
But they needed something, right? They needed lockdown.
Yeah.
It's a decent combination together with the Skywrath Mage. I don't know how strongly I feel about it, right? Like, because Storm Spirit, he just needs a little bit of survivability, whether that be a Force Staff or a Guardian Greaves to be able to keep him a little bit healthier. It's a great Lotus game this time around. I think it was the best of what was left, basically, this Ember. But I don't know if that's going to be enough, which is kind of surprising because both you and I were feeling quite strongly about Nine Pandas going into this one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this Medusa pick kind of scares me a little bit. I know you said the flat cannon can reach out of range, but that's only for around about, I think, like 8 attacks. Medusa is going to be able to get back her mana with Mystic Snake with some of the abilities that can be cast upon her. Like, if she gets a shard, for example, then if Skywrath does anything like place like Ancient Seal upon Medusa, then obviously, of course, that's going to send a snake out, get her mana back. And late game Medusa, I mean, I have Skadi as well against Gyrocopter, who really is going to go for a Satanic all the time. I feel like Medusa is going to be the top card. So if this game goes late, I feel that next up are going to be in the grasp of winning this game one. I don't know how you feel about the Medusa, but every time I've got against Medusa or I am Medusa, I just feel like the late game of her right now is just so strong.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. I mean, I'm not doubting the Gyro's potential either. I think the Dark Lord on the Gyrocopter has the potential to be able to do it. Also, like, they have potential to make some early moves happen on NextUp as well, right? Like, they're playing with a Terrorblade, who generally like to go that Drums of Endurance to be able to provide a little bit of, you know, that pushing potential both on your own as well as with the rest of the team, provide some solid overall stats, which you are needing. And Medusa can honestly make a decent amount of stuff happen with just like 1 or 2 items. The counterpoint of that is, you know, Nine Pandas are pretty strong as well with their heroes in terms of being able to counter a lot of that sort of play. So, I don't know. I think a lot of it will really hinge on how well this mid lane goes. You know, is Mirage going to be able to get it done against Kiyotaka, who, you know, we just saw Satanic/Butterfly/King, one of the hottest young names in all of the all of the Dota scene, not just the Eastern European region, but before him it was Kiyotaka or Depressed Kid. Man, these players just change their names all the time.
The battle begins.
Alright, Sacred Arrow comes in. Well, very nice. All 3 bounces on the Mystic Snake. But doesn't look like any team will get a first blood there. Some nice harass though to the Centaur.
I wonder if he deliberately was putting his body first there, Alberca, just so that they could guaranteed pick up that bounty rune. Never know.
Attacker that ends up a little bit nice with the body blocking of the creeps. Mirage able to actually harass the creeps out and bring them towards him.
I'm just looking up on this top side at Dark Lord in particular. He's put first point into the flak cannon, so it shoves the wave out a little bit. That's what I'm a little concerned about, right? And maybe he was feeling that, okay, we'll be able to make a pull happen with this hard camp, but Solo making sure to not only block that one, but make sure that they can try and get some pulls off onto the small camp.
You can just see Terrorblade here being an absolute nuisance. Because, I mean, when he's level 1, I mean, look at that base armor. 9 base armor. Against usually when he's trying to trade out against the support, doesn't care.
This is why I'm afraid of Antares, because he can make those sorts of things happen. Like, that was all him. You know, perfect blood grenade usage, perfect concussive shot. Maybe they were thinking that they can confidently play forward, considering he doesn't have that level 2 just yet, but all you need is level 2 on a Centaur to dish out a ton of damage, and, well, they've already been able to give over a first blood to a hero that it does need to get off to a bit of a snowball to be able to really get his game going. So the fact that they've been able to do that already means that you're free to make a few more of these rotations on Antares.
He's moving back to the bottom again. I mean, concussive shot level 1. So good. And they might actually get a kill here on some Medusa as well. They'll lower the mana shield down to practically nothing here. Has to be very careful. And with the aggression coming out of this bottom lane, we'll definitely have to go for something like Arcane Boots. Cannot go the Power Treads, or I feel like Jessu will just be dying constantly here on the Medusa.
I'd love to have that level 3 just to get another use of that Mystic Snake off. Of a lot of these engagements, as of course the Mango, the Bassi, so he'll be able to keep himself somewhat survivable as they look to make these attempts onto him. Also quite mindful, like this will be the 3rd blood grenade that Antares has used once it gets delivered to him on the courier. They might be able to get the kill before that even happens though.
Oh yes, they will. Taking down the Medusa. I mean, this is the best time to take down the Medusa during the early stage, when she has absolutely nothing.
I mean, yeah, there's not even as much kill threat, right? As long as you've got that, as long as she's only got arcane boots, what are you supposed to do as the Deucer to actually dish out damage? You're basically just chained to your Mystic Snake, and there's not too much action that you're able to make happen. It also kind of locks Vanilla down on this bottom side of the map.
Yeah. Last hit wise, the Medusa's not doing that great either, but it should start to change up once we see a bit more levels onto the Deucer, and already that mana shield gone, and Mirage very close to death there. Another arcane orb away. Does have the one charges though, and a bottle. 2 rotations here from the supports as well on the side of NextUp.
So close to being able to take him out.
Well, Solo comes in.
Oh, they get the kill
with a
2
DK.
points. Yeah.
And Medusa died bottom
really
as well. Solo.
Lee wasn't expecting the solo kill. Well, either way, actually. Solo killing someone in the mid lane, as well as a solo kill in the bottom lane. But they are just crushing all 3 lanes right now. Ember Spirit obviously getting a little bit of a hand. But, you know, with that, he's probably going to hit up onto that level 6 prior to the Storm Spirit. And I'm expecting to see even more rotations coming through from the Nine Pandas boys to be able to assist with that. You can see Antares, as it turns into nighttime, this is where you can be even more dangerous than you already have been, as he's built up some stacks. There we go, in onto the Storm again.
Oh, Ember, the attacker will fall, but in return, I think Mirage will too. And Solo will pay the price for doing so. So now they'll try and take out the Skywrath Mage also, maybe perhaps underneath this tier 1 tower. Yeah, we'll commit the Starstorm, and that, the Magic Stick along with the Fairy Fire charges, able to survive through it all and push away the Marauder.
That's big though, the Storm. I mean, he still won't have the TP available, which is a little bit unfortunate. No one there in the mid lane to be able to soak all of this XP. Hoping that Vanilla makes that movement towards there to be able to do that, at least until Storm gets there. Looks like he's a little bit more prioritized on stacking, making sure that siege creep isn't a factor, and protecting the power runes as much as they can. Look at both sides are being protected right now. Even just looking to deny it away.
Oh no, Medusa's dead to bottom again. I feel, yeah, they'll use the Stampede. Not able to obtain any more mana, and that is the Medusa dead again.
Not the greatest start, for sure. You just see the amount that a Centaur with a good start is able to output, right? And he knows that he's... If you go the Arcane Boots route, like I was saying before, all you've got is Mystic Snake, and it's a simple item like Raindrops just completely nullifies any sort of aggressive...
Mirage, yeah, falls there, but in return Solo trading his life once again. The attacker able to avoid the X marks with thanks to the usage there of the Remnant. But taking down this Storm Spirit middle once again. Solo with the rotations on the Undying really paying off, and this is creating space here for Dark Lord too, as Kunkka has to feels like he keeps on needing to rotate to the mid lane here to try and help his mid lane.
3 kills on both the Storm and the Medusa. It's not certainly the way that you were hoping to start this one out. Mirage at least is hit up onto his level 6 now, so won't be quite as vulnerable without the Storm Spirit there. Sorry, without the Skywrath Mage there. That's kind of nuts that he's died 3 times, and just off the back of a single triple stack, he's only... 400 gold behind the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, it's not good.
Jasut looking to rush instantly into that Manta, potentially
middle tower is under
cause some headaches with some split push happening around the map. Who have they going on?
Ooh. I mean, they take down the Skywrath, and Kiyotaka may want to try and attempt to turn it around, but do they have some detection?
We soar into history.
The Marana is fine. Mirage has gotten his HP back. The double damage is ready. Maybe perhaps want to jump onto Kiyotaka.
are scanning.
Never
I
mind.
think he
we'll
might
take it.
scout out that triple stack there in the hard camp and look to take it away, especially when he's got that amp damage. Of course, remembering that it is a little bit different, right? Not just right clicks.
Yeah, it increases the magical damage too. I'm sure it does.
Yeah, the tooltip's lying.
Oh,
Solo. He's
I do wish that
away.
was something that they would update, actually. The tooltips. It's really confusing now to actually find out sometimes what some things do. Not actually having to read into it fully, but yeah, they're contesting these giant stacks, and in comes Dark Lord with the flak cannon, just clearing this large camp here.
Dire's courier has been killed.
This is what I was talking about with the tombstone, right? Like, yes, it softens up the creeps a little bit, but it's just about providing that vision, especially during the nighttime. It just means that, you know, you've got Conker taking a little bit of that damage as well. You're hitting all the creeps completely for free. Just feels really
Radiant's
solid.
bottom tower
Yeah,
is
and they
under
get themselves
attack.
the kill on that support Terrorblade there too.
Dire's middle
A little bit of space for Medusa for now. But meanwhile, yeah, Storm has to be careful.
What did you
Dire's
The kill
top
onto
tower is
Mirana.
under
Mirana
attack.
down.
Feels like pretty much every single one of Antares' moves has worked out for him. Like, he has just been everywhere around the map. And, well, now he's got that level 6, so you've got the Mystic Flare available as well to be able to make plays around with.
Oh, they've slowed down. Oh no, they're going to go for the Terrorblade again. Slowing him down there with the Flesh Golem.
Radiant's middle
Zamber
tower
gets
is under
another
attack.
kill again. The Stampede
They
coming
could
out.
probably
They're going to
kill
dive tier 2. They are. Searing Changes there along with the Mystic Flare also. Coming out from Antares, and double kill for Kiyotaka.
Mirana TP'd in, but too little too late, and
Is under attack.
they're going to be able to even soak up a little bit of this Knight's Arrow to be able to stop at least the siege creep from hitting in onto the mid-tier 1 tower, but oh, hold on. A little bit of a dive happening here by Kiyotaka, just really getting up in their face. The intimidation factor is a big part of the 9 Panda's way, and he's almost approaching that Mage Slayer. Obviously nowhere near as good as it used to be, but still very formidable on the right sort of heroes, and Ember Spirit is absolutely one of them.
I mean, at least they'll find a kill here onto the Undying.
Bro, Kiyotaka is 1v3ing next to a tier 2 tower. Like, he's bonkers, but he's making it work. But maybe now that you know that there's no boat, like, what's stopping you from just pushing in that mid tower again? I guess mana is the only thing, right? So maybe he's just going to get enough for the Mage Slayer, get a Remnant down, TP back to base, refill the bottle,
Dire's
refill the
top
mana
tower
pool, and
is
then
under
look to go
attack.
again.
Yeah, that seems smart. Actually intrigued as what he's doing. He's actually going to smoke up. What, are they going to go for a kill on Kunkka, maybe? Remnant on the mid lane.
He's got the Blade Mail, so
Dire's top tower
it'll take a
is
little
under
bit to be
attack.
able to kill him, but well, makes it a little bit obvious when you've got a creep wave pushing all the way into the tower with no TP response to it. Even gets a lucky haster in as well. They want to go for this dive. Like he needed an excuse
Radiant's
to.
middle tower is
That's
under
his
attack.
default.
Okay, Smoke Broken now has vision there of the Terrorblade. Actually
man.
connects there with the arrow. Still hot on the trail against the Terrorblade. In comes a zip. Where's the Electric Vortex? Doesn't get it off there. Ember completely fine. They get a double kill with Centaur rotating in, finding the 2 supports. Never mind, make that a triple kill.
Oh no. They just don't have anything left. They drop the
Radiant's middle
tombstone,
tower
they
is under attack.
use the stone gaze, but with the split shot not even hitting down the tombstone, so they feel like they can't go on forward. Yeah, I was waiting for the vortex as well. I was like, alright, this is good. Mirage is baiting them in a little bit. He's used the sleight of fist. He doesn't have that same kiting potential, but it just never came.
Yeah, and with this, it looks like Kiyotaka is soon going to be able to find a tier 1 tower on this mid lane, which is going to be a little bit more trouble for Mirage. Oh, that Sacred Arrow. That was close. Surprised that didn't connect, actually. That was very close.
Even then, though, if you made the jump, you have Antares right there with Ancient Seal, so
Radiant's
Storm's not
bottom
killing
tower
anyone.
is under attack.
You do, yeah.
I'm at a loss as to what they do right now, because it feels like
Radiant structures
Deuce's farm
are
has been
fortified.
completely gutted. At
Yeah.
least she's got Manta Style coming out in 500 gold,
Radiant's
but
bottom tower
you've
is
lost
under attack.
tier 1 bottom, you're going to lose tier 1 mid at around the same time. I wonder if they're going to...
Radiant's
they
bottom
can't perfectly
tower has
time it so
fallen.
that there's no way for them to
Radiant's
glyph, but
middle
still,
tower
you're
has
losing your
fallen.
map very, very quickly, and, I mean, Dark Lord's not really being disrupted in his farm at all.
Radiant's middle
Oh, and now
tower is
Stampede
under attack.
used defensively there as did attempt to try and take the Centaur's life, but they're actually going to counter-initiate now with a smoke, and look at that, the Searing Chains with the Mystic Flare once again, finding a kill onto the Storm. It's now attempting to try and find this Mirana as well. All leap charges used.
They'll take a Deucer.
It's okay, yeah, they'll go for the Medusa instead. Sacred Arrow, it does indeed connect. But Medusa is very slow here, and here comes the Centaur with the Hoof Stomp in place. Medusa still actually living through it for some time. I mean, they found themselves the Skywrath Mage. And there's 4 here on the side of NextUp. There's the X-Mox. Bringing Kiyotaka back. Still trying to find a kill here with the Sleight of Fist. Will be able to indeed, but in comes Mirage with the Electric Vortex. Does get that kill. That is a lot of gold to hand to Mirage. 600.
It's a lot of gold and a lot of XP as well. Brings him up a good amount. I think that was like a level and a half that he gained off of that kill. It didn't end up being a solo one. Ended up splitting a little bit of the XP with his team, but such a big deal to be able to stop the Kiyotaka Menace, who got a little bit cocky considering he had a shield route available for himself. I mean, I think the biggest thing there was Jesu getting away with his life, right?
Oh, yeah.
And able to get the kill on him. I mean, he's got Arcane Boots. Storm does not, but so does the Mirana. Going into the mech, it seems. The Guardian Greaves, like we were suggesting.
I mean, Mirage now has himself an Orchid. So they find the kill onto Kiyotaka once again. I mean, it'll go to the Terrorblade, but thanks to that kill that he was able to obtain underneath this tier 2, has the Orchid, now is able to use it, and they kill Kiyotaka for a second time.
Mm-hmm. That's value, right? He is the linchpin of all of your aggressive moves right now on 9 Pandas. So if you can take him out, you know that you've got at least a little bit of time until they're going to be, in on you once more. Really feels like maybe he even needs to just take a step back for just a second. Get into that Maelstrom, get your level 12, then look to make the play once again.
Agnim's pick up for the Gyro, though, however. 16 minutes in with a Crystalis and a Falcon Blade. But doesn't even have... He doesn't have the most net worth here, Danog. It's actually the Centaur that has the most net worth.
Yeah, I mean, Alberca hasn't died a single time. He's doing a great job. Might be looking to try and connect with the rest of the team.
Uh-oh. Medusa.
There might be some stacks, yeah.
I'm gonna go for the kill. Trying to use the Stone Gaze there to counter-initiate. Avoids the cooldown. They won't get the kill. They'll try and turn it now, maybe, perhaps. Boat coming in. Sacred Arrow there as well. Finds the kill onto the Undying, though Tombstone has been placed down. Dark Lord trying to protect that there with the Flak Cannon. Though nonetheless, a kill onto Undying. But all the rotations have to come out there from NextUp.
All the rotations were there from 9 Pandas too, to be fair, right? So it's not like they're winning out on the trade of something. They made an aggressive play. They didn't get the Wisdom Rune, they didn't get a kill, and the Undying died. So I'd say that's a big win. I mean, I think the net worth has shrunk from 7k down to 4k. So they are slowly crawling their way back right now off the back of some stolen kill streaks and the like. And they've even got that drums available on the Terrorblade. So he's going to be able to be a little bit annoying. They're pinging Alberca right now, and he would be a juicy kill streak, but can you kill him? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, 2,400 HP, 12 armor, kind of difficult
you
to
need meta.
take him out.
You need, and Mirana and Storm all there with the Orchid.
Oh my gosh, look at those stacks.
That's what I was expecting the the Ember Spirit to take previously, right? Just with the Searing Chains, with the Sleight of Fist, would have been a ton of damage that they're able to build out, would have gotten him in a really quick Maelstrom, and then they could look to make that smoke play. But instead, it gets delayed another couple of minutes. Looks like he's on a little bit of tower defense duty right now, and it's going to be Gyro picking up the farm instead. So we've got a regen to be able to play around with on Kiyotaka. What do you reckon about it? Not losing the regen on damage. What do you reckon about it?
Oh God, Storm just got melted again by the same thing. Which thing? Sorry.
When you take damage, you don't lose regen rune anymore.
Oh, that, yeah. It's. I think I like it actually. I do like it. So it will stop for the duration. Oh, nice dodge there from the hoof stomp. It will stop for the duration, but then after like not taking damage for a certain time, it'll pop up again. I like it because usually it was the only time you would use a regen is when you were like ages and ages away, or just you wanted to replenish your mana. That's it. But it's actually kind of a little bit situational now, which I like.
Remember when Salve broke on everything as well? Like,
oh yeah, I remember that as well.
Jungle creeps, and you're like, stop, no. It's crazy how off the back of just one kill, the net worth instantly increases back out to that amount that we were talking about before, that 7k, but clearly they finally feel confident to be able to move on forward themselves. You've got Kunkka with the Aghanim Scepter, you've got Dusa with a couple of items going into that Disperser like you mentioned. Still feel like the connection needs to be perfect though, between the Kunkka, the Storm, and the Mirana.
I mean, BKB almost obtained now on the Storm too, which is really going to be beneficial for these upcoming fights, because he has been chained and Mystic Flared time and time again. He cannot escape it.
Alberca got away. Smoke breaking inside of the creep wave. So he's not going to get revealed too early. Undying TP'd all the way towards the top side, and they should see that he doesn't have a TP available. So if they ever wanted to make a team fight happen, now is the time. You don't have that big anchor to be able to fight around.
And Antares hiding in the trees ready with this Glimmer Cape. So we'll scout out here with the Terrorblade Illusion.
Feels like they're a little uncertain. You know, they've just bought the smoke, it's coming out on the Mirana, but that's a good 40 seconds wasted, where they could have just made that snap call to go in 5v4 guaranteed, but obviously feeling like they aren't quite strong enough to be able to make that happen.
Yeah, so they'll have to back themselves off here on NextUp, with 9 Pandas actually heading themselves into the Roshan now to take this Aegis.
By letting them just push the wave forward, it means the Solo was free to just go through the Twin Gate, right? Didn't need TP down there, so you've got the Tombstone, you've got that Flesh Golem amp damage, and this is what the better teams do. You don't punish their mistakes when they make them. You're going to be feeling it, because they very rarely make them. I think that was a big opportunity missed there by NextUp.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So around about 2 of them are smoked right now. Going to head towards the middle part of the map, maybe catch themselves off a target, but NextUp are moving in the opposite direction here.
Dire's middle tower is
And they have pushed this middle tower. Oh, Moonlight Shadow.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm sure if they revealed that.
Is my thing, right? Like Solo maybe is the one, but you just had a fight where Solo wasn't part of it, so left on this Moonlight was just going to be able to get into the trees before the Invis expires, but I don't really think they're getting anything out of this. You can even just right-click the tower a couple of times and get a free tier 1.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Dire's top tower.
Maybe?
Oh, yeah, with the Orchid as well, the Stampede. Actually able to turn it around with the Mystic Flare. That is Storm Spirit dead. Kiyotaka survives through it all, and now Remnant's back, finds the Mirana. That's 2 kills for 9 Pandas now.
The boys just were not there with him, and, well, that stomp was perfect coming through from Alberca as well. Wasn't even able to get the BKB off on the Storm to try and live through that a little bit longer. So I feel like they've had their opportunities, and well, now Nine Pandas with the Aegis,
Radiant's
with a couple of
middle
extra
tower is
kills,
under
with
attack.
still holding on to their tier 1 tower, and even controlling the outpost. They're free to just keep on moving down a bunch of these lanes. You've got to be very careful about if you even want to use the glyph here on this tier 2, because you've already lost tier 2 bot. They'll do it, but they're going to be able to get this kill.
The Centaur very, very close to death. Will have to use that BKB. They will find the Skywrath Mage there. Centaur very close. Will finally fall. That's 2 dead, possibly 3. Jumping onto the Undying. And there we go. It'll be 2 supports and 1 core that NextUp will find. But not the most important cores here. Ember and Gyro, completely fine. Just the fact that Gyro and Ember were not in that fight. That was an intriguing event for sure for Nine Panthers there. Why were they there? Were they a little bit too confident?
Yes, I think they were a lot too confident. I mean, I don't see any point for them to dive past the tower, is my thing. You know that the glyph was used, you know that there's that multi-shot coming forward. Yeah, it's important to be able to try and get a tier 2 tower for free, but I don't know, I just feel like it was a little bit of a lack of respect coming through to their opponents.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about, between that big gap between their best and their worst. And importantly, Mirage is the one that gets a lot of the gold from that. I think he got the Centaur kill streak as well as the kill onto Antares, so he's right back in this game. The entire finished up. He's got the Orchid, the BKB. He's even got a shield rune bottled up now. As well, see you later, Antares. You can at least have the shard for your troubles.
Honestly, is that shard even any good? I think it's honestly terrible. I don't know if anyone uses it.
It's okay. It's okay. Like, considering what you're up against, right? Like, the Deuce split shot is coming through, so that's something you need to be a little bit worried about. You need to be a little worried about some of the right-click damage coming through as a result of the Terrorblade. But yeah, no, there's certainly other options.
Okay, so Solo now definitely knows there's an Observer Award around this triangle after Mirage just dived in with the ball lightning almost halfway across the map.
It is pretty damn rare that you see a team lose like 4K net worth when they have the Aegis, you know? Like, they gotta be mindful that these guys qualified through just as good as you did, you know? Like, they are a part of this because they are a solid team. You know, their players are getting poached by teams like Na'Vi, who obviously have a lot of really solid star players on them right now. And you can't take them too lightly. Still lead, still have the Aegis for the next 20 seconds, and he's going to be level 18 shortly on the Gyrocopter. Satanic would be the big item for him as he's walking around right now underneath vision. Do they want to make a play is the real question. Look at how annoying TB's being though. Just keeping those lanes shoved from safety.
Yeah, it's almost farmed up a pipe of insight as well. Meanwhile, though, Zip there onto Gyro by activating that BKB and attempting now to turn it around. They do find themselves that Terrorblade there, but Gyro getting lower and lower, attempting to escape and flee, but will be found nonetheless by Mirage. The Solo. He's now being pursued and heavily focused here by NextUp. They'll lose themselves too. Buyback there from Terrorblade. Wanted to try and come back to the fight. The Xbox bringing back the Skywrath Mage will not need it. The damage is enough. It's now Key Attacker. Attempting to Remnant away. Xbox in 2 more seconds. Will he be able to get it off there onto the Ember? Nope. He's okay. We'll actually put it onto the Centaur there instead. Starting to turn around a little bit now for NextUp. I mean, they've got themselves okay. Ember remnanting away, but as you can see now, this Medusa starting to scale up now, especially with that Disperser. Butterfly being finished very soon. Look at the net worth now. This Medusa is at the top.
Conqueror unfortunately throwing his life away a little bit at the end of that fight. I mean, he was the one that was saved by the TB with the buyback. Obviously the meta enabling them to get one pickup of a kill, but the Sunder as well, keeping the Conqueror alive, and he just seriously overstayed his welcome. But now what do we got coming through? The Force Staff on the Mirana, love it. Previously he was going towards those that Guardian Greaves. I understand it completely, but I like the Force Staff even more, right? You just want to make sure that you're away from the Tombstone. You want to make sure that you're away from any kind of Searing Chains, Ancient Seal, Mystic Flare combination. You want to stay away from the Gyrocopter. And, well, you have the leap for yourself to be able to do that, but, of course, Force Staff just enabling the rest of your team so effectively.
Yeah. We almost have the Satanic, though, now on the Gyrocopter, which means things could possibly change in that team fight, because I definitely feel that if Dark Lord did have the Satanic in that last team fight, he would have survived, but because he doesn't have any lifesteal, he had to run himself down.
Did he even get a BKB off in that last one?
He did, but he was only able to use it at 800 HP, I think, when he was already jumped upon by Mirage. So by that time, it was already useless.
Pretty much. Maybe if he had a Satanic it would have been useful, but yeah. Not for now.
Dire are scanning.
There we go. Satanic up for the Gyrocopter. Kind of want to see them just... I mean, I guess mid lane is just already pushed out to able to do it, but... Oh. Alright.
Stampede?
I want that tier 2 tower gone, is what I'm saying. 74 HP, blocking a potential avenue for you to be able to quickly rotate through to the enemy's jungle when they're playing with a Medusa and a Kunkka and a Storm Spirit. 3 heroes that can quickly cleave down a lot of these like stacked Ancients. It just has to go.
Yeah. Going for a Scythe of Vice next here on the Storm Spirit.
Love it. You just got to make sure that you take out the Ember. He's causing way too much havoc on the backlines. Now, despite a few questionable deaths that Kiyotaka had, he's at the end of the day he's still 10, 3, and 7 as they smoke right underneath an Observer Ward. So let's see how they're looking to play. Yep, right around any sort of vision that they've got. They're looking to remove it immediately. Roshan not quite up yet, otherwise they might have been able to sneak their way through. Putting Jesu on the front lines. Not quite BKB afforded yet.
I'm going to do a smoke of their own, though. Next up, it's instantaneously broke. Will be met with a Hoofstomp and the Mystic Flare. Oh my gosh, but able to survive with thanks to the Sunder there used by the Terrorblade. Terrorblade will fall and pay the price. Both of the supports down. Mirage not able to output his damage. The Hoofstomp is there. They've lost 3 here, potentially 4. Medusa in trouble, attempting to run away. The Stampede's there. No mana for this mana shield. Where is the Sleight of Fist to take down the Medusa? There it is. It is a team-wide. 9 Pandas come out on top of that fight.
Comprehensive team wipe as well. Like, not even close to it going their way. And I don't know what it is, Epi, with these Eastern European teams are just going away from their vision, right? They knew they were smoked. They knew they had the vision. They knew the enemy team didn't have vision because they just dewarded it. And then they're like, you know what? Let's go into where they might be set up in preparation for Roshan. It's so unfortunate because they were in a really good spot this game. Coming back, Deucer scaling, you had the Arcane Rune picked up, fresh, building towards the Scythe of Vice as well. And you didn't have the BKB on the Deucer, so she couldn't just stand and fight.
Now look at this. This is the impact of,
Radiant structures are
you know,
fortified.
when misplays can happen, they're going to lose the bottom set of racks unless they decide to defend it as 4. Yeah, there's no way they're actually taking that. Yeah, they can't defend that at all. So they'll get themselves the bottom set of racks
Probably
with
Roshan as well.
thanks.
Easy Roshan. Yeah, like I've been saying, like this has not been a flawless performance by any means by 9 Pandas, and you got to make them pay when they're in this sort of state. And they just haven't. It's unfortunate. They'll know the Roshan is going on, so I'm happy to see the team is basically just full on shoving out as many lanes as possible, trying to yoink away as much farm on the map as they can. But
Stupendous.
they got to do something to stop Nintendo from just continuously running at them. They had the recipe in that last fight. They knew that they were coming, so they could set up appropriately. But they just, yeah, it was an odd movement for sure.
Radiant are scanning.
Ooh.
Invisibility.
Multiple people go on top. scan went off onto the gyro as he just went through the twin gate, I was thinking maybe they could assume that he's just trying to, you know, be a bit greedy, go for a farm sesh on his own.
Yeah. But now we do have ourselves that BKB on Medusa. Can stand the ground. Next to go damage on him.
Pretty heavy commitment by Mirage, but a good one. Making sure to take out the Roshan banner as it was next to the tier 2 tower. Of course, costs all of his mana and has to go all the way back to the base. As they finally get rid of that pesky Observer Ward that ruined that past team fight for him. But I think that's 4 stuff now finished up for Vanilla. Going away from the side, it seems, on the Storm, wanting a Pharasma instead.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure if damage is their issue, though. I really want them to get more lockdown. They need a way to be able to stop this Ember Spirit.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Like, if you let Ember even get a single Mage Slayer off, like, not only does he have the own magic resistance, he's also got the reduction in spell damage. Yeah, it's only 3 seconds, but who cares, right? Like, that's where a lot of your damage is going to be coming through that quick burst.
Yeah. It's now, oh, nice Sacred Arrow, but look at that HP, still completely fine. It was actually still okay. They'll take the tier 3. Still waiting ready. Alberka. Stampede is still available. So that counter initiation tool. Just laying in the flat cannons. Actually doing a nice job there against the Medusa.
Dragging back the gyro, trying to do as best as he can. Having to pop the blade mail for it. They desperately want to try and pop as many cooldowns as possible. They haven't used that many though. On next up. Full wraparound being attempted here.
Oh, a jump in from Mirage. Onto the Centaur, the Stampede will come out in return. Mirage still alive for the time being. This is the counter initiation from the Stone Gaze. Medusa not able to actually output a lot of damage. Mirage having to activate the BKB and zip and TP away. So they won't find anything here on the side of NextUp.
No, they won't. And I mean, they find a few BKB uses, I guess, but both teams did use the Flesh Golem. You are waiting out this Aegis still. 2 full minutes left on it. I'm still just really worried about Jess. It just feels like he's so squishy. Did he put Gyro in that? Yeah, he did.
Oh, this might be a dead Terrorblade again. It is. Pipe will not help you there. Buy back. Only this set of racks remains, and then they've got themselves the Mega Creeps. They need to do something now. I mean, Stone Gaze is on cooldown for 30 seconds. They're attempting their very best. Right now, as in comes the zip from the backlines. Conquer falls. The buyback will come out, but 7 Jesu with no mana has to retreat. They've lost themselves the melee racks, the range racks slowly falling with thanks to the Agnims of the Gyro.
He still has a minute left on it, so even if they kill him, he's got plenty of fight left in him.
There it is.
And there's the Megas. Every time they're able to get some sort of lockdown onto the Gyrocopter, the rest of the team just isn't there.
Oh, the Sacred Arrow. It actually doesn't connect there onto the Gyro, or else that could have been big. But they do find the kill nonetheless. Gyro down. They do have themselves the Mega Creeps though. The zip into the back lines there, BKB from Mirage. Nice tombstone usage there from Solo, but in return Mirage will find some payback for doing so. Doesn't have any mana anymore on the Storm Spirit, and Antares just survives by the skin of his teeth and 200 HP. No mana remaining on the Medusa. Medusa's going to fall here by the hands of Kiyotaka. Gets himself a triple kill with the Sleight of Fist. Avoids all that damage. Might actually turn back in here as the Searing Chains. As boat comes down, it will connect down to Solo. Solo actually able to survive with thanks to the Soul Ripper. Look at that. They turn it back around. Mirage.
He wants the Rampage.
Amiao. They're gone. GG. It's called Rampage for Kiyotaka. And game 1 is going to be going to 9 pandas.
Well worthy of a last pick, you got to say, that performance. You know, overextended a little bit in the early to mid game, but really going to show why that Mage Slayer is still such a key item on that Ember Spirit, right? Like, he was creating so much havoc in a lot of these fights, so much AoE damage, and yeah, it's kind of what I was expecting in terms of the Medusa, right? Like, you wanted to output a lot of this damage, but they were able to outrange you at basically all stages, right? Like, you either had the flat cannon hitting you and you couldn't hit them, or you had the sleight of fist hitting you and you couldn't hit him, or, you know, Centaur finally finds the right avenue to initiate, and then you've got the Mystic Flare in on top of you. So, like, what are you supposed to do against that? And I mentioned at the start of that high ground siege, it felt like every single time they finally found a way to be able to, you know, lock down the gyrocopter a little bit, whether it be an arrow or a torrent, a tidal wave, into a torrent. Dusa just wasn't there because she was getting hammered on, and yeah, didn't really have the sustain to just stand there and right click.
Yeah, Medusa at this stage of the game, I feel like with the meta, I think she needs a lot more time in order to get to a stage where she is able to carry. Now, when I mean that, I mean, like, usually back in the day, Medusa, if she was able to get enough farm and get the gold, which, of course, what this Medusa got just now in this game, at around about 30 minutes, I think she would have done just fine. But because of the amount of changes that they've done to the mana shield, I feel like you just need something like an Eye of Skadi in order to get a bigger mana pool, because this mana pool is not sufficient. And as you saw within those team fights, the mana was just melted.
Yeah,
to the point where Medusa was not able to do anything.
I think at the end of the game, she had like 800 HP as well. So, you know, Skadi kind of resolves that issue as well. You know, across all the items that Dusa built up, she had 20 strength from that. And I think that's not enough. When did the game end? 38 minutes? You needed something like a Skadi to be able to at least be able to stand your ground a little bit and be able to fight.
But with that, folks, it is indeed game 1. It will be going to 9 pandas. But stay tuned, because we'll be going for just a small 5 to 10 minute break, as we'll be getting ready for game 2 of 9 pandas versus NextUp. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you for that next game. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the closed qualifiers of course, the Elite League with myself, Epidamnos. Joining me is Danog. We just had ourselves game 1 out of the best of 3 between 9 Pandas and NextUp. 9 Pandas were able to take themselves a comfortable victory within game 1, but now we are going to be heading into game 2 very soon to see the outcome of whether 9 Pandas will proceed further into the upper bracket, or will there be an equalization and we go for a game 3? The draft is well underway and we have ourselves a Centaur ban. This hero has come out so far in not only the previous series that we covered versus Yellow Submarine. So I can't even say Submarine. Jeez, I'm meant to be English for crying out loud. Yellow Submarine versus ASAKURA. They were also playing Centaur as well. And now we've got ourselves Centaur within this series also. But it's finally banned. They realize the potential of this hero. It is gone. So now they'll have to choose themselves another offlane.
Can I ask, Epi, do you have more of a northern British accent?
Oh yes. So I have there's been many times where I've been atted by chat, any times I've been commentating, because I don't say hook or look or cook. I say book, Luke, kook.
Do you say yogurt as well?
Let me try to pronounce it. Not yogurt.
10 seconds.
Do I pronounce
yogurt?
It? Yogurt.
Nah, you're a northerner. My dad's a Geordie from Newcastle, so I know what this sounds like. And just the way you said submarine is submarine as well, I was like, I know that. I've heard that in my life before, so glad to see we've got some representation. You're not all from London if you're in the UK.
No, we always get that. Everyone, anytime someone hears a British accent, it's like, oh, you from London? It's like, no. There's more places.
I think they're just quoting that Get Him to the Greek movie as well, aren't they? With Russell Brand. You sound like you're from London.
Well, yeah, we've got ourselves some very different offlaners here. Dragon Knight. I wouldn't say he's uncommon, but I wouldn't say he's common even. So kind of a little bit in between, but he's in a good place at the moment. Dragon Knight. Mars on the other hand,
offlane either, right?
Yeah, and I think Mars is the same as well. But both of these heroes, they can be flexed a little bit, even on the mid lane or the off lane.
Position 1 as well. I've seen DKs.
Have you?
So yeah, it works pretty well. Of course, that kind of makes you think that maybe this DK is going to be now played in the mid lane if you're going to pick up an Undying. Of course, solo, he is the type of player that he will play something boring every single game. Like, Undying is like his love for... He just loves winning, you know? And he'll do it if that's what's required of him.
5 seconds remaining.
Already got a great spell in Arena of Blood to anchor a team fight, and then you add Tombstone on the top of that. Feels pretty deadly.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Dire team pick.
Practically locked in a cage with zombies. Techies comes out, though, for the second pick.
I'm a Techies fan. You know, I've talked about it in the previous series, like, just renders a lot of smokes a lot more useless. It means that you need to change the avenue that you're looking to try and take a bunch of fights. You can't be, you know, all completely stacking up and being predictable. You've already got an Undying, which is a pretty good early game style of hero. Chen's banned out because I think it's the most busted hero right now. But I really wouldn't hate seeing them go, again, down the route of something that gives tower push, whether it be Pugna, Jakiro, Enchantress. You know, it's not exactly something that Antares is known for, but it could absolutely work. I mean, the Skyreth could work too.
Oh, yeah. But regarding the techies, I do have to ask this. Did you prefer him before the change or after the change?
Did anyone other than Slacks and other filthy techies pick it?
Yeah, I feel like this way is more balanced. Like, I didn't really appreciate how I used to walk down lane and then my hero would just be deleted. That was...
They're like, just buy detection. I'm like, bro, there's a limited stock of sentries, you know? I'm not going to just buy millions and millions of sentries or a gem. I'm a support. I'm going to die and feed it to the enemy team.
It's so dumb. Like, we have gods and demons in this game and they can't see an invisible bum.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
as it should be. No, I like it. It's more dynamic, and I love seeing, especially this game. I want to see him blast off into the Mars wall and just thump into it. Love seeing that.
But Lifestealer picked up once again.
It's the first Lion we've seen, which I'm a little surprised about.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Lion was common, right? I mean, especially in the pub games. I'm not too sure about the pro scene.
No, it's pretty popular in the pro scene. I mean, Faceless Void as well. Yes, it's a good Lifestealer answer, but and I guess you can get out of the arena, but you're kind of vulnerable to the Lion, right? Like, 2 different stuns to be able to keep you locked in place. I feel like this is the sort of game where Kiyotaka might be able to get away with going into, a Storm Spirit or something like that. They need something else that's going to be able to provide that instant lockdown for the Faceless Void so that the rest of them can kind of join in on the fun. And, I mean, if you've got the Lion mana drain just to be able to replenish you, I feel like that's a pretty ideal way to be able to think about it. Could be cool as well for the Lifestealer.
We spoke about the matchup as well of Lifestealer versus Faceless Void. Obviously, of course, Lifestealer having a better time during the early stage because he likes to go things like Armlet. But eventually, Faceless Void will be this late-game monster, and his bashes do indeed go through the enrage of Lifestealer, so he has a better time, especially with the fact that Faceless Void is one of these heroes that does like to pick himself up an item like an Eye of Skadi, which will reduce the amount of heal that Lifestealer will get, so there's many of these things to consider that Lifestealer will have the advantage around about, I think, the early stage of the game. I mean, especially against Dragon Knight as well, being able to heal with percentage-based. But around about the late
15
game...
or 20 minutes is when I should be looking for.
Late game-wise, Faceless, he'll be a monster. I mean, especially with Supernova during the Chronosphere as well. That will be quite juicy.
Don't forget the old Sunray. Even just the mischance is really nice. So basically, you feel... Well, I feel it as well. You need to answer the Faceless Void with this last pick on 9 Pandas. Because Lifestealer doesn't answer it, Undying doesn't answer it, Mars, not really, right? Like, maybe you can get lucky and get a kill in the lane. If you're really lucky, you get 2, just off the fact of, Spear into Earth Spike, into Hex, into Rebuke. Alright. Don't hate that either.
I mean, the last pick Razor coming out again.
To me, it's still Storm for me. Like, something that has mobility, that forces you to use the static link on the Storm instead of the... well, you're never really going to use static link on the Storm, but you get what I'm saying, right? Take attention away from the Lifestealer as much as possible.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I've same reaction as you, Dan. I like this. Last pick, Keeper of the Light, Kiyotaka on the mid lane as Kotl. So this is really going to help, I think, not only with the fact that they lacked any main magical nuking damage here on 9 Pandas, but this, I feel, is really going to help them heal within a chrono, of course, if Kiyotaka is out of it, and with the fact that they're able to push towards the high ground as well with the Illuminate, because, of course, during the daytime, this will heal for a lot. I think it's around about 500, 600 HP, somewhere around the lines of that. So it'll be really nice to push with the pressure of that.
Yeah, and it's another one of those heroes that has a pretty similar timing as well to the Lion, the Lifestealer, right? Like, all you really need is a Spirit Vessel, and that's pretty much it, Like, you can get a lot done with that and a Boots of Travel, and then just roam around the map, find pickoffs whenever you can, play around whatever cooldowns you've got available. You're a fast hero, so you're able to get away from the Razor. You can also slow him down prior to him picking up the BKB with the what's it called? Come on, help me out here. When you ult, you use the thing on him. Solar Bind, that's the one.
Soulbind, yeah, that's it.
Yeah. And then you've also got a little bit of that blind aspect as well, just from the
blinding light.
Sort of yeah. So
yeah.
I still don't know if it's enough though. Like, do you need a Hex as well on top of it? Because I just feel like they're lacking in control for this Faceless Void. Doesn't he just time walk off an Illuminate if it hits you?
Yeah, but when he time walks forward, if he still has Solar Bind on him, then it counts as him moving quite a lot, so it will just, like, slow him down to, like, almost, like, 0 movement speed, which is insane.
Just time walk forward
but,
and then chrono him. Easy play.
Prepare for battle.
but he will. I definitely think that Kiyotaka will want to get himself something like a Cypher Vice, definitely for sure, against something like the odds of Faceless Void.
I mean, what else can you go for? Like Dagon, level 1, Kaya, maybe.
Ethereal Blade, I think that's another possibility as well. I think I have seen some Cottles go like first item Ethereal Blade in the past.
It's not as good a build-up as it used to be, though, right? Like, it used to be the Kaya and the Ghost Scepter. Now it's an Aether Lens and a Ghost Scepter, which Cottle really doesn't use that Aether Lens. Love the Kaya, though.
30 seconds.
Well, they're wrapping around, though. Intriguingly. Apart from Kiyotaka.
They haven't taken the outpost either. I wonder if they're trying to, like, inch forward to see if it's yoinked away. They'll be the ones to do it, though. Is there just going to be no engagement? How boring.
Oh, maybe. I mean, Solo's coming forward into the river. Okay. Gonna meet Jesu here. Not able to snatch the bounty. Solo.
He's got those boomer hands, man.
Oh, nice little ravage there. That's 2.
Thought he might have held it a little bit longer just to prevent Jesu from TPing to the lane. Seems like he's going to prioritize perhaps getting a sentry ward down, though. See if he can block up that camp as much as he can.
I mean, it is definitely expected for a carry to outclick a support in claiming a bounty. Because the amount of times that they have to click on a creep is... it should train them. Train them in the ways of spamming the right clicks.
You haven't seen me play Mario Party, though. The amount of spam clicks or button presses that I've done in that game. I've been trained all my life for this moment.
That means you should play carry then, right?
Nah.
No.
Everything else is bad. But if I just need to press a button quickly, I can do that.
So I think Kiyotaka against Mirage on the mid lane. I think it'll go to hit. I think it'll be very advantageous for him during when he gets later levels. So once he's level 5, level 6, then he'll start to push Mirage out of lane with the Illuminate. Right now, Mirage has the advantage with the fact that the Illuminate doesn't do that much. So he can just go ahead and deny and just heal up with the Dragon Blood.
Yep. Yeah, I think this is going to be a pretty nothing lane, to be honest, right? Like, of course, later on, level 5, that's when you really start to get scared of Kiyotaka. He's obviously going to be prioritizing a whole lot, making up stacks for himself. You don't have... It's been a long time since you've had the small camp to the left-hand side of the mid lane, but you could still look to make an even bigger stack pretty damn easily.
I feel really sorry for Dark Lord right now, having to lane up against a Razor. I know how this feels, getting Razor last picked. It's honestly horrible. Meanwhile, though, nice blast off. Just able to use the Time Walk there and turn it around. Gets the kill with the time dilation. That helped out quite a lot. And they get the kill on Lion.
They're probably wanting to keep this pressure up as well. I can see another blood grenade being ferried out now, as well as a bunch of other resources for Vanilu. Doesn't make a pull happen though. He might still be able to, but might just be more interested in stacking up instead. Jesu perhaps get the Lotus, but it doesn't end up happening.
Tombstone committed. Icarus Dive is available for the Phoenix, but Phoenix will take down the Tombstone. Actually stop Solo there from denying it, thanks to the Fire Spirits.
I was kind of wanting him to dive forward onto Solo, just go for the kill, man up, you know? We want the big plays. When's the first kill happening, Epi? Call it. Minute prediction.
Let me think. I'm gonna say
Second kill, because we've had the first kill already.
Oh, okay. 6 minutes.
Alright. I can see it. I'm going to say 7.
Oh, we're really making it that close, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, we'll see.
When someone goes away to yoink a wisdom rune, the other one will die. Is my prediction.
I only say 6 minutes because I know when the power runes spawn, there should be some rotations coming in, and then the lane should be solo.
Dire's
well.
structures are fortified.
Oh, that was cheeky there, Mirage, activating the glyph.
The glyph.
To stop Kiyotaka from clearing a creep wave.
It's the sort of thing you have to do. You have to think outside the box. I mean, Coddle, it's not exactly new, but it certainly is a different style of mid that you're not exactly playing against every single day.
Oh, there may be a kill here. Mars able to actually outlast the blood grenade. They're going to go for the kill here onto Sekis. They will get the kill. We'll get 2 kills, actually. There's Faceless Void found in the trees, but maybe perhaps a double kill for the Phoenix. Oh, wait, here comes Roshan. and Torres, I mean, just a nice off to the Roshan.
Yeah.
KO.
Now you do it too. Phoenix, do it too, come on.
That just looks so funny. When Lion just walked in and it was like, oh, Roshan, can you kill him? He's like, get the f out the way. Gave him a right hand.
Left, right, good night. Oh, man. You feel kind of useless on the Phoenix, though, at this point, right? Like, he can't go back towards the bottom side because he doesn't have mana, and now Twin Gates cost mana to be able to use. So he's kind of just, like, in this weird no man's land where he's like, I guess I can help test the power runes, but we've already got vanilla here.
Oh, and a lovely rotation from the attacker. As you can see, making that solar bind work. Such an annoying spell.
But oh, wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, they found Lion underneath the tier 1 tower on the mid.
I suppose that's another one of the benefits of the Coddle, right? Is that you're not anchored towards those power runes. You can make plays happen without it.
Oh, yeah, here we go. And that will be a kill onto Mirage. It should be. I mean, Tombstone there. He's going to try and heal up with the magic wand. Will just be able to avoid the Illuminate. He'll actually survive.
Nicely done. He's got a shield rune to be able to play with now. Probably won't be wanting to, but I mean, well, the Dragon Form is only 40 seconds away, so he can probably just heal up a little bit, and while he's still got some of that shield rune available, look to contest with the rest of the team.
I think once he has himself the Spirit Vessel, though, on the Kotl, will have a much higher chance at taking out this DK, especially with the amount of HP he has. But I just wanted to speak a little bit about the Twin Gates as well, where you said it costs mana. Like, as a support, you would love to rotate through those Twin Gates, and now when you're playing supports that have barely like any mana, like Phoenix, like 375, and it costs like quite a bit to go through that Twin Gate, it's so annoying.
Yeah, feels very annoying for sure. Rotation not really going to be doing much from NextUp up towards this top side. I mean, that's one of the downsides of the Phoenix, right? Amazing late game hero. And you can be good in the laning stage, but it's completely tied to, is your fire spirits on cooldown or not? And, you know, as soon as it is, like, if they've got any sort of way to just run away from you, then you feel kind of useless. So I kind of want to see him spending a little bit more time in the jungle, building up some stacks potentially, even if it's for him himself to take. You know, you can become incredibly effective on a Phoenix with not too much, right? All you need is, like, Tranquils, maybe an urn of your own, but if not that, then just look to go into something like, I've seen Scythe of Vice, I've seen people buy a shard on the Phoenix, depending how good the game is going for them.
think a shard is always nice on the Phoenix. I mean, the ability to use Sunray twice if you're able to time it right is pretty cool.
Yeah. Pretty amazing, and it also would pretty much guarantee that, like, either Techies or Razor is going to get their shard when they eventually take the Tormentor, which both of them are pretty decent.
I mean, Dark Lord's been scattered out here. Jesu is just waiting for someone to help. Chrono ready. They could just use the stat. Yeah, there it is. Chrono, static link. Rotation there from Antares, though. And Dark Lord actually survives through it all. Can they attempt to turn it around here on 9 Pandas? I mean, they found themselves Lion. Lion will sacrifice himself in order for Dark Lord to survive. Dark Lord really needs to get back. Now, body blocks by Kiyotaka. Ooh, very close. Okay, he's all right. Because meanwhile, they will find the Techies. It will be a 1-for-1. Meanwhile, Mirage trying to TP. There's no cancel there, so he will get back fine. Meanwhile, though, Phoenix will fall to the hands of Dark Lord, who was first initiated on during that team fight within the Chrono. So he will actually come out with something here. And the Chrono, it won't really help get the kill there as Jesu is struggling here in farm. Actually, is he going for a Battle Fury? Oh no, sorry, Mask of Madness. Forgot the recipe change. How silly of me. Nice spear though. Nice Hex also. Going to attempt to turn it around though. They will find line once again. And the Mars 2. Double kill for the Dragon Knight. Action happening everywhere.
I was just about to commend Antares for his rotation, right? And, you know, right as when the Chrono Spear was happening, he was there with the Hex to be able to stop the rot, make sure that he weren't going to give up this Lifestealer for free, who still hasn't put a point into the Infest. He's gone full on out, making sure that he's able to keep well ahead in net worth relative to his counterpart in 7 Jesu. But, yeah, I mean, he was still able to survive throughout all of that, which is kind of nuts. Straight into the old Radiance now.
I mean, the net worth's not that great, though, for Thetis Floyd, I have to admit. Lowest net worth, once again, Jesu has been really struggling on these early game movements as a carry. And is going for a Mask of Madness as well. Meanwhile, though, on the mid lane, a lovely Illuminate coming through, dealing so much damage there to Mirage. They will find the kill. He'll actually go to solo, surprisingly. With the
middle tower.
He's been selfless. Might mean that he's able to build into... Got the Arcane Boots coming out to him already?
Yes.
Actually.
No.
No, he's just going into the mech, but... I mean, it doesn't feel like the worst option, right? If you're wanting to consistently be spamming out abilities on the Coddle, yeah, you've got the Chakra Magic, of course, but I could see them looking to give that one over to the Mars, just if they feel like they need a little bit of that extra lockdown. Speaking of Alberca, he's 500 gold away from the Blink Dagger, which it's going to be really important, right? Especially if you can get it at a relatively good time compared to the likes of the Razor. Like, what does Razor want to do? Static link you and run at you. He doesn't have a BKB. He's not even close. So this Blink Dagger is going to be incredible value for Alberca as long as they realize that they have this advantage.
Oh, he's going to reveal himself. They have a Blink ready. There's the Dragon Tail. Blast off as well. Will connect. Kiyotaka, is he able to survive? It's not. As the breath of fire from the DK will find the kill.
Somehow Antares is able to walk away. Alright. We'll be pretty happy with that. But, yeah, certainly can't be spending too much time on the back foot on this Coddle. Every single death is just worth so much more considering how reliant you are on those Spirit Vessel charges, keeping them healthy, keeping the map presence out there. The fact that he hasn't gone for the Boots of Travel is also a little bit, not puzzling, but like, it doesn't make your life easy, you know? You're constantly worried about, oh, should I be using my TP here? Am I overcommitting?
Oh, okay, never mind. He'll stop Mirage from blinking away, but he'll force the TP. And Dark Lord might get a kill here on the Phoenix, because Icarus Dive already used, unless he's going to Sunray up to the high ground. Will attempt to. Slowed down there, though, heavily by the Solar Bind. Yeah, there we go. Goodbye, Phoenix.
He bought out mostly before he died.
Ah, an Orchid is on the agenda next for the Cottles. Meanwhile, the arena comes out. Earth Spike as well. As Gets the finger there also. The Illuminate gets the kill. Jesu did actually want to come in there with a Chrono, but the Mask of Madness was on cooldown also.
I think, unfortunately, the DK had just recently TP'd into that tower, so... Oh, no, actually, DK TP'd all the way back to base, but that was a long TP coming through from 7 Jesu, so it wasn't there quite as quickly as he would have liked.
Just out of curiosity, is the... Okay, so it's broken for the Observer as well. That's what I wanted to see, so... Faceless Void is currently sleeping right now whilst...
No, he's stunned.
It was literally me this morning, actually, getting out of my bed.
You know what, I hear so much about Americans and Europeans complaining about the times that things are on. I'm like, bro, you don't even know. You know? I was born into this. I was molded by it.
Sound a little bit like Bane then for a second.
Yeah. Look, it's midnight, alright, it's fine.
So, what time is it over there right now?
Midnight.
Midnight? Oh my gosh.
Yep. And we've got another series of potentially a Game 3 to go through to. Not if it continues the way it's been going, though. 3k advantage for 9 Pandas. I'm a little surprised that they haven't made a bit more happen with Alberca. I guess they were able to get the DK kill, right? So that's worth it. But I just want them to, every single time that this this Arena of Blood is off cooldown, or like 10 seconds before it comes off, I want to see a smoke and I want to see a movement. Especially now that they've got the Orchid finished up on Kiyotaka as well. So the target that they want is Jesu. So I like the fact that he's farming in this incredibly safe space on the top side of the map. Lane shoved out. Might suggest that they're about to go for a smoke. Do they even have one on them? No, they don't actually. So how are they going to be able to make this play happen? There's no tier 1 tower, so there's no real reason for multiple heroes to commit in this mid lane. And right now there's just 4 heroes grouped up around nothing.
Yeah, maybe they should look top. I think they're heading top. They might meet techies. Uh-oh, mines. Oh, it's not. It's okay. It's not that damaging. Level 1.
Yeah. But you still see the benefit of the techies, right? It just provides you so much safety.
It's just trying to find any vision here. Antares is on the Lion. An observed ward ready, opting to go for the Aghanim Shard. He's just bought it. Smoke play from free. Next up, trying to move around here. I mean, Chronosphere ready. They've just pinged out the Faceless Void. This could be a good bait. Okay, they're going to go for him now. There's the side. Okay, that is a dead Faceless Void. He will bait, but he'll bait for his life. Kiyotaka, however, will pay the price for taking down that Faceless Void. Supernova now. Solo getting lower and lower as this Supernova comes off. Can they get it? Yes, they can. That Supernova is gone. Spear there as well, underneath this Tombstone. It's quite a disaster here for NextUp as Mirage. He's locked in place by the zombies. You can't leave. Taken out. It's a team wipe.
Great Tombstone usage by Solo there in the middle of the team fight, just to realize the position that they were in, right? If you're going to all-on commit onto this, then you got to choose what you're wanting to focus on. Is it Kiyotaka? Is it the Tombstone? There isn't really a right answer to that. You know? And I feel like, yeah, it's important to kill Kiyotaka, but you got to make sure that Jesu has some kind of involvement in a lot of these team fights.
Imagine being body blocked by zombies. That would actually annoy me so much if that happened.
Bro, I get body blocked by my own like shovel kobold all the time, so just walk on into the trees and I'm like, oh no.
That sounds like a support issue.
Shovel's an amazing support item, dude. I pick it over everything else.
Really?
Yeah. Just free gold.
Yeah, I can see. Actually, yeah, free selves as well, yeah.
Yeah, free gold, free salve, free kobold for scouting, free mangoes. They really want to make use out of this chrono. Is anyone else there with them? I think that was Phoenix trying to TP back to base and actually dying in the base.
Yeah,
Oh, there we go. No.
Dark Lord able to survive through it. They get the Hex there onto the Faceless Void as well. Will fall. Nice Infest there, keeping Albuquerque alive and healthy for the time being. Infest out, find the kill there onto the Techies and to the DK also, slowing down the Razor with the Solar Bind. The Spear is ready, but not needed because the damage is there. Team wipe once again. 9 Pandas are on fire. They are.
It just feels like they are not connected, you know, like they had a little bit of the damage coming through from the Faceless Void, but during that Chronosphere, he only did 400 damage, and that's just because he didn't have anyone else controlling the rest of the team, right? You're never going to be blasting off inside of a Chronosphere, so, I don't know, it just feels like they're on completely different pages, and, well, it's heavily punishing them. Are they heading to Roche? I don't know if this is the best Roche lineup. I guess
like
they've
they
got
are,
Flesh
yeah.
Golem.
They're going Roche. So in the Roshan pit they go. They'll definitely get themselves an Aegis. I mean, they don't have themselves Chrono. And Jessu has only been able to get himself a Maelstrom now. That is on the way. I feel really sorry for the Faceless right now. It is quite traumatic, to say the least, for some Faceless Void gameplay like this.
On a brighter note, what do you reckon about Antares' items?
Antares' items?
3 Wraith Bands.
3 Wraith Bands? I mean... physical damage Razor, physical damage Faceless... I don't know,
it's
honestly.
just enables the Zuck. It's like the 6 plate mail build, you know? But cheaper. And it's going to get even better in 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to give him, what, 3.5 armor? That's 7... 10.5 armor at 25 minutes?
There you go.
Oh, I had to do some real hard math there.
Carry the 3. I'm a little puzzled at like some of the movements coming out from NextUp, right? Like, okay, well, they've got the Specialist Array, and it is a level 12 DK, so he's taking away some of these stacks at least. That's something. They're looking to build up a little bit of some net worth for themselves, so that, and they don't want to fight into this Aegis. I mean, Aegis is the big answer to these huge teamfight ultimates, whether it be, you know, a Chrono, a Black Hole, a Ravage. You've got a second life, you don't have a second big ultimate, right? So you just want to try and avoid it as much as possible.
Do you think Jessu should be chronoing the supports now, or do you think he should still try and focus, you know, a core right now? Because I feel like if he gets the supports, he's definitely going to be able to get a kill. However, if he gets one of the cores, then it'll definitely have a significance on the team fight, and if he were to use it on the supports, then it's most likely he may get cleaned up by the cores. So I'm really not certain.
If the ideal scenario in my eyes is he gets both Coddle and Lion. Like, those are the two that you really want to make sure that you're taking out. Then you kill the Coddle. If you can get the Lion at the end, great. If not, whatever. A huge portion of their damage is gone as a result of the Coddle being picked off. And he's pretty damn squishy at this point, right? Like, still only has 9 armor, I believe, on the Keeper of the Light. And even though he's not having the greatest game on 7 Jessu, that'll still be enough to be able to take him out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Techies is being a little bit of annoyance and placing mines here to cut waves.
Doing a pretty good job at it. Stops a lot of the aggression coming through at them. Again, remember, it's just wait out the Aegis. You got 2 minutes 20 to be able to do it. They nearly tried to get a bit of a blink infest there onto the Phoenix, but he's able to get away with his life as well.
Yeah, they missed the spear as he did. He mid-Icarus dived. Oh, he's going to recall though the Mars. Oh, Chrono.
That's a nice one.
He'll connect onto 2. Then that is a nice one. We'll take down Kiyotaka.
Get away though on Albuquerque. Does mean though that you might be feeling a little bit more hesitant about actually going up onto that high ground, right? Like, that's the big thing. You got to make sure that you're taking full advantage of this. I guess they've taken 2 tier 2s. Maybe they'll be able to just get the last one with this first Aegis. I'm a little concerned. Maybe if they had Midas, I'll be more concerned. But late game, Faceless Void, always an issue. But I think you could probably handle waiting another, whatever it is, 7 minutes. That's not late game enough for mine.
We do have a BKB now on the Razor too, so Kotl is going to find it a bit more difficult to actually take down the Razor, because these last few team fights and pickoffs, I've always seen Razor just being bullied by the Kotl at the moment with Solar Bind.
And the Mars. It's been completely useless against the Mars. You just drop down that arena and then what do you got? Nothing. Shoutouts to Alberca as well. Are we still calling it the Saberlight Spear? The one where you throw it and then you drop the arena?
The Saberlight Spear?
Yeah, he popularized it.
I mean, it does look pretty... It does look like a pretty cool play. Oh, they find Techies straight away. Goodbye, Techies. Instantaneous buyback here to try and protect the base. This melee Rax is slowly falling. Chronosphere still down for another minute, so there's no way
or something. It's during the daytime, they've got a ward, they spoke underneath the ward as opposed to in the fountain, so they're going to be able to get away.
BKB utilized here by the Razor, but he doesn't have static link, yeah. So that was a questionable BKB, and now that time it expires and gets speared into the arena.
This would be a good
Caught
chrono.
a DK too. DK doesn't have a BKB. Going to try and attempt to run away. Will be found. They'll focus all their attention right now onto the Supernova. Take that out. And that's going to be 3 dead, possibly 4. Die back onto Techies. Down for 70 seconds. The only one remaining, that being the Faceless.
That's a GG, right? Like they outplayed them at all stages. Just their vision, the way that they initiated on the target, they forced him to pop a BKB without being able to use anything else on the Razor. Even just little things like the Faceless Void time walks into the Lion, and he hexes him mid-time walk. Then he bashes him a little bit, backs up, and then as he tries to time walk away again, Kiyotaka just bumps him back with the blinding light. Like, they just did so much right in that fight, and you know, this is why 9 Pandas are probably the favorites in these whole qualifiers.
So they go now for the final set of racks to enable them to start sending through the Mega Creeps. Just a tier 3 Tyra remains before they can start hammering into that.
Jesu doesn't have a TP scroll, so he's having to ferry his career out to him off a little bit more of an unorthodox route, staying as close into the tree line as he can. Can he find this backline jump?
It's a BKB on the Faceless.
This would be a big jump if you can find it.
Oh, they're all grouped up. I mean, you've got 2 supports in the back. There it is. That's what you said. That's what you wanted. They get the Lion and the Kotl. That is Kotl dead. As now, Jesu, this BKB is going to expire very soon. It's got around about 3 more seconds. We'll have to time walk away. Because now they've got some other heroes to worry about here. They have to be careful. Solo, look at him. He's literally doing as his name says. Solo, oh, a spear onto 2. Into the trees. Mirage is going to try and attempt to get away, but Razor will fall. Down for 50 seconds. Mirage just able to get into the base and survive. Because they will find Phoenix. Interestingly.
They will call GG.
Yeah. Well. There it is. GG is called. Game 2 will be going to 9 Pandas here, who are able to push NextUp to the lower bracket of these close qualifiers. So,
Alberca MVP, no questions for mine. Like, he was so good that game. He was able to heavily restrict the amount of net worth that they were able to get on Jesu in the lane. Every single one of his spears hit. And the arena placements were just so ideal as well. Not even needing to arena every single time, just the blink spear back into the rest of his team who already had the advantage. And like we were saying before, the Saberlight arena spear combos, they worked out pretty damn well. So yeah, Alberca's mine.
I would agree with you there, Danog. I'm not going to have any conflict with you for that MVP. I felt like his spears were very on point. Especially with his arenas also. I did especially like of course, Kiyotaka coming in with an Orchid on the Kotl. I felt like during the early middle stage of the game that really helped to further punish the Faceless Void. But mainly, I think it was these arenas and spears that controlled the momentum and pace of these team fights throughout the game. So, very well played to Alberca. But now, we go on for a final series, Danog. That is 2 series gone already. Today has gone so quick.
And that was the upper bracket that we've been looking at so far. So I think now we drop down to the lower bracket for the third series of the day. I'm not 100% sure which of the two we'll be following, whether it be, ASAKURA, probably the top half, ASAKURA versus Night Pulse. So we saw a lot of promise out of ASAKURA, didn't we? In that first series of the day, they narrowly lost to Yellow Submarine. And haven't had the chance to watch Night Pulse just yet, but I believe they were beaten pretty convincingly by 1 win in like 40 minutes and 28 or something like that. So they're going to be looking for their opportunity to redeem themselves. Any surprises that we're seeing in the upper bracket in terms of results? I think it's gone pretty as expected so far.
I don't think so. I mean, we've seen 9 Pandas who have already, like for this series, for example, who've already got themselves a 2-0 victory, and also Liga team, obviously, of course, with Ramses being in there, that moves on with a 2-0 also, who defeated Nemiga Gaming and pushed them to the lower bracket. I was surprised. I was kind of interested to see how Nemiga Gaming would actually face off against the Liga team. Honestly, I thought that maybe perhaps it would be a close one, but it was a 2-0, so that piqued my intrigue. But I think Nemiga might still be able to have a chance and carry it through into the lower bracket and maybe get a little bit further, but we'll see. It's only early days. It's the first day of the qualifiers, isn't it?
It is. And I kind of wanted to see a little bit of Nemiga myself, just to see how the rest of the team would cope ever since Melreen left for Falcons, just to see, do they have any new ideas? Have they, tried to make it work just with a direct replacement for him, same sort of strategies, but doesn't look like we'll be able to on this stream. But like you said, we do have that matchup coming up between Night Pulse and ASAKURA. So I think it's a brief-ish wait, probably around that 10 or so minute mark, and then we'll be looking to get into that one, I believe.
So yeah, well, we'll see you in a bit.
Sorry, that was a bad throw.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Elite League East EU closed qualifiers. With myself, Epidamnos, joining me is Danog. We've got ourselves the final best of 3 to come. It is indeed the lower bracket. So this means that obviously, of course, if anyone loses this best of 3, they will be eliminated and someone will be continuing on throughout the lower bracket. So the final game of the day, which is indeed ASAKURA versus Night Pulse. That is our game that we're going to be having a look at for the final best of 3. Danog, we had a look at ASAKURA. Obviously, of course, within our first series, and they were up against Yellow Submarine. I can't say that to save my life. How do you think they will do within this best of 3? Because, of course, they did take a game away from Yellow Submarine, but they are up against Night Pulse. Now, they got themselves eliminated throughout a 2-0 down to the lower brackets. Will this be maybe perhaps an even fight, do you think, out of the best of 3? Or do you think this could be potentially dominated by ASAKURA?
It's hard to predict, really, because I really think Night Pulse are better than, like, a pretty simple 2-0 finish. Like, they've got Kami playing for them, for those that haven't been following Eastern Europe or even the European region for quite some time. That's Dream. That's a guy that was on Gambit for quite some time. That was a guy that was really known as, like, the up-and-comer before much more recent up-and-comers have come through. I think you've also got, was it Warwick, Vaja, also playing on that team, who've played with Hydra and Namiga in most recent times. So this feels like a mixture between the two. Obviously, we saw ASAKURA on this stream a little bit earlier today, and who was the one that mainly impressed you?
Let me think.
Faisal played 3 games of Rubik. And
I think it was Faisal.
I want to see him on something
or
not Rubik.
Lysa or Faisal. Or Faisal.
Lys was alright, but I expect that from him. You know, that's my expectation. Like, I have a base level of what I'm wanting to see from him. And he achieved that. It was a close series, like we were saying, right? So it's not like they were blown out of the water or anything like that. For me, obviously, Kami is still the star player of this team. Warwick and Vaja, like I mentioned, also, you know, part of some reasonably successful Eastern European squads just coming together. And I think Janta was also on an iteration of Hydra for quite some time, but it wasn't the same one that Kami and Warwick were on. So maybe just some communication going on behind the scenes from, you know, some of the teammates that might have overlapped at the time, but this is the first time that these guys have played together, to my knowledge.
Oh, fair enough. So, we'll find out when we go into the game. Obviously, of course, draft has a big initial change upon what we will see. As of course, we've not to bring it up again. This is the last time I'll bring it up, but the Razor situation. But I mean, they've even tried that within the games. We've seen Razor last pick up against the Lifestealer, that's it. I did have it off the top of my tongue. I just couldn't say it, bloody hell. But yeah, it was the Lifestealer. But surprisingly enough, it hasn't had a massive impact against the heroes that it heavily counters, and that is throughout the teamwork that either side of the teams contribute when going up against these picks. So it can be quite different between the fact of it can either have the intention that it was, which would be to stomp, or they can come back from it, counteract the pick, and actually have a pretty good game. So we will see what they draft, whether it'll be all right or not, and we'll then be able to get a better idea of which team is stronger. Because if they have, I think when we were casting the second series, which was Nine Pandas versus NextUp, we were speaking about the... Wait, was it Yellow Submarine? It was the Morphling game, the Morphling versus Troll.
First game of the night.
That was the first game. Oh, okay, so it was ASAKURA versus Yellow Submarine, okay. So we were discussing that even with the with Morphling and Ember Spirit and the Centaur that they should have had themselves quite a nice game because they didn't have a lot of catch, but it turns out that actually went sideways and it was Troll that was actually able to come out on top and win.
To be fair, they let it go late enough that the Troll was able to get a Basher and the Timbersaw that they had was able to get a Scythe of Vice as well, right? So they waited long enough that it became an issue because suddenly the big weakness of their draft was addressed. So I feel like you either need to crush the early game and have heroes that are able to finish the game while not putting all your eggs in one basket, you know, still having kind of like a fail-safe, you know, okay, well, we can just go back and farm a little bit more if we absolutely need to. Probably at an advantage, right? Like, if you're going to go this earlier draft, you're probably banking on having at least one set of racks so that the lanes are naturally pushing in, yada, yada, yada. Or you just rely on your individual skill to be able to push it late, to be able to manipulate the map. I'm not sure these two teams, especially with how new they are, at least in terms of, like, these 5 combinations of players, is going to go at doing that sort of thing. So my attitude with this sort of stuff, with new rosters, is just, look, make it easy. Just pick lane dominators, pick things that are able to put a lot of pressure onto the map, and just try and snowball over the enemy team. Sure, it sucks if it doesn't work out, but I mean, if it didn't work out with those heroes that are great in the early game, it wouldn't have worked out with heroes that aren't as great in the early game, you know? So you may as well just use your most effective tool that you got.
Yeah. But I wonder if we'll be seeing some common heroes again, like Centaur. That has either been banned or picked. I don't think we've ever seen it not in the ban or pick pool as of yet. So that is a heavily contested hero. I mean, Lifestealer, yeah, as well. Banned or picked. So we could be potentially seeing these heroes come out once again. That'll be intriguing to see.
DK
I mean,
as well is being pretty heavily banned. Yeah, we saw it in that last game, but I think it's been first phase banned in a lot of the other ones.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, it has. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can recall. I'm trying to think if there's any other heroes.
Chen.
We've seen Tech.
Chen has been the first ban every single game, I think.
To be honest, I remember. I can't remember when the last time I commentated, but it was definitely It was. I think. Oh, okay. It was ESL Birmingham close qualifiers, and Chen was getting banned a whole of a lot. Now, I thought that Chen would, you know, I thought it was just the fact that it was banned because it was a comfort pick, but it turns out that this hero, oh my god, the auras early stage of the game, along with the fact of just getting the satyrs that melt mana and push the wave as well with the Zeus Lightning, it is something else. I was a heavy doubter, and I doubt myself for even doubting that Chen is all-powerful and all-knowing, because he needs to be banned. So I agree with the ban. If anyone can play the Chen. But yeah,
level 1 Divine Favor, man. Being able to give someone 12 armor is stupid. It's so stupid. Like, you don't need to commit more than 1 point to it. It's... yeah. How are you supposed to fight against that?
I mean, Global Hand of God as well. I mean, that's another thing. Not as I wouldn't say not as impactful. It could lose its key, like, in the middle stage of the game. But yeah, especially with the 12 armor, that's nuts. And his what is it called? Persistence or
penitence?
Penitence. Oh my gosh, how did I screw that one? Yeah, the penitence, with the fact that you can increase the attack speed that you do against the hero, and some of the damage as well, which I found out to be quite nuts. But hopefully we have a game coming underway, so you guys don't have to hear us waffle. I mean, I am a champion at waffling, so I apologize.
Now you're making me hungry. Now I want waffles. Like, oh, some chocolate topping. Oof, I'm gonna go down a treat. Have you ever had Belgian waffles before?
Radiant team back.
I don't think I have, you know, which I think is kind of a sin.
They're really good. They're called.
I have.
The time I had them was in Paris. They're called gaufres, I think, which are just. They're so good.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team.
I think I had mine, but I had it with. Do you know what Biscoff is?
Yes.
Yeah, I had it with Biscoff sauce and like Biscoff biscuits and stuff like that. So instead of it being chocolate, it was all Biscoff.
10 seconds remaining.
Very, very tasty. And now my stomach is going to be grumbling all game as we are in the draft. And what do we got? We got a Chen ban, what a surprise. DK ban, what a surprise. Timber ban, what a surprise. So, you know, we'll hopefully get to see some new stuff come out here, or if it's just going to be another one of those best of the rest types of situations. I think the big plus, at least for ASAKURA, is that they've got Smiling Knight to play around, right? He is the hard carry of this team, and he is pretty versatile with the ones that he can play. As long as it's like a hyper carry, he's good, you know? PA, Naga Siren, Spectre, Troll Warlord, Sven, like he'll gladly do all of it. Morphling, if I didn't mention that one already. So, you know, he's got the tools to be able to do it. It's just getting him in a position to be able to, you know, take the ball and run with it.
Yeah. Mars will be picked up on the side of ASAKURA. Perhaps they were tuning in to the second to last game that 9 Pandas were playing. It's like, oh boy, I want to do that. But in return, Crystal Maiden getting picked up here on Night Pulse. Now, I think this is something that ASAKURA liked to pick up from time to time, from what we saw in the last games, with it being a strong support on the lane. But I don't think they won with the hero as of yet. So we're yet to see a victory with Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, I mean, it's another one of those heroes that I quite like it, but unless you crush the lane, it feels not that amazing, or it feels like it should be more of a response pick, like after you see, I don't know, Morphling, Void, Puck, Ember Spirit, like these sorts of heroes that you really want to try and, you know, lock them in place with that Frostbite. That's what it's really good against. Maybe they just feel like they can, I mean, Lifesteal is not banned. Maybe they're wanting to get away with picking it at some point in this phase. If the Razor gets banned out, I would say that might indeed be the case.
5 seconds remaining.
As the final ban remains before we get on to the big pick phase, Puck will be banned out.
Very interesting. So what are they thinking of? Like, are they just going to go a bit more of like an all-in sort of strategy? I mean, Gyrocopter can come online relatively easily. We know it's not locked into being a core either. So that's good. They've got some level of flexibility with this. So what do you pick now into this? I mean, you know that regardless of what lane you're going into, they're probably going to be using a ton of spells. I wouldn't hate seeing something like a Skywrath Mage come out here. You know, just something that is able to stand on the back lines, that can combine together with the Mars Arena and be very effective, that can use a magic stick to full effect and really pump out a lot of damage going the other way. Rubik's fine, but there's nothing on Gyro that I'm like, I need to steal this. It might just be a comfort thing. You know, again, it's Phasor, so it's going to be his 4th game of Rubik that we've seen out of 4 games. Sure, let him do it.
5 seconds remaining.
If he likes his Rubik, he likes his Rubik.
Just give me a... Maybe they're trying to slow the game down a little bit. That's part of the reason why they want to pick up this Crystal Maiden. Because, like, if you win an Enchantress, for example, then doesn't feel that great against a CM. You can just Frostbite the creep. Doesn't matter if it's level 1 or level 4. It's still going to do a ton of damage against it. So instead, a little bit more defensive, kind of leaning towards that Smiling Knight hard carry style that I was talking about before, right? Where you can just build up a ton of stacks for him. You can make sure that he's never in a position to get completely gone on. Feels pretty good to me.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Why is Shadow Demon so ripped? He's not really like the most physical.
Why is that the first thing that comes into your head when looking at the chart?
Look at that chest, bro.
I mean, he's a demon. He's meant to be intimidating, right?
True, true. He's like a wizard. What's the point?
Imagine, like, a Pudge version of him. Would that be intimidating? Actually, I think it would be scary, actually. Oh, Doom comes out with Pangolier. Okay, now, Doom... I've witnessed this firsthand, and I have had to face this firsthand as well in the games. The thing that they've changed with his ultimate, with the fact that you're no longer able to actually have any effect upon healing or lifesteal, is insane. on this Doom. So it is, even though that they removed the fact that you can now use items during Doom, but you can't get healed or have lifesteal, I think is nuts.
Makes barriers more effective, right? So anything that I don't hate Terrorblade either, but like Glimmer Cape, more value. Solar Crest, more value. Terrorblade just feels really good, right? Way to combat against a big single target lockdown is just don't be completely single target. Don't be completely obvious. And if this gyro is now a position 1, you're having to have Flak Cannon going into all of these TB illusions that have a lot of armor just off the back of TB's insane agi gain, plus good starting agi as well.
So I actually haven't seen a Terrorblade carry. I know this sounds really weird, because obviously, of course, he's been always played as a carry until ever so recently. I haven't seen him played as a carry in months. So this is the first time that we're going to... well, I personally am going to see him. When was the last time you saw a Terrorblade carry?
Quite a while, actually, even in pubs. I haven't seen it in an eternity. And I mean, it's just more synergy together with a Shadow Demon, right? There's just going to be illusions on illusions on illusions and constantly running at you. I wonder if they're going to ban out the PL as well, just respecting the fact that they might flex this gyro to being a support. Because that could be some trouble in the lane if you're going up against a gyro and a Doom. TB doesn't necessarily love that. Scorched Earth plus Rocket Barrage plus Missile.
Yeah, it's very annoying. But the one thing I do like about the Terrorblade, how he scales into the late game, is the fact that he's going to have a very high base armor. So Gyrocopter, most of his damage upon the late game is going to be his physical damage from the Flak Cannons, and with thanks to the high base armor, Terrorblade is going to not be hurt by most of that.
Yeah, that's why I was really leaning towards like the Naga ban, the potential for a PL to come out as well. I think those are pretty important things that you need to make sure that you're covering. Those are the classic counters to the TB. TB is very single target focused on whatever he's actually dealing damage to, so anything that can disrupt that a little bit, it's going to be very effective. Even probably get away with something like a CK, honestly.
Yeah, so they could change it if they wanted to right now and move Gyrocopter to a support position, yeah.
Always liked the Gyro 4. Just being able to play around with a missile as well. 4-staff it forward. Yawls it a little bit if you want to slow it down a bit.
I love playing Gyrocopter 3 or 4. It's so much fun with Rocket Barrage.
What about Sniper 4, though?
I've actually never played that.
Not terrible. It's very fun. Anything could be a 4 if you really want it. I mean, people are playing TB4 now, man. So anything could work. I've seen
playing
TB5.
I have actually seen that as well. Yeah, I actually had that once, like quite a while ago. I think it was like last year, and it actually worked out pretty well.
I've cast tournament games with Faceless Void position 5. Just going more into the time dilation.
Oh my god, I feel sorry for you.
Well, they won, so...
Oh!
Easy clap. This was old Neon Esports, I believe. It was Jaunuel playing it.
Dire team pick.
Shout out to the Mullet God.
Wondered why I saw an influx of Faceless Void supports in my games last year.
Yeah.
Now I know why.
Alright, Lifestealer ban. Feels good. Especially against the Mars. This is the scary lane that I was talking about. CM, Lifestealer, horrible to lane against. Just two of the strongest laners against someone beefy like the Mars itself. But what does that mean then? Like, can you... I guess they feel the Ember Spirit covers the PL risk. Just in, being able to go Mage Slayer, being able to go Maelstrom, having a Mars that's going to be able to deal a bunch of that AoE damage as well.
I guess I'd say it's kind of an even lineup as well against Pangolier on the mid lane. The amount of harass
it's a bit Ember favored. It's a bit Ember favored.
Faceless Void.
Choose your hero.
Okay, more Faceless Void. Don't hate it. Again, like it feels like the two teams that ASAKURA have played today are very similar to their own, right? Like it's a 4 Protect 1 for both. It was Satanic, Butterfly earlier, and now you've got Kami that you're facing up against. Like, this is they're basically just looking at themselves. It's like the Spider-Man pointing meme, you know, where they're just like, hey, this is our strats, what are you trying to do? But in terms of overall team fight, I would probably say that it's definitely Night Pulse in the lead on that front. You know, you've got Chronosphere, you've got Rolling Thunder, and really only the Arena of Blood to have to contest against that. And then suddenly, if Vaj is able to get a Doom onto the Mars, then what are you going to do, right? And I would say he is by far the easiest of all of the cores to be able to lock out of the fight with the Doom.
Yeah, Doom is going to be a problem, definitely. If they're able to cast Doom correctly and start the initiation right and place it either upon Ember or Terrorblade, it's going to cause them a lot of problems, I think, in the fight, because both of them are very significant damage dealers that they need to be online during the fights in order for them to win the fight. So Lotus Orbs are possibly in order. Definitely, maybe, perhaps even a Lincoln Sphere, because this Doom ability, I still find it nuts. I didn't think it used to be that much of a problem back then. They'd be like, oh well, I'm doomed. It's okay. I still have my passives and stuff like that. I can still heal. But yeah, the reason why I was so angry about the whole healing situation is because playing carry heroes that have like a Morbid Mask or something like that, you can no longer heal up anymore.
Can't even TP back to base. You can sometimes die there.
Exactly. So let's hop right into the game. Yeah, game one. Out of this best of three, ladies and gentlemen, the final series of the day of Night Pulse versus ASAKURA.
Who do you think's got the dub?
Oh, I tell you what, I do like the Gyrocopter and the Doom off lane. I think it is underrated. I don't think Terrorblade is going to have a fun time with Shadow Demon. I mean, there are saves. They do have themselves the Disruption. I got to give them that, and they have themselves Arena as well. But Night Pulse do have some abilities of their own. I'm really, really uncertain, Danog. I'm gonna say Night Pulse. I'm gonna risk it for a biscuit. I'm gonna say Night Pulse here.
Sure. I'm fine with that as well. I think it's going to be really dependent on their camp control as well, because these lanes are naturally going to be... Hold on, what's Kami doing? Walking into Jeffrix and Lies.
Goodness.
Seems to be pinging up there as if they've got a ward there, but no, not the case. It's on the low ground instead. So what I was saying up top about the Doom and the Gyro, you're naturally going to shove the lanes out, right? You've got the Scorched Earth, you've got the Rocket Barrage, you obviously want Rocket Barrage to hit onto heroes most of the time, but the reality is it'll hit a little bit of creeps, right, as you're looking to chase people. So that's naturally going to push the wave out. You've got to make sure that they're not in a position to be able to pull, and you've got to make sure that you are in a position to pull if the lane is really heavily shoved in. So I really want to see another Sentry Ward purchased ASAP here for Merlin on the top side to make sure that that situation does happen.
Yeah. Oh, and the body blocks, they're the same on the mid. So you say this, the Ember matchup is slightly favored compared to Pangolier?
Yeah, it used to be different when, you know, you just put a couple of points into the lucky shot and make things a little bit more challenging for the Ember. But ever since it's not like a disarm and it's more of an attack speed reduction, then, you know, it goes a little bit further away from the Pangolier. And just the fact that you can have the Searing Chains to be able to contest against the Pango is really solid. Like, you just lock him in place, remove some of his mobility, which is one of the strongest parts of his kit.
And I mean, that especially has been nerfed since you last spoke about it in the previous series, about how the range has been reduced on the Swashbuckle.
The real question is, are we getting a patch tomorrow in Crown Form? I never know. As soon as I see T-Gov start to stream, I'm like, okay, it's within a couple of days.
Do you think he secretly gets whispers about it? Or?
I can't imagine he would just randomly pick a time to start. I would say he's got some sort of a clue.
Because I remember where he did one where he was like digging a hole until like the patch comes out, and he had like the RuneScape, like the old school RuneScape inventory and everything, and was playing like Sea Shanty 2 in the background.
Not so fast.
And
I think he's just lost it, honestly. Like, he's completely lost it.
I can't imagine him without any pre-warning doing that. There's no way, because he'd be digging a hole for days.
Bottom side, they're probably going to be able to get first blood here. Ooh, Crystal Nova didn't have enough mana to be able to get it off. That would have been a dead Rubik if he was able to. How are those camps looking? Alright. Not looking good for Night Boss, I gotta say. Small camp, not blocked up. Pull, half pull is happening. Big camp is blocked up. No pull is happening for your team. And it's a similar sort of story on the bottom side of the map as well. Hard camp still very much available there. Jantra as well has just used all of his mana just to be able to, you know, get a Q onto a big centaur, which, you know, feels kind of nice, but that's not what you're picking CM for. You're picking CM to dominate the lane, not secure a single creep.
Supports need gold too.
Sure, I'm in agreement with that, but not at the expense of, you know, losing the lane. Nice little creep manipulation there by Kami. Making sure the tower's not hitting it.
I'm just looking to see on this top lane eventually, once we get maybe perhaps level 3, level 4 for Gyro and Doom. I think that's where things will start to pop off for them on this top lane. That's why I was heavily favoring their lineup, because I think Doom and Gyro are a very good combination together. I think they can reap a lot of havoc.
No, I agree. Probably level 3 is the time that they're really looking for. I mean, you've already got a decent creep in the Ghost one that Doom was able to devour, so that Frost attack is going to be very useful. But, yeah, definitely needing 2 points in the Scorched Earth to be able to make some of those chases happen, as well as a second point in the Rocket Barrage as well. I mean, they did buff up level 1 Rocket Barrage quite a decent amount a couple of months ago. You know, level 1 I think deals 33% more than it used to, so that's a pretty big buff. It used to be 6 per rocket, now it's 8. Oh, here we go, making a little bit of a dive happen here. It's not too deadly though, and you have to consider, like, what's the cooldown of everything? 22 seconds on the Disruption, Scorched Earth, it's already expired, and by the time you're able to use it next, Disruption is going to be available once more. So this is really why I was wanting them to get a lot earlier control over the camps, because it just feels like you're in this situation where there's nothing stopping TB from farming. Smiling Knight's going to have a fine time up here.
Right, okay.
Bottom lane, trying to make a bit of a play on supplies, but he is plenty healthy.
He's sitting in the midst of the creep wave. I mean, Mango, they could go for a kill on Mars here. Possibly. I mean, Mango's ready.
Yeah, he's got the Lotus, he's got the Wand, he's got 2 braces, he's got another Tango fed through to him as, yeah. It's actually, what is that, solo kill? Oh.
It is, yeah. Death summary. Oh, I can't load the death summary. Are you serious? But the game doesn't let me. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, show. Okay, I can do fight recap at least, but I can see.
5 Shadow Poison stacks.
How did you see that? What the heck? What?
In fight recap.
Does it say that?
Oh, yeah. For me, it does. I can see abilities used.
Oh, that's so not fair.
Just built different, you know.
The game just hates me. That's what it is. That's why I'm losing MMR.
Don't worry. Just if you see Razor, don't pick Troll.
I won't. But yeah, Bounty Rune spawn, and Cheeky Rubik able to snatch the Bounty Rune on their side.
It's alright, they got the Shield Rune for Mr. Pangolia. Forcing him to use one of those Fire Remnant stacks. Ooh. Did they stuff that up? Yes, they did. No bottle refill for Mr. Young G, but better that than just losing your bottle altogether. Can you imagine that if you dropped it on the ground and they yoinked it?
Yeah, I thought that was a weird bottle refill then. I was like, did they refill it? Because he dropped it on the floor instead of giving it.
He had full charges and he used one and then tried to give it through. So, oh, top side. Is Baja okay?
Oh.
They're popping out Orcuses for this, but A little bit of an odd move. Obviously, that is one of the downsides of having the SD. Like, sure, it's a disruption, but it's not really a stun. You can't deal damage to him during the fact. You know, if it was a CM, that's probably a death doom, but not going to be the case.
Oh, meanwhile, Mars on the bottom. Frostbite. Gonna get the kill. Telekinesis. Oh, nice stuff there. No, never mind. Oh, Crystal Nova. Just in range. That's a level 1 Crystal Nova getting the kill.
That's all you really need. I don't think they can. They don't have the mana on the CM to be able to get another bit of a follow-up here. But that's exactly what you're expecting out of a CM lane, right? If you're not getting kills, I'm not sure why you're picking CM.
To Crystal Nova the Centaur on the camp.
Sure, exactly. That's exactly why. It's level 5 now, so that Frostbite is even deadlier. Looking like he wants to make a bit of a rotation with... I think he's got boots coming out on the career. So... I haven't scouted out the fact that there's a bit of a stack going on here, and the DD rune is available. Are you calling it DD, AD? What are we calling that? Amp damage?
Yeah, it's called amplified damage. I mean, I think everyone will still call it DD because it's been like that for so long.
Just damage rune? I don't know.
I mean, I think some people will still say DD, but there'll obviously be those people that's like, it's not called DD rune anymore.
Well, actually,
it's an amplified damage rune.
Yeah, that's a dead
But
Rubik.
sorry, bro. Oh, time dilation. That might be a kill on the Rubik. It is indeed. Time lock. Bashes up the Rubik, finds a kill. Spear there, though, in return, and a rotation from Young G. The arena's there as well. Chronosphere ready. It will Chrono too. Very nice Chrono indeed. It may help taking down the Mars. Swashbuckle.
Amplified damage rune.
Oh, we ran into the Swashbuckle.
Is that intentional? It looked intentional.
Fitting voice line from Pango as well. Is that intentional? Alright, nice little start here for Night Pulse. Your expert pick to win this game.
He's actually coming back. He's still staying here with the amplified damage rune.
Just waiting for Mars to come out. Even making sure that the...
Oh, there it is.
Okay, this would be a pretty big one. It'll only be a Rubik, probably. Okay, they're actually going to full-on commit here.
He actually just stopped the shield crouch mid-telekinesis, which was pretty nice. So that actually forced the Pangolier to use the Rolling Thunder.
Could be better, for
Shadow
sure.
Demon?
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Oh, didn't get
They
the
would
shield
love to yoke
crush.
this one away. Who is able to take this is my real question. Like, Ember Spirit doesn't... Unlucky.
Oh my
He doesn't have
gosh.
any mana. Young G, you are deep, my guy.
Oh, he just has enough for a remnant, but Swashbuckle in 3 more seconds. No, he's underneath the tier 2. He'll have some armor. He'll go for the Shadow Demon
Take that and the
instead.
stack. Surely.
Oh my
Let
god.
Merlin take the lane. Pango should take the stack. Seems like he's more concerned about the power rune. Understandable. I mean, Ember Spirit, of course, very scary, as are all the spirits, if they're able to get some of those power runes. It looks like he wants to make a bit of a move over there now. Do they have vision advantage? No. Looks like it is ASAKURA that have that advantage, and even just a cheeky point in the flak cannon. Be able to help him out a bit there.
Just waiting until the 15-minute mark when Gyrocopter gets himself the shard for his rocket barrage on the homing missile. That is, I think it's pretty busted.
Oh yeah, but it's so fun.
It is. That's why I play the hero. How are things looking for Terrorblade? I actually haven't seen Terrorblade for about 5 minutes. Top of the last hits and denies, top of the net worth is kind of drawing equally with the Pangolier. Falcon Blade, Blade of Alacrity. What's this in the courier? This is a Dragonland. So maybe perhaps we'll see a rotation from Knight here from Terrorblade to try and help take down these towers since he has himself a Dragonlance.
Maybe. I mean, Nami's got his Chronosphere available.
Oh, doesn't get latched onto the tree. Chrono, oh, that's lovely. Connects onto 2. Telekinesis, though, disrupting the damage, but they will still find the kill nonetheless there onto the Mars. And the Doom comes down. They've actually found themselves 3. They found themselves 4, possibly 5. Knight, he really wish he had it rotated in now on this Dragonlance. He's going to be found, and that is a team-wide Night Pulse.
You got to be very certain about getting the kill onto the Faceless Void if you wanted to commit with that many heroes, you know, especially when you know the Chronosphere is available, right? And that is one of their big weaknesses. Unless they've got the Blink Dagger on the Mars, pretty hard to be able to just land a semi-reliable stun onto him. You're basically relying on a Rubik who's got 1 point in the Arcane Supremacy, so not exactly the biggest cast range for the Telekinesis, and it seemed like Young G was just a little bit off the mark with the Searing Chains.
Oh, they're going to find Rubik again here on the top lane. Nowhere to run. Or maybe perhaps he's actually quick on the draw with the movement speed. Oh, the freezing field. Gets him. The frostbite.
Don't want to go for more though. Ajat completely out of mana.
Yeah, he's slowed down.
No way he's going to be able to run away from this one. Even being a Doom with the old Scorched Earth and the Phase Boots should die. Should die.
Yeah, there we go.
Dire's structures are fortified.
But if you're ever wondering why, if you're ever in like a pub game and you wonder why is my carry not rotating to help me in these team fights, that's the reason why, because they rotate and then they die. That's literally what happened tonight. And then any time like he rotates and dies, he just makes it question and just think to himself, why did I even rotate? I should have just farmed.
What do you reckon about this attempt for the Wisdom Rune? They're looking to go through.
This is
try
sneaky.
And kill off Lies on the way, but really good positioning from him.
Freezing Field and the Rolling Thunder as well. Oh, who's going to get the Wisdom Rune? It's going to be Night Pulse. And that is a dead Shadow Demon? No, it's not! That's a dead Gyrocopter! Okay, now it's a dead Shadow Demon. Okay, he came back with a swashbuckle.
Ballsy move there by Jeffries there underneath. He stole a rocket barrage and he just started running at him.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Why not? At the end of the day, though, they were able to yoink away that Wisdom Rune, so the rich get richer. 5k net worth lead for Knife Pulse.
Yeah, almost all 3 of the cores on Night Pulse here at the top of the net worth. It's just Terrorblade keeping the balance a little bit between him and Vazir on the Doom.
I'm a little... Like, Rubik's a good hero. Don't get me wrong. Shadow Demon's a good hero. But those 2 heroes with an Ember Spirit, I'm not sure are the combination that you're really wanting to have, right? Like,
Dire's top tower is
you just see the comparison. Like, Pango should have lost that lane pretty handily to the Ember Spirit, but he didn't. And a big part of it was because of the fact that you've got like a Gyro and a CM to be able to play around with 2 heroes that enable your spells to be just so much more reliable to hit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, we did just get a solo Chrono there on the Mars. The Maelstrom just taking out Mars for free.
No Rolling Thunder though, so again, needing to move back a little bit here on Warwick.
So we're going to meet each other in the river, maybe? Power Rune spawning potentially top. Is it going to be top? It is going to be top. No one snatched it. Okay, Vazier's got it.
Yoink.
Actual yoink.
Even pushes himself away with his own Hurricane. I need to see if he might want to try and commit the Doom, but on Jeffrix he will.
Hey, that stolen rocket barrage is doing work. Crystal Maiden fallen as well. They will finally take down the Rubik. But in return, they will also find the Shadow Demon there, with thanks to that swashbuckle.
Seems a little bit odd, right? Like, a few of these kills seem to be happening kind of random places. Like, I'm not sure what they're actually achieving, you know, because Tower's not getting pushed. other cores aren't really farming on the side lanes. The only one that sort of was Lice, and he's picked up a Blink Dagger as a result of it, so maybe now they're just thinking, alright, everyone's back, everyone's got their fresh health and mana, TP out to a tower, connect with Lies, make a Blink happen onto someone, and get the kills. Again though, even if you've got him, like, where is the actual damage coming from with a Rubik and a Shadow Demon? It's really much more young G and Lies that are the ones doing the damage, but
yeah,
G needs to be the one revealing himself.
BKB now for the Doom too.
Going for Doom, it seems, but yeah, he's got the BKB. Is that the right target? You don't want to smoke to be able to just land onto a gyro.
They're going to do just that though. Oh wait! Chrono in 3 more seconds. 3 more seconds. Is he going to commit it? I think he's going to save it for some time. Yeah, he'll just get a free kill there onto the Mars. That's another 2 kills there for Night Pulse. That would have been a good Chrono though if he had it.
3-man. Still, they'll take the 2.
Oh, and for Ember?
Absolutely.
Chrono? Yep, gonna go for it. We'll find the kill.
Friggs might even die. He's got the Time Walk available, but let's see if he mana burn too quickly for that to be a factor. God damn. Didn't even need the mana burn.
Yeah, triple kill there for the Faceless Void.
Just feels like they're a little bit disconnected, don't you think, on ASAKURA?
Yeah, it feels like they're getting picked off here. A few people at a time, so it's not like a full commitment thing at the moment. They kind of split off.
I mean, they see Doom has the BKB, and then they see a gyrocopter, and it's a 3-man smoke with your blink reveal, and you go on to support gyro. I don't know. Like, surely that's the sort of time to put down some deep vision, to find one of these heroes that are so much more vulnerable if you're able to get the jump onto them, like the Faceless Void, like the Pangolier, who don't have that big defensive item.
There's some quite nice defensive wards though that they're starting to place here on ASAKURA.
You're back. Good use of that Demonic Purge as well, just to make sure that BKB won't mean crap. You won't be able to chase down anyone.
Was not able to steal Rolling Thunder either. Only the shield crash.
Just trying to think who would be the happiest about all of this, right? Like, I would say probably Faceless Void. I know it's a 10k net worth lead that they've already got, but if you're able to build that up further, if you're able to get further into a little bit more of this magic damage with the Mjolnir coming through, maybe you do kill the Terrorblade inside of the Chronosphere.
And no cancel there for the Doom TP either. I mean, they did have themselves Disruption, but I didn't think it was in range for the Doom. Just revealed him as well within the trees before he just TP'd away.
I know there's been a lot of kills so far, but a lot of the wards right now are pretty defensive. Like, you know, there's one ward that's like slightly past the river for both teams, but it's not really suggesting to me that either team wants to go for this super deep dive. I can understand why for ASAKURA because of how their past few attempts have gone, just completely lacking in damage to be able to actually secure the target that they want. But for Nightpulse, I would say, why not? You know, as soon as you've got that Rolling Thunder available, just go with the rest of the boys. You've got the bottle, you've got the, the bottle with the Invis, you've got the Rolling Thunder available, you've got supports that are level up to be incredibly healthy, and yeah, they're pretty much at the maximum damage output that they'll have for the entire game, the CM and the Gyrocopter, in terms of their relative strengths.
I mean, we've almost got ourselves a Yules here soon on Lyset. On the Mars. Should help defensively and maybe perhaps even aggressively also to set up with the spear.
Yep. I think that was IGOP. First one to kind of go down that route of the Yule Scepter build. So, I mean, it's a nice way to be able to guarantee catch out the likes of a Faceless Void and the Pango before they're able to get off any of these escape spells. A little bit of extra mana regen too. They're not considering Roshan, are they? You'd have to commit meta for that. Nowhere near.
I mean, Faceless Void is ready with a Chronosphere if they want to rotate top. They have smoked up as 5. Could be good if they...
Radiant are scared.
Maybe perhaps they can get Kami. The smoke's gonna break.
Pull down.
There's the spear along with the Searing Chains. They have themselves enough physical damage to delete him.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
These are the attempts that I like. Right? You find the right target that doesn't have his defensive items. Top meta, sure, but you also get an objective, which also helps protect Roshan when it moves up towards the top side in 2 minutes. And you know, you can even just use your illusions to keep those lanes pushed in a little bit further. Like, it just feels so much more on the same page, you know?
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Shiva's God now too for the Doom.
Are they considering doing their own Roche bottom now, before they lose the ability to contest it? I wonder if it's something that they're considering. Everyone's kind of rallying around this bottom side, realizing that they won't have meta for this.
I think this is the first time I've ever seen a gyrocopter with a mechanism before. That's a new one for me.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of AoE damage, right? Whether it be Rubik or Ember or Mars. Going to get them a lot of value for sure. I really like this call though, to go for the Roshan. Not wanting to give it up, considering they lost their tier 1 tower up top. No easy way to be able to contest it.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
And meanwhile, as they were taking that Roshan out, Terrorblade being able to obtain a 23-minute Daedalus.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, if you're wanting to burst these targets down while you're using the minimal stuns that you have, that's the way. You just gotta overwhelm them with damage. As,
Dire's
well,
bottom tower
considering
is under
where
attack.
Void just died, it's a little puzzling that Vaja feels safe enough just to be farming right underneath this potential Observer Ward position, but he is. I wonder if they'll be able to actually secure the kill with just Lies and the Shadow Demon. Probably not, maybe just trying to bait out a BKB.
Oh, the BKB came out in time.
That's fine though, he'll just run away. It would have always come out in time, there's no way a Mars and a Shadow Demon are killing him. I think they're very happy with that outcome.
Dire's middle tower.
Could we see this little bit of a pincer move from the side though? Jeffrix is in a little bit of trouble. Once again though, showing how elusive he can be.
Time walks in. Meanwhile though, they have caught themselves Doom. So he does not have himself the BKB, so gets the kill there, but in return, they do find both for the supports. They're going to go forward and try and find something here, but the rest of them are going to TP out. They won't be able to catch them. So in return for 2 supports, they do get themselves the off-lane core Doom.
It was a Doom that had already doomed though, so I think generally it's okay. And I guess you have to remember that it is while they have the Aegis, so maybe they are going to be satisfied with a 2-for-1. I wouldn't say so though.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I think they just
Radiant's
pinged
bottom tower
the
is
Terrorblade
under
as well.
attack.
They want to move against it, maybe? Yeah, they're TPing in. Chronosphere ready. Kami.
They know there's
Actually,
no
just
chrono.
going to clear the illusions.
The die off.
Well, they have found the Terrorblade though. The Sunder comes out. We'll give him back some HP, but no Metamorphosis will fall here.
No need for chrono either. That's
On
a
his
big
own.
deal, being able to take him out a full minute away from having the meta, so by the time he respawns it'll be up, but what are you going to lose in that time? Mid lane, it's been actually pushed out relatively effectively, nicely done by Jeffrix and Young G to make sure that that wasn't the case, but looks like bottom will be under siege a little bit.
Dire's bottom tower
We got
is
some
under
vision
attack.
here of the Shadow Demon too. Seeing him play some Observer Wards.
Hopefully they remember to glyph. They did not remember to glyph,
Dire's
okay, that
bottom
was a free
tower
glyph.
has fallen.
Tried to force staff forward as well and use the telekinesis there on the gyrocopter. Still, this Chronosphere is ready. Hasn't even been able to utilize
him.
it yet.
They know where he is.
Kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Kami has just taken 2 tier 2 towers without any kind of competition, I guess is the right word to use for it.
Dire's top tower
Yeah,
is
that
under
was a
attack.
dead Shadow Demon buy, right? There was no need to even speak about that. There was no way he was escaping from that tree line. But, intriguingly, Lysa... Oh, Lysa's actually been found here by Pangolier. Does not connect the spear. The Kami with the Chrono Sphere finds Young G. Taken out. Solo kill. Very nice for him. Now has an Eye of Skadi too, opting to go for a Butterfly. This is where it starts to get scary now, Dano. The late game Faceless Void.
The late game Faceless Void that's reducing some of the, you know, potential lifesteal, of course, against a Terrorblade even. Just a single right click on him means that Skadi against a ranged hero is going to come into effect. So, yeah, 40%, I believe, attack and movement speed reduction, which is just so devastating. Oh, 50. Wow, I didn't realize it was 50.
So with Chrono down, Aegis going to expire in 20 seconds. Do maybe perhaps ASAKURA want to try something here? Would this be the only time to try something, or are they better waiting to get out above the high ground?
I would personally rather they waited on high ground, just because you've got the Mars, you've got the potential for like a Blink Spear back to be able to make a bit of an advantageous position in a lot of these team fights. I mean, I'm a little surprised that they still haven't been able to take the mid-tier 1 tower. You can see a bunch of TPs coming back to make sure that that still remains the case.
Rolling Thunder? Coming forward, Blink ready. They really want to try and get this Terrorblade. They've caught him there. There's Kami coming forward. They don't even have Chrono, and they're this confident Night Pulsar on obtaining the kill. The Doombeat's been applied there to Young G. They've got themselves 2 kills. Now the arena coming out defensively. They found themselves Terrorblade. That's 3 gone. Possibly 4. Possibly 5. As this is going to be a dieback here potentially on the Ruby if they can stop this freezing field. There we go. 6 kills here for the hands of Night Pulse, and they only lose their Pangolier.
Yeah, I mean, it was a deep dive, but you can understand their confidence, right, with how far ahead they've been, with the lack of cooldowns needing to be expended to win a lot of these team fights, and it's just going to continue. Only 1,100 gold away from being able to go the Satanic for himself is Kami. He's even just going to keep multiple lanes pushed in at once, using the Mjolnir as well, just to activate onto the creep wave, keep that passively pushing in as well. Yep, just doing everything right.
As they got themselves a bottom set of racks now. They could look to even move middle with the Chronosphere ready. Butterfly on the way for Kami also. Faceless Void having a great time here right now. 14-1 on the Faceless Void.
Well, they've got the Vlads up on Merlin, so not even needing the Doom to be the one picking it up. Is he? That's not a Cypher Vice, is it? What's it got? No, just a Tiara of Celamene that he's got queued up. Not going to really change it. Wait, is that a Bloodstone?
Who is this on?
No, I think it's an Octarine. Yeah, Octarine. Doom is about to finish up. Scary stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Roshan possibly spawning in about 30 seconds too. So, what do they want to do with this? They are smoked up. Actually moving through this twin gate. Oh, Chrono ready.
They have no vision on the top side as well. They won't be able to see the twin gate animation. Got to be careful about going too close to the creep wave though.
Oh, they have vision. The smoke's broken. Oh, not able to get the Doom off there,
miss?
but a Chrono!
3-man.
Oh, it's connected onto 3. Yeah, they found the first support, they found the second support. Now they're laying into the Terrorblade as well. Not able to get off the Thunder there in time. They find 3, and now they're going to go for the Mars, being bashed up there time and time again. He's actually using the Yules here defensively, surprisingly, but will fall. GG is called, and game 1. They realize that Night Pulse are just way too ahead right now. Nothing that they can do to stop this, so they're going to call GG early. So game 1 will be going to them. A victory for Night Pulse.
It is indeed, and I mean, this is why it was called the next big thing on Kami. What was that? 17-1 was his score at the end of the game. Yeah, 17-1-8 on the Faceless Void. You know, not just being obviously insanely good at farming, but just his map presence as well, knowing exactly when to join in a lot of these team fights, knowing where to farm most of the time. You know, getting caught out that one time, but for me, it really did feel like ASAKURA just didn't have the right combinations to be able to make plays, right? Like, Ember Spirit can't really do anything with a Rubik and a Shadow Demon. It's kind of the similar issue that you have playing with a puck. You've got to have some other sort of hero that's able to dish out some damage into it all. And this is the 4th game now that Phasor has played the Rubik, and he's only won 1 of them. So I think it's time for him to change up something. I want to see something a little bit different, something that's a little bit more aggressive. I haven't hated the way that he's played the Rubik. I just think it makes your gameplay a little bit too one-dimensional, you know?
Yeah, I felt like they should increase the communication between. I don't know how the comms are right now, but from the team fights that we saw around about the early and the middle stage of the game, they were fairly scattered. From watching it, it didn't feel like they were all that much synergized as a team should be. Do you know what I mean?
No, I know exactly what you mean, and it's just like I feel that way, but also I feel like this draft didn't do them any favors, just because, you know, you can have the best communication of all time, you know? You could be, you know, have ESP and, like, you know, actually say it into their brains what they are trying to do, but you're not killing anything with a Rubik, Shadow Demon, Ember Spirit trio that's looking to roam around while, you know, a Mars is trying to get his Blink Dagger and TB's trying to farm.
Yeah, I can understand that. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed going to go for a break. So it is indeed Night Pulse who claim themselves this comfortable Game 1. But stay tuned, because we'll be coming back with Game 2 shortly in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you real soon. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Elite League Closed Qualifiers. With myself, Epidamnos, joining me is Danog. We've got ourselves the second game of the final series of the day. That being Night Pulse versus ASAKURA. Now, Night Pulse, they had themselves a comfortable Game 1 victory, but now we're coming into Game 2 where we see if they're able to actually defend themselves and move themselves throughout the lower bracket, or if ASAKURA will be able to equalize this and we go for a Game 3. So we've got the draft well underway. Let's take a look at what is being laid out before us. So ban-wise, Mars is being taken out here by ASAKURA. Interestingly enough, they did play that, but they're actually going to ban that now and move it to one side. In return, Night Pulse, they've banned out the usual. The Chen, the Timbersaw, the Dragon Knight, and the Kunkka. I think this is exactly what they banned in Game 1.
You don't mess with a winning strategy, you know? Like it's ASAKURA's job to try and beat what they've just thrown at them, right? So they need to do something else. All right, Centaur. We saw that it's had varying success across today. It means that you can't really go down the route of these heroes like the Razor really early on. They're just going to go nice and casual into the Crystal Maiden again. Again, it's fine, right? Like, this is something that does have some sort of kill threat in the lane and in the early game. You just got to make sure that you make something happen before some of those BKBs start to come online, because if you don't, you're kind of useless.
Yeah. Definitely. But Centaur, as you said, we'll see whether they can utilize it, because even though we've seen a lot of wins with Centaur, I think ASAKURA had one game where they did have themselves a Centaur and it didn't go all that well for them. But we'll see nonetheless if they're able to have themselves a good game. We have seen pretty positive games with this hero at the moment. I mean, very underrated with the fact that Stampede, a very nice tool for initiating and counter-initiating and retreating even.
Yeah, for sure.
Radiant team ban.
And then also the double edge as well. I mean, with the shard, absolutely insane that you can steal strength with the double shard.
True. I'm still like the ban and the Sven, sure. Where's the lifestealer ban? Get it out of there. Maybe they're wanting to bait them into a lifestealer pick, and
10 seconds remaining.
then they feel like they've got the counter for it.
5 seconds remaining.
From experience, lifestealer actually doesn't do all that good on lane against Centaur. Unless I'm playing him really bad.
With CM, I think you can't make it lose. You can't lose that lane.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, see what you mean.
You just go like you don't allow him to run away and like. I feel like the way that the Centaur beats that is just trying to run away and, you know, tactically use your double edges, just constantly, you know, chip the lifestealer down. But if you go something like an Orb of Venom, then you can just constantly be hitting him, and, you know, that 3.5 seconds, I think, that you have to wait just feels like an eternity. Yeah. I like this pick as well. You know, obviously it would have been a good lifestealer pick already, but you want to make sure that you're not revealing everything. This could be a Gyro 1. We just saw that they can make Gyro work as a position 4 perfectly fine. So, really, they're just putting the ball in ASAKURA's court as to what they will do.
I feel like if you did go lifestealer against Centaur, I don't know if you agree with me or not, but I felt like you'd have to put it into the lifesteal a bit more than you would Ghoul Frenzy in order to sustain against, you know, like double edge and stuff like that.
Yeah, you could probably get away with it just because, again, you've got the Crystal Maiden that's providing you that slow. You don't, You're not needing to rely on the Ghoul Frenzy. But the thing with the Ghoul Frenzy is it's got that bonus attack speed just built in, right? So you're needing that to rely on your farming potential, right? You're just free 15 attack speed every single time you level it up. Yes, please. Feeling much more positive about this from ASAKURA, though. Like,
yeah, they've changed it up a bit. They've got themselves the Centaur, and it's no longer a Fez or Rubik. I think it's a Fez or Hoodwink.
Could be. You having a look at his game history in recent times. All right, completely different. This is good. You know, just something a little bit more out of left field. You've got some save potential now. You've got some damage output. You've got stuns, which is always a nice bonus to be able to have.
Imagine
so I don't really think there's... Right? I don't think there's too many areas
10
of this game that they're
seconds
really lacking right now, right? Like, they've got offense, they've got defense, they've got lane
5
shove, they've got
seconds
strong
remaining.
lanes, they're pretty beefy, they can be hard to kill, there's scaling potential. So, yeah, night and day difference in my eyes with this draft.
Yeah, I'm liking the draft a lot more. I'll be more excited to see what they'll have for their safe and mid lane. I don't know why any time I think about like really easy things that I can just replicate to yourself, I for some reason I'm just having like mega brain farts. I don't know why. But Night Pulse, they do get themselves some nice picks here. Magnus and Pangolier got themselves 2 forms of control. I mean, especially in like Magnus, heroes which are able to move around other
10
heroes
seconds
are broken.
remaining.
Pudge, Meat Hook, very good ability.
5
Magnus,
seconds
Skewer,
remaining.
amazing ability.
But they've got the Venge swap as well. So,
They do have the
which
Venge
one is
swap.
stronger?
Both the teams know the strat.
Mm-hmm. Batrider, that's why he's first banned a lot of the time. Mars, that's why he's being first banned a lot of the time. Feels pretty damn impactful. That's why I've been picking Disruptor a lot as well. Just being able to move heroes around the map.
Oh, okay. So they go themselves for the Luna. So something that might be able to join quite early on if space is provided during the early stage of the game. How does Luna match up, though,
10
against
seconds
Magnus
remaining.
on the off lane? Magnus and Gyrocopter? I don't think Luna's going to
5
have all of that
seconds
fun
remaining.
time. I mean, especially with Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, you could put like 2 points into the Lucent Beam just to make life a little bit easier for you in terms of securing those range creeps, in terms of just being able to harass out the Magnus a little bit. You know that there's going to be a good amount of charges in
Dire
your
team
Magic
back.
Wand as well, because Gyrocopter's probably being played as position 4. It could still be a 1, right? That's something else that we haven't touched on with this Pango and Magnus. They're keeping that flex
Right, yeah,
alive,
yeah.
and they've got the last overall pick. So they wanted to make sure that's not the factor. I'm just seeing as well, like, the Luna, that's why they banned out the TB, obviously not wanting the reflection to get the glaives bouncing around, to get the Lucent Beam aura, the Lunar Blessing aura. It's the last thing that you want. I kind of want to see a Darkseer come out here and then throw, like, it as a position 4 or something, and then just put it on the Magnus, or have a Mag 4. Just something
10
a little
seconds
crazy, you know?
remaining.
Dogs? Okay.
5
Good against the Luna.
seconds remaining.
Wall and the punch.
It's an adventurous pick, that's for sure. I haven't seen Dogs here in quite a while.
Yeah, but into a Luna, it's always solid.
Radiant
What
team
will they
pick.
go, though?
I tell
What
you
are
what,
they
they don't
like?
have a lot of reserve time. Look at their reserve time.
True, actually.
Asakura compared to Nightpool, 6 seconds. They're really having
I
a think.
mean, could they, like... They couldn't Lena, could they?
10
Lena against
seconds
Pango
remaining.
feels relatively solid. If you get gone on with the Rolling Thunder, you've got
5
Stampede to be able to bring you to
seconds
safety. If you get RPs, you've got a swap to be able to give you
Dire
safety.
team pick.
You've got a lot of attacking output with Luna buffing you up instead, but, well, looks like they're going to go the Void Spirit. Not the worst, not the best either. Maybe it might just be a comfort thing.
You may now
Wouldn't you know
select
it?
your heroes.
It slips all the way through.
There it is, yeah. Didn't Asakura have great success with Void Spirit?
They did. You know, it looked pretty solid. I'm just thinking, like, we've seen Pangos. No matter how you slice it, no matter how you nerf this hero, it's still going to be good in a good amount of games. It doesn't even need to be the right Pango game a lot of the time, just because of how versatile his kit can be. And the fact that they've been able to let this lifesteal is something that we were calling out as a potential, like, first pick for Night Pulse. It slipped all the way through. It's a pretty good, like, Luna answer as well. You know, Eclipse does nothing once you use that Rage as well, so you really can shred through that Luna. And they've got nothing that goes through the Rage except for the swap.
Yeah, I think one of the worst things you can fight against when playing against a Luna is especially when she has that level 25 talent where she can make her ultimate 0.25 second mini stun for every Lucent Beam that comes through, and then get an Agnims as well, and you just get stun locked. It is horrible. At some points, it's kind of difficult to even press BKB at that point. But yeah, with the fact that you have a life stealer with Enrage, hopefully he won't have that problem. He's able to get it off fine. But it might not even get to that stage, Danog. It might just be the fact that Night Pulse just end this game at around about 30 minutes again. But we will see as Game 2 gets underway.
That could definitely be the case. I mean, you not only have to worry about, just in terms of carry-to-carry matchup, I'd say Lifestealer comes out on top relative to the Luna. You've got a Magnus looking to potentially accelerate his farm as well and, provide that cleave from the Empower. Good for the Mag, good for the Lifestealer. Hell, it's even good for the Pangolier, right? And the fact that they've been able to get away with this early Gyrocopter pick that's still, looking to be very comfortable in being flexed over to the position 4 role. So I'm seeing a winning lane mid for Night Pulse. I'm seeing a winning lane top. Bot lane could really go either way. I think it's going to come down to individual skill in terms of lane management. They hopefully don't just walk up into this. Okay, just wanting to break the smoke, I guess. Gyro, one of the faster heroes out there, moving at a ridiculous 350 movement speed.
It used to be faster. I swear it used to be faster. I swear he used to... what was it? He used to get a talent which gave him like 50 movement speed or something like that.
I mean, there also used to be talents that made Lena spawn in 50 less seconds, but thankfully that's gone.
What? I didn't even know it was a thing. What?
It just keeps getting better.
Who thought that was a good idea? Thank God that was...
Don't doubt the frog.
You know what? I had totally forgotten about those kind of talent trees.
The XP gain ones.
The GPM gains as well, yeah.
The respawn ones were the stupidest by far, though. Like, Lena literally instant respawning. I think it was a level 10 talent as well. Maybe it was level 15. But it was something stupid. Sorry, Frog, it wasn't stupid. It was glorious.
It was so glorious that it had to be removed.
Too strong. Oh. They've seen that there is a high ground ward up there with Merlin, so he will gladly look to remove that one away. Nice little way to get some free XP to be able to start this lane off. That means getting into that level 2 pretty damn early, which, as soon as they hit up onto that level 2, it is going to be a dangerous prospect for ASAKURA. You just imagine it, right? Rocket homing missile into the stun onto whoever, into skewer back. With Rocket Barrage hitting you the entire time, that's a dead hero.
Yeah. I got a feeling that Vazia can definitely just walk forward into someone with Shockwave, obviously because it brings them back a little bit, just skew it, and then the missile. And then they've got nowhere to run.
Here we go.
Oh, there it is. Nice. Oh, he's getting lower. Can they get the kill? That one's a Gyro first. No. Vazia gets the first blood. So at least Merlin gets the experience there on the Luna before he dies.
Goodness.
Did he? Oh,
yeah.
No, on the Gyro. On the Gyro, not on the Luna.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, Gyro. Oh. Yeah, my bad. That's what I meant. You knew what I meant, but I said it wrong.
The Gyro got the XP on the Luna. Got it.
That's it, that's it.
I was a little bit worried for him. Like, he was basically tanking an entire creep wave during all of that, but really it was enough to be able to keep him safe, and we're once again seeing the strength of that level 1 Rocket Barrage.
Oh my gosh, he comes from the other side!
Yeah, you're not allowed to pull.
Oh, that's hilarious.
They're happy to dive this as well. There's creeps underneath the tower.
There is as well. Magic missile is there. Oh no, skew it. Skew it. Skew it. Okay, shockwave used instead.
Really solid start coming out from Night Pulse. How are the other lanes going? Top lane looks like Lies might be in a little bit of trouble. Once again, this really strong Lifestealer CM lane. Having a pretty decent start. Running out of mana options is Janta, but with the lane positioned as it is, he was able to yoink away that healing Lotus.
How is it looking on the mid lane in regard? Oh, okay. Young G is having actually a nice time here. 20-6 compared to 11-2 on Pangolier. Definitely going to reach level 6 before the Pangolier, I think. That's for sure.
I'm a little surprised, to be honest. Like, again, your armor is going to suffer a fair amount. You can have a look at Warwick's items as well. He's even got a Blightstone for the laning phase. Just really wanting to abuse the fact that Void Spirit is, again, one of those low armor cores that you're having to play against. So I haven't really been watching the mid lane. Maybe he's missed a few too many swashbuckles, but yeah, like you said, Young G doing a pretty good job.
And Kami hasn't put any points into... Oh, okay, now he did. I was waiting to see if he put any points into Feast or Ghoul Frenzy, but he's actually just done 1-1-1 at the moment at level 3, so he's just put a point into Rage.
Makes a lot of sense. I think from here on out, you're very happy to just go more points in the Ghoul Frenzy. CM is back at full mana, so I'm expecting them to be able to look to try and make another play happen very shortly.
I mean, that's a lot of damage dealt there to the lifesteal. He was full HP, and then a Bushwhack and Hoof Stomp, and look at that HP now.
He's got a salve on the CM, so should be able to keep lifesteal A-okay. But with that, I mean, the ring has somehow been able to shove its way all the way towards the safety for the Centaur as well. A little surprised at that.
Meanwhile, though, Vengeful Spirit being taken out there by the level 2 Rocket Barrage.
There we go. Rage actually gets off in time this time for Lies. Might be in a little bit of trouble unless Bushwhack.
Oh, the Bushwhack. One more physical attack.
Yeah, those boots of speed doing a lot of work. Is he trapped in here on Jenta?
No, it's okay. Maybe perhaps I can get 2 kills. Dive in the tin. 1. There it is. Kami getting a double kill on the top lane. That's what he wants.
That's what he wants indeed. Means that Genta's able to actually make a bit of a move himself towards securing the power rune for his team. You've got some stacks being built up as well by Merlin.
It's actually going to attempt to go for Pangolier here. Rolling Thunder. Coming in. Oh, that's going to stun lock the Void. Stun lock. Stun lock. Does have himself the Astral Steps. In comes the missile. Doesn't have enough mana for Swashbuckle though. There's Merlin protecting that rune. Warwick. Pick up.
Was a nice little play there by Night Pulse. Could have been a tiny better. Maybe use the Rolling Thunder through the tree to just break it on its way through, free the CM from the Bushwhack. Might have been able to get one more round of spells off, but you know, could have worked out better. Having the Arcane Rune is a big plus. What's happening down bottom? Looks like Knight. He's been pushed away a little bit. He's fallen a little bit behind in terms of the net worth. Baja doing a fantastic job, and he's going to be able to farm this pretty safely while Merlin goes and secures that Wisdom Rune for his team.
Ready for Remnants. Enough mana. Astral Step is ready to jump on Warwick. Oh, able to survive! Both the mid laners very close to death there.
Probably only survives because of the Arcane Rune, right? He just gave him one extra cast to be able to get that little bit of extra range away from the invading Void Spirit.
Yeah.
So I was a little curious as to what Merlin would go in terms of his skill build here, and as soon as he hit level 4 after picking up that Wisdom Rune, he put the 1 point in the Flak Cannon. Now, I wonder if that's just to be able to assist with stacking, or if that's for the night vision bonus that you get when you use it. You know, that plus 200 night vision. It's not, again, listed with the tooltip, I don't believe, but it is a factor, and especially against a Luna that gets that that night vision bonus. It's a lot more than 200 with her Luna Blessing. Maybe they're just feeling like it's a necessary part of their vision game.
Rolling Thunder. Connecting onto the Hoodwink. That is a dead Hoodwink. Just a little bit too far out. As now all they're attempting to go for the gyrocopter with the Aether Remnant, and the Resonant Pulse finds the kill. Though in return, Warwick, with swashbuckling up to the high ground here, will find the kill on the Vengeful, but it'll actually go to Crystal Maiden.
Blood grenade.
Blood grenade.
Also saw the... It's a pretty good purchase of the raindrops as well by the Venge, just surviving that little bit longer. You know that you're going to be copping a lot of this, you know, nukes, such as the Crystal Nova, the shield crash, even the homing missile as well. So it's a good way to survive that extra little bit.
Uh-oh, the Squirrel is going to be caught again. Slowed down there by the shield crashing comes the missile, and goodbye Hoodwink, maybe, perhaps? Trying to run away there with the Scurry. Stampede comes in now. They're going to try and attempt to turn it around. ASAKURA. They will find the Pangolier. They'll attempt to go for more here. The Gyrocopter being taken out too. As now they'll attempt to maybe perhaps go for CM with the Never swap there. And look at that. They find 3. ASAKURA.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what was happening with the CM at that time. It must have been moving away to maybe build up another set of stacks, but was away from the team despite being perfectly healthy. The difference that a freezing field on the high ground would have made, you're not going to be able to go for those consistent dives in onto the rest of the team if that's the case. Still though, other 2 side laners doing very well. Kami, Warwick, continuing their farm. It's a very... Oh, hold on. RP.
Oh, Vazia, he's in trouble. He attempted to use RP there, but not able to output the damage, even with a rotation there from Young G. Takes him out with the Astral Step and Resonant Pulse. Starting to have a good effect.
I think he had full 21 charges as well, so he popped them as the RP animation was going, not wanting to waste them unless he was trying to force him to full-on commit. So nice little bait coming through there from Knight. Still gets the tower, I guess, so... Yeah, you've opened up the map a little bit now. Top side, lies.
Yeah, that's a good kill there onto the Centaur. Killing spree for Kami. And he is on a free lane right now. There is no one here to contest him, and if there is, then they die.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This'll come in handy.
Kami's name just reminds me of
Dire's structures
Dragon
are
Ball Z
fortified.
and Kami-sama up on the little thing in the air.
Radiant's top
rip
tower is under attack.
Akira
Rest in
Toriyama.
peace.
Yeah. Big part of my childhood. How old are you, Epi? Mid-20s, I would say.
Yep, bang on.
I'm a little older than that, but you know,
Are scanning.
my generation didn't grow up wanting to be firemen or race car drivers. We grew up wanting to be Goku. So
I got a feeling that Young G could jump Merlin here if he does have some support from the, obviously, supports. What else are they called? Because they're a lot more impactful than they were at Game 1, and you mentioned this as well, Donog. I really do like the fact that they got themselves Vengeful and Hoodwink this time, instead of what they had previously. Or one of them was a Rubik, for example. The only thing you can do here is Telekinesis. Oh, they have an Orchid! Nice Never Swap there, though. Lovely Never Swap. That actually saves Young G.
Stampede as well.
Stampede too, yeah. And that's an Orchid on Magnus. Magnus deciding to go an Orchid. They will take down the Hoodwink, though. Go to Crystal Maiden.
yeah, I saw that like as he was making this work happen. I was like, is he going to be able to even close the gap there? But it just shows the difference in not having that instant initiation, right? It means that the Vengeful Spirit has the time to be able to make that sort of
Stomping in for Remnant. Oh, Warwick is able to actually survive through
Great
it. He's
freezing
still
field.
alive. As they turn it back around, counter initiation is now the cooldown comes down. There it is. Takes down the Void Spirit along with the Centaur too. Warwick able to survive through that with thanks to the shield rune that he had there as Kami rotates into I want to kill also. And just gets a free one there on the Vengeful.
He'll get it. 4-0-0 now on Kami. Kami-sama being able to... And again, you gotta... Luna is one of the best farmers in the entire game. We all know this. You know, Luna, Sven, they're really up there. But a Lifestealer, when he's being able to be given over in power, Yeah, maybe that's what he actually wanted the entire time. He didn't want kills, he didn't want towers, he just wanted that sweet, sweet power bomb.
Hoodwink actually going to help Cammy there, farm up. Just stop the creeps from hitting you.
So we've got a Blink Dagger now on Lice. We've got Sharpshooter on Phasor. And we know we've got level 7 on Sakura, on the Vengeful Spirit. So what do we... Surely they look to make some sort of a play happen now, right? Like, to me, Magnus is the one that you need to take out. Mag or Pangolier. I feel like the Lifestealer, you're going to have issues taking him out. You don't have anything that goes through the Rage. He's going to be able to get away 99% of the time.
Well, eventually it's going to be, I think, the side of Night Pulse that are going to be coming in for the initiations, because a Blink Dagger's on the way for Varzia soon. He's around about 750 gold away, and he's just farming this big stack, unless he's going to let Kami have it with the Amplify damage rune.
And the Empower as well, on top of everything, so he just shreds through it. Again, it's all about keeping that carry-to-carry dominance up, and, you know, how far is he ahead? 2k ahead of the Luna at this stage. He should be feeling very satisfied with that. They're trying to marry up these timings as well. Radiance coming out at the exact same time as the Blink Dagger does from the Magnus would be huge.
Yeah, still quite a while away. It won't be till another 2 minutes, I think, until Varzia is able to obtain that Blink Dagger. Unless he's farming these creep waves efficiently, like he just did then. He just got himself like 200, 300 gold. If he just farms himself this other creep wave in this camp, then he's got this Blink Dagger.
If you're going to go this full-on, like, greed build with the Empower, you're going to, you know, get full creep waves. You're going to be pretty much equal top of the net worth. Yeah, we could see that you've closed it in already a little bit with the Luna. Knight was 2k behind just a couple of minutes ago, and it's already shrunk down to 1k, but it's about what do you do with that farm. Right now, I don't think you should be feeling confident with just a Mask of Madness and the Yasha. He needs that full Manta style. He needs to be causing these waves to be ghost pushed a little bit, let's call it. You know, shoved out, farming in relative safety. Lifestealer actually comes up towards the top side. Are they going to be able to... He might have really overstayed here. CM, he's closed in on him.
Rage, freezing field as well, but the Stampede used defensively there will help Knight get himself away. Meanwhile, though, on the mid lane, found themselves Lysa, who was silenced there by an Orchid. Double kill for Varzia. Blink Dagger ready, off cooldown very soon, as long with this skewer also. He's skewered back, triple kill for the Magnus. Possibly an...
Oh, he's giving the ultra kill to the Mag.
Never mind.
He's just feeding himself up on a silver platter.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Look at all these timings, man. Blink Dagger on Mag. He's got Blink and now 1,700 gold off the back of that team fight. And a Blink Dagger on the Pango. And a Radiance on the Lifestealer. Like, this is too much to have to face up into.
Wait, can they see Knight here? I think they just pinged.
Yep, they absolutely can.
Yep, they have the Orchid and the Skewer. There it is, and that is a free kill. I've never seen such a free kill in my life.
Yeah, I mean, no tier 1 tower for him to be able to play around with for reinforcements either. It just feels like a bit of a mistake, unfortunately. You know, he really needed to continue the with the ball rolling with his own net worth. You know, a couple of these deaths, they're understandable, but that one absolutely not.
Oh, they wanted to go for Merlin there with the swap. Unfortunately, the swap hasn't got a good cast range at the moment, only 800. They're going for Young-Chi here. Oh. Yeah, Varzia is going to be protected here as they counter-initiate with the Rolling Thunder and the Infest. Nice swap there, but I still think Lysa will fall. Will do so indeed. So that is another 2 gone here on ASAKURA.
It's not the 2 that you really want. You have to use, you know, a decent amount of stuff to be able to just try and attempt safety, right? Like the Stampede, the swap. They're not I guess Swap has a relatively low cooldown, but not Stampede. Like, that's all that you've got stopping this Lifestealer from just consistently running at you. And it's not even just worrying about yourself, right? You have to consider that that is Luna's big safety net as well, just to be able to get that repositioning really on point.
Radiant's bottom tower.
At least she's got the Manta now, so if it is an Orchid or a Frostbite that catches you, you've got a little bit of safety, but stuns are still a factor, and well, we know we've got that Blink RP and the Blink Rolling Thunder to have to contend against.
Sitting right behind this tier 2, wanted to see if anyone comes to defend this, but ASAKURA definitely do not. They're not going anywhere near this tier 2 tower at the moment, so they're just going to take it for free. Gold will go to Cammy.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I do like the way that Knight's been farming in these past couple of minutes, though. As might have been trying to get a quick kill there onto Merlin as he teamed it on back. Gosh, it would be even better.
Skewer there, the silence, RP. Oh, it will connect there onto 2. A Rolling Thunder right into that again. They find 2 instantaneously, make that 3 double kill for the Lifestealer.
Now poor Knight has to run away on his own. You've got Janta coming in. He's actually pretty speedy for a CM. Wants to try and catch him off guard. They're going to be happy enough just to get a courier.
That was so satisfying. That was the RP and then Rolling Thunder. And it hit the edge of the map and then just came back in to stop the Void Spirit from using Dissimulate or Astral Step.
Mm-hmm.
The BKB now obtained though on Magnus going to be very beneficial for these upcoming fights because he is being locked in place quite a bit by these Aether Remnants. Now, won't have an effect with this BKB.
Yeah.
Oh, and maybe have found the Hoodwink. Skewer misses. Oh dear. Oh, a tip. His teammate.
It's from his own teammate. It's fine. That's the sort of stuff that you laugh about.
Play a bit harder next time.
You can hear the comms now. That was the easiest kill and you missed it.
So what's really the strat now for even for Night Pulse? I mean, in 20 seconds, I guess the Wisdom Rune will be up, but I don't think you want to give up this map control that you've got. You don't need to walk back and take a Tormentor. I would much rather them go, yeah, for this sort of strategy. Take Roshan, get some vision set up around the pit. You know that RP's up in 25 seconds. They've got 2 charges available, so I think it's just been far too long that they've been missing off the map. And probably spare to use a scan on the pit just to be absolutely sure of it. They all nearly die taking the Tormentor. That's a pretty good one, right? Extra stun target with the magic missile.
Yeah. I think it's pretty good.
Amplify damage, get the hell away from the Lifestealer. Yep, very, very nicely done, H2O.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm quite surprised that Cammy has not purchased himself a Aghanim Shard yet for the open wounds. We say that because you're saying this was a very underrated Aghanim's Shard, you felt.
If you're able to just really hit on them, right? And I feel like this isn't the game where you get that. You've got Swap to contend against. You've got, you know, Stampede. You've got Vengeful Spirit just being very maneuverable. Oh, that'll be dangerous, Young G.
Oh, they're going to try and reach him. The silence is there. The slowdown from the Ghoul Frenzy. Nice swap. Very nice swap. But Kami's still going to be on the chase as the Dissimulate. Vengeful will trade her life in return for the Void Spirit to get out.
I was considering, is he going to go right up to the cliff edge and RP just to see if it clipped onto him, but not wanting to take the risk, just go the safe route. Understandable, why not? Should have been a pretty easy RP to initiate onto him, though, I gotta say.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Still has it. How's Knight doing at the moment? Manta style. Is this a BKB on the way?
Warwick sees him.
It is a BKB on the way. Uh-oh. Luna's been caught.
I see TPs.
Uh-oh.
Can he get away? Oh, nicely done.
No, there's no way. There's no way
Stampede.
this Luna's going away. Yeah, it's a dead Luna. No way,
Could have
Jose.
stampeded away.
Intention.
Luna staying alive is far more important than having Stampede off cooldown in my eyes. Like, Stampede is for the Luna. Like, that is the position that you're wanting to really use it in. And, well, they didn't. You got no Luna. You got no one shoving out waves. Centaur's trying his best to be able to do it, but all the while, you've just got Elaine slowly pushing in on the top side. You've still got an Aegis to contend with for the next 2.5 minutes, and you're probably going to be lacking a second Tier 2 tower very shortly.
You've got Hoodwink cutting the wave as well on the right. And I think maybe perhaps stealing the Wisdom Rune suit? Nah. We'll just leave.
CM got it before.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Gotta say, I've been pretty impressed with how Jant has been playing the CM this game. Just a lot of solid item choices in the lane in terms of when exactly he had his mangoes coming out. He really looked to emphasize a lot more into the stats as opposed to purely just going mangoes. Perfect freezing field usage as well. Really comboing it together whenever they look to try and make a commitment onto him. As soon as that Bushwhack and Stomp are gone, he's very happy to let it rip. They're actually going to go high ground.
They are.
Radiant's top tower.
I mean, they have themselves the Aegis, 1 minute and 40. Plenty of time.
Power.
Dire's bottom
That is a Solar Crest. Just lay it in
Radiant's top tower is
onto
under attack.
the Lifestealer as if he needed more attack speed.
Structures are fortified.
Forcing out the glyph.
Merlin is also a shovel enjoyer, feeding one over to Kami.
A shovel enjoyer.
Is under attack. Dire's
I'm gonna use
Culture.
I'm gonna use that name a lot more often.
Has fallen.
Gonna need to do something, my guys. I mean, but he's the only one putting himself out there, is Kami. Obviously, there is the danger of being swapped underneath a Tier 4 tower. It looks like they want to go the back line.
Oh, the Stomp! It doesn't work because of the BKB. Vazia with the very quick fingers. We're able to get the silence there. RP is ready in case they want to use it. RP will be committed only onto the support. Young G is able to get away. So the RP a little bit too late.
Luna. But now it really feels like they've got nothing to enable them to frontline on ASAKURA. Kami just goes right on back to work, whacking into that melee racks. Still 25 seconds left on the Aegis. They'll be able to get away from this one scot-free. Ooh, maybe a bit of a fake back going on here.
Maybe it's for the quick heals. Even though he has the Aegis, though.
Yeah.
Oh, they're actually going to go in on ASAKURA. Interesting. Young G jumping in. He's used both of his astral steps. He has to be careful. They're simulating into the trees. With Kami taking the lead. CM getting stunned up there. They're going to try and attempt to take down this Crystal Maiden. They will do it indeed, but in return they will lose the Hoodwink. And Homing Missile connecting there onto the Void Spirit. They will lose the Centaur along with Vengeful Spirit also. And it's only 2 cores remaining on the side of ASAKURA.
Not going ideal for CM, but it really doesn't even matter. They're just able to rip on through. Kami is way too far ahead. 9-0 and 5. He's on track to have only died the single time throughout this entire series. As that is the last cliff that they're going to get as well. They just didn't have any sort of tower push. They didn't have any way to be able to get on the front foot. That's exactly what a Luna wants to be playing around, right? She wants a big map to be able to farm. She wants to be able to, you know, win a fight and then group around the rest of the team and then use the Lunar Blessing for you to all just to shred through a tower and, of course, get onto the high ground and let the glaives go to work. But it just hasn't happened all game. Full-on wraparound again. I like that they're still trying something, not just running straight at them. It hasn't worked so far, but if they can catch Vazia before he BKBs, that'd be huge.
The swap comes out there. Vazia. Oh, the RP! Oh, the RP! There we go.
Oh, no.
Just lost themselves 2 of the most important cores. GG is called. And Night Pulse take this second game at 27 minutes and 55 seconds. Another comfortable victory for them once again.
poor H2O, he ended up swapping the mag right into the middle of the entire team, and I'm like, wait, what? This is an RP of his dreams, you know? And yeah, it was just onto multiple there, and I guess wanting to just maximize the amount of time that Luna was able to hit him while he was underneath the Centaur stun, but you had other stuns to be able to play around with. Bit of an odd choice, and he was the first to DC after the GG was called, so clearly he's kicking himself a little bit, and that will mean that we're saying goodbye to our first team so far in these Eastern European qualifiers for the Elite League, excuse me.
I mean, they were able to take a game away from Yellow Submarine. There we go.
Just say sub.
Yellow Sub. They were able to take a game away from Yellow Sub. They were able to put up a performance, but unfortunately they weren't strong enough to stay in the lower bracket against Nightpulse. Nightpulse able to take a comfortable 2-0 victory against them. Jam having a day today. But yes, that is it from myself and Danog. That is the final series of the data cast for the East EU, but there's still plenty of games that we need to commentate. We've got many more days to come. Let's have a look at the bracket at the moment. So the game that we casted, of course, was Yellow Submarine versus ASAKURA, and Yellow Submarine, they got themselves 2-1, and they will move on against one win, which will be commentated tomorrow. And then we also had a look at 9 Pandas versus NextUp. So 9 Pandas got a 2-0 victory versus NextUp. They will move up to go against Liga Team, which Liga Team also got a 2-0 victory versus Nemiga Gaming, which was casted on the other channel. Now, the lower bracket that we covered was ASAKURA versus Nightpulse just now, where Nightpulse were able to get themselves a 2-0 victory, so they move up further into the lower bracket, eliminating ASAKURA. And a game which I think is currently still ongoing is NextUp versus Nemiga Gaming. And Nemiga are currently 1-0 up. So if you want to, check that out, because there's still some Dota 2 ongoing, then feel free to go ahead. On the screen in front of you right now is currently the social medias where you can actually keep in touch with what's going on throughout the tournament to make sure that you're getting all the gossip and scoops of the Elite League throughout all of the qualifiers.
Yeah, and you and I will be back same time, same place tomorrow here on the main stream, ESB_Dota2_EN. I believe that second Eastern European game is going on the B stream at the moment, so if you want to keep watching Eastern European Dota, just add an _B to your URL up there. If you want to watch some South American Dota, I believe that's on the C stream coming up in just a little bit. So that's the best thing about these qualifiers, right, is that you've got Dota on around the clock, different regions, different metas, different playstyles, and hopefully very soon, Epi, a different patch. I gotta check if T-Gub's tweeted lately, because I want something new. I don't want to see any more of this DK, this CM, this blah 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 tanky boys. Time for tanky boys is over. Give me something different.
I agree. I think it's been a little bit stale at the moment, but it's the same with everyone else. When we want something, we want something. When we get something, we want something else. And so far, ever since the new patch, well, I don't really whether to call it new anymore, because now it's old. We want a new patch. We need one. I agree with you, Danog. We need to get the game a bit more interesting once again. It's starting to become a little bit what's the word that I'm looking for? Where you're able to predict things that happen all the time.
Predictable.
Well, predictable,
that's
predict. It. Oh my gosh. God damn it. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is it from myself and Danog. So thank you ever so much for watching, and we will see you tomorrow for some more Elite League East European close qualifiers. Take care of yourselves, and have a great rest of your day.